Chapter 163. The root bone was an innate quality. The stronger the innate quality, the faster the acquired development. The weaker one's innate qualities were, the harder one worked, the more limited one's achievements would be. Like the soul, the root bone was a person's most basic thing. Everything in the human body was constructed with the root bone as the foundation. After consuming a grape, Li Fuchen felt countless subtle electric currents shuttling through his body. Immediately after, he felt a pain that came from the depths of his source. The pain was indescribable, and it felt as though the smallest particles in his body were being split apart. Fortunately, this pain only lasted for a moment. After a while, Li Fuchen regained consciousness and looked down. On the surface of his skin, there was a layer of black substance and a faint stench. Are these the impurities in the deepest part of my body? Li Fuchen was in deep thought. Junior brother Li, you're awake. Xiao Libi and the others looked over. Li Fuchen asked, how much time has passed? Chen Fenghua said, this is already the 7th morning. Is it the morning of the 7th day? Li Fuchen was appalled. He only felt that a moment had passed. Junior brother Li, how do you feel? Chen Fenghua was very curious. Clenching his fist, Li Fuchen said, I feel that my relationship with heaven and earth is getting closer. Xiao Libi nodded. The bone frame is the origin of a human, and it also contains the profundities of heaven and earth. It is normal for one to have a close relationship with heaven and earth. The higher the aptitude, the higher the compatibility with the heavenly Tao, and the higher the compatibility, the faster the cultivation and comprehension of martial arts would be. TSK. Junior Li, you are already so insane when you are just a normal bone frame. Now that you are a 1-star bone frame, I wonder how insane you will be. Chen Fenghua sighed. Hearing this, Lu Wuhuang and Yuan Tian's faces changed. The two of them also realized this problem. A normal bone frame allowed Li Fuchen to surpass them. A 1-star bone frame, they couldn't imagine. It was fortunate that the 7-color glazed grape could only be consumed once, and wouldn't have any effect the second time. If Li Fuchen was to evolve to a 3-star bone frame, they wouldn't be able to survive, and would have to live under Li Fuchen's shadow for the rest of their lives. There was a small river in the middle of the stone buildings. Li Fuchen went in to take a bath and change his clothes. Before the 5 of them could walk out of the stone building complex, the mystic realm was about to close. A 5-colored door of light appeared in front of the 5 of them. What a wondrous trip to the secret zone. It feels like a dream. Staring at the 5-colored door of light, Xiao Bieli still felt like everything was surreal. Li Fuchen said, this is our fated encounter. It might be a dream, but it truly exists. Yes, this is fate. Xiao Libi nodded. Get out. Chen Fenghua was the first to enter the colorful door. Immediately after, Li Fuchen and the others followed in. Looking at the time, they should be coming out soon. Haha. You just wait to hand over the gold coins with both hands. Heaven Fiend Sect Great Elder Wei Yiping laughed heartily. He was very confident in Heaven Fiend Sect's Heaven's Pride. In terms of numbers, their Heaven Fiend Sect had 13 people. In terms of strength, Li Wuxia, the Black-White Double Ghosts, and the Clawed Ghost Zheng Xian were all top-notch. Even Yan Qingwu was extremely strong. If not for her young age, she would definitely be able to defeat everyone from the 3 sections. Therefore, no matter what, it was impossible for the Heaven Fiend Sect to lose. That might not be the case. Our Spirit Hidden Sect's survival ability isn't something to be trifled with. The Spirit Hidden Sect's old hag sneered, and was similarly confident. Presumptuous. I'm afraid your Heaven Fiend Sect's disciples have already been slaughtered by my Violent Saber Sect's Mad Saber Duan Hai. Violent Saber Sect Grand Elder, Hao Lian, who crossed his arms, and had a confident look. Among the 4 of them, only Zhao Wujin had some worries. From the information, this year's hidden domain opening, the Azure Water Sect's disciples were undoubtedly the weakest among the 4 sections. He no longer had any hopes of winning this gamble. He only hoped for a few more Azure Water Sect disciples to survive. In fact, he was pessimistically thinking that it would be good if 2 or 3 of them could survive. After all, in previous years, half of the Azure Water Sect's disciples would die. This year's hidden domain disciples were too strong. Li Fuchen, Lu Wuhuang Yuan Tian. The three of you better survive. Zhao Wujin didn't care about the others. There were plenty of 4-star bone frames in the Azure Water sect. It didn't matter if a few died, but these three must not die. He had high hopes for Li Fuchen. Lu Wuhuang and Yuan Tian were both 5-star bone frames. Any one of them dying would be a huge loss. Time passed by quickly, accompanied by a thick fog. The rainbow light gate that vanished 7 days ago reappeared. Seeing the scene, everyone held their breaths and looked over. There was anticipation, apprehension, and all sorts of emotions. The first to appear were the Violent Saber Sect's disciples. 1, 2, 3. Violent Saber Sect, only 3 came out. Followed by Heaven Fiend Sect. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Heaven Fiend Sect 5. Next was the Spirit Hidden Sect. The Spirit Hidden Sect was indeed a sect that excelled in sneak attacks and concealment. 5 came out. Finally came the Azure Water Sect. 1, 2, 3, 4. When the number of people reached 4, Zhao Wujin grinned. Not bad. There were actually so many people who survived. 5. 6. The Azure Water Sect had a total of 6 survivors. The last one was obviously Chao Guang. He, who was still at the peak stage of the Origin Realm, had been hiding in a small mountain range for the past 7 days, silently harvesting herbs. This allowed him to escape with his life, while those who broke through to the Earth Realm died one by one. It could only be said that it was all fate. Haha, seems like my Azure Water Sect won. This old one thanks everyone. Zhao Wujin laughed heartily. Out of 10, 6 survived. This was definitely a miracle, a heavenly miracle. Among the 4 sects, his Azure Water sect's disciples were the weakest. Impossible. This is definitely impossible. Speak quickly. What happened? Wei Yiping was enraged as he questioned Black Fiend. His Heaven Fiend sect had 13 members, but only 5 were left. A total of 8 died, the most out of the 4 sections. This was undoubtedly a mockery. Similarly enraged was Hao Lianhu. His Violent Saber sect actually had the least number of survivors. This was unbearable. The Spirit Hidden sect's old hag started to question the Spirit Hidden sect's disciples. She needed to know what happened in the 100 Herbs hidden domain. Why did the weakest Azure Water sect have the most survivors? Black Fiend glared at Li Fuchen with hatred and spoke to Wei Yiping. Grand Elder, more than half of our Heaven Fiend sect's disciples died in the hands of Li Fuchen. This man is insane. Even White Fiend was killed by him. Black Fiend and White Fiend were like brothers. White Fiend's death caused him to develop an endless hatred towards Li Fuchen. He swore that he would personally kill Li Fuchen and take revenge for White Fiend. On the other side, Blood Saber Ling Huang spoke to Hao Lianhu. More than half of our Violent Saber sect's disciples died in the hands of Li Fuchen. Shen Feihe too. More than 3 Spirit Hidden sect disciples died in his hands, including Jiang Shidi. Duan Muyo reported to the Spirit Hidden sect's Grand Elder. Witnessing everything, Zhao Wujin was dumbfounded. The reason why the 3 sects suffered such heavy casualties was because of Li Fuchen, a single person massacring 3 sects' disciples. Chapter 164. Fuchen, is what they said true? Zhao Wujin asked Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen nodded. There was nothing to hide as everyone knew about it. Seeing Li Fuchen nodding in acknowledgement, Zhao Wujin laughed. Ever since this old man became an elder of the Azure Water sect, I have never seen such a formidable disciple like you. Among those of the same generation, you are the uncrowned king. Perhaps you can only be found in the stronger sections. He decided that if Li Fuchen was unable to break through to the Heaven Realm, due to the limitations of his bone frame, he would do his best to assist Li Fuchen in breaking through. Once Li Fuchen became a high-leveled Heaven Realm martial artist, he would definitely be a formidable opponent below the Reincarnation Realm. Grand Elder, will there be any trouble after I killed so many disciples from the 3 sects? Li Fuchen asked. Zhao Wujin replied. This year's situation is a little special. Since the establishment of our Azure Water sect, there has never been such a situation. But don't worry. As long as you didn't kill all the disciples from the 3 sects, the situation won't be too bad. At most, there will be some friction, but not a war between the 4 sections. If Li Fuchen had killed all the disciples from the 3 sects, or the Heaven Fiend sect's young sect master, Li Wuxia, the situation would definitely be out of control. But fortunately, it didn't happen. Li Fuchen, what a vicious kid. You actually killed so many of my Heaven Fiend sect's disciples. This old man will not forgive you. An extremely terrifying chi presence rushed into the sky. In the void, it was as though a black skeleton had appeared and was suppressing at Li Fuchen ruthlessly. Li Fuchen, you killed my Violent Saber sect's disciples. Now pay with your life. Violent Saber sect's Grand Elder, Hao Lianhu, was enraged too. Within the overbearing chi presence, a fierce tiger roared towards the sky. Jiang Xiaomao is a rare prodigy of our spirit hidden sect. Sever your arms, and I will let bygones be bygones. The spirit hidden sect's old hag's chi presence was like the night sky, covering the sun. You guys don't go overboard. Zhao Wujin was enraged. A vast chi presence was released to go against the chi presences of the three Grand Elders. Zhao Wujin, your Azure Water sect cannot protect him. It is not too late to give up on him. Wei Yiping's eyes were filled with killing intent. Zhao Wujin sneered. You guys sure are shameless. The 100 Herbs hidden domain doesn't forbid killing. If you die, it means you are useless. If everyone is like you, then shouldn't I settle the score with you guys for all the deaths of my Azure Water sect's disciples? Hao Lianhu said. The past is in the past. Hao Lianhu, only look at the present. Today, your Azure Water sect has to make him stay. Or else don't blame me for being impolite. Zhao Wujin, you can't protect him. The spirit hidden sect's old hag's voice was fleeting. These people are really shameless. Chen Fenghua said angrily. In the 100 Herbs secret realm, if you didn't kill, others would. From the beginning to the end, it was always the three sect's disciples who were aggressive. Li Fuchen said indifferently. The strong shall reign supreme. This is an unbreakable truth. They are just finding an excuse to eliminate me. The aura released by the Heavenly Dipper Realm Apex martial artist is too powerful. Even if more than 90% of the aura is blocked by Zhao Wuwei, the remaining 10% of the aura also makes Li Fuchen bear a lot of pressure. Looking at the Grand Elders of the three sects, Li Fuchen's eyes were deep. Zhao Wujin, do you think you can stop the three of us by yourself? Get lost. Wei Yiping's black skeleton's chi presence suddenly rushed at Zhao Wujin's ocean chi presence. At the same time, Hao Lianhu's fierce tiger chi presence and the spirit hidden sect's old hag's night curtain chi presence also suppressed the ocean chi presence. Zhao Wujin let out a long roar. Like a whale taking in water, the ocean chi presence expanded violently, forcefully blocking the black skeleton chi presence, fierce tiger chi presence, and night curtain chi presence. Your true Azure Water technique has broken through to the 19th rank. Hao Lianhu was shocked. A mystic class, peak tier technique was extremely difficult to cultivate. A majority of prodigies would be able to break through to the highest rank of a mystic class, mid-tier technique, when they were at the Earth realm. But after changing to a mystic class peak tier technique, even if they were at the Heaven realm, most of them would be stuck at the 16th or 17th rank. As for the 18th rank, only a few from the various sects could reach it, not to mention the 19th rank. So what if your true Azure Water technique has broken through to the 19th rank? A difference of 1 rank. Do you think you can turn the tables? Wei Yiping laughed sinisterly. If it was a 1 versus 1, he might be fearful of Zhao Wujin. But if it was a 3 versus 1, even if Zhao Wujin had 3 heads and 6 arms, it would still be useless. Zhao Wujin, don't be impulsive. This kid is just a normal bone frame. If you give him up, it won't be a loss to your Azure Water sect. The spirit hidden sect's old hag's voice was like a poison, slowly corroding Zhao Wujin's spirit will. Zhao Wujin spoke sternly. If I can't even protect a disciple, what face do I have to live in this world? Grand Spirit Abides, activate. As Zhao Wujin's voice ended, the ocean chi presence expanded again, almost doubling in size. A majestic chi presence swept in all directions, creating waves on the 100 Herbs lake. It is the 4-star secret technique Grand Spirit Abides. Xiao Libi exclaimed. If a 3-star secret technique was a first-rate secret technique, then a 4-star secret technique would be an absolute secret technique in the Azure Water sect. It was extremely precious and correspondingly, once it was cultivated, It would allow the user to surpass levels and defeat enemies. Do you think you are the only one with a 4-star secret technique? 100 Ghost Night Walk activate. Desolate Battle Chi activate. Netherworld Mystic Shadow activate. Within Wei Yiping's Black Skeleton Chi presence, there were many more ghostly shadows. These ghostly shadows were constantly roaring and had a towering presence. The ghostly Chi was dense, and if it wasn't for Zhao Wujin blocking, Li Fuchen's group would have been obliterated by the opponent's Chi presence. After activating the 4-star secret technique, Hao Lianhu's body obviously expanded by 1-fold, reaching a height of over 2 meters. An extremely aggressive Chi presence blended into the fierce Tiger Chi presence, causing the fierce Tiger Chi presence to transform into a giant beast Chi presence. The giant beast roared towards the sky, as though it wanted to devour the sun and moon, bringing about endless fear. On the body of the spirit hidden sect's old hag, an illusory figure appeared. This figure grinned, causing the night Chi presence to expand once again. The spirit hidden sect's old hag immediately hid within the darkness, and her figure could no longer be seen. The 4 Chi presences clashed once again. In an instant the sky changed color, violent winds blew, and thunder could be heard from the sky. Immediately after, bolts of lightning struck. When the 4 Chi presences clashed, it actually caused a change in the sky. How terrifying was this? Under the envelopment of the 4 Chi presences, the other inner sect elders could only protect their disciples. At this moment, they couldn't simply interfere. Not good. Grand Elder's Chi presence can't hold on any longer. Xiao Libi's expression changed. In his vision, Zhao Wujin was constantly retreating. His majestic and imposing Chi presence had weakened significantly. Wei Yiping, the 3 of you are too much. Since that is the case, I shall let you witness my Azure Water Sect's sect-defining secret technique, Sect Origin Swords. Thousands of swords resonated around Zhao Wujin's body and in the sky. Thousands of sword chi appeared out of nowhere. Once the sword chi appeared, it felt as though the entire heaven and earth was on the verge of shattering. The trio who were intentionally targeted by Zhao Wujin felt their chi presence being pierced through and felt a stinging pain on their bodies. Sect-defining secret technique, Sect Origin Swords. Chapter 165. The reputation of the Sect Origin Swords was too great. When mentioning the Azure Water Sect, many experts' first thought would be the Sect Origin Swords. The reason why the Azure Water Sect was able to stand firmly in the Azure Water region for so many years was because of the Sect Origin Swords. Within a radius of hundreds of thousands of miles, everyone agreed that the 10,000 swords returning to origin was the most powerful 5-star secret art. Back when the Azure Water Sect's first sect patriarch established the sect, he relied on the sect origin swords to slaughter countless experts. Many of the people who had the same basic strength as him were instantly killed in a single move without any resistance. Every sect had their own trump card. Without a doubt, the Sect Origin Swords was one of the Azure Water Sect's trump cards. So this is the Sect Origin Swords? Thousands of sword chi appeared at once, and every single sword chi seemed to be extremely powerful. It is completely different from an area of effect sword move. Li Fuchen had good eyesight. He could see that every single sword chi in the air had immense power. The dense sword chi felt like it was going to cut through the sky and pierce through the void. Don't even talk about facing the Sect Origin Swords. Just taking a look at it would cause one's scalp to go numb. But area of effect sword moves sacrifice lethality to increase the number of attacks. Take Li Fuchen's Meteor Rain for example. Every single sword chi's power was only 30% to 40% of the Meteor Fall sword move. No matter what Li Fuchen's future cultivation level was, 30% to 40% would be his limit, and couldn't be improved any further. What's more, the Meteor Rain might seem to have countless sword chi, but it was only around 100. It was far from comparable to the Sect Origin Swords. Not only did Li Fuchen's emotions fluctuate, even Xiao Libi and the others were shaken. Lu Wuhuang clenched his fist tightly and swore to himself that one day, he would learn the Sect Origin Swords. With this secret technique, he would be able to dominate the world. Wei Yiping tried his best to suppress his shock and spoke in a gloomy tone. I didn't expect you to learn the sect origin swords. It seems like you are highly regarded in the Azure Water sect. As a 5-star secret technique, even the inner sect Grand Elder couldn't learn it as he wished. It required the approval of the sect patriarch and the support of several supreme elders. This was mainly to prevent the secret technique from being leaked. After all, a 5-star secret technique was too important. The other sects all racked their brains to obtain the other party's 5-star secret technique to increase their own trump cards. Raising his right hand high, thousands of sword chi gathered, Zhao Wujin said. Didn't you want to fight? Then let's fight. It just so happens that my 10,000 swords return to origin secret technique has not killed the Heavenly Dipper Realm Peak martial artist. Perhaps it is just an undeserved reputation. As he spoke, Zhao Wujin's right hand slowly moved forward, followed by thousands of sword chi. Elder Zhao, there's no need to be angry. We're just joking. The Spirit Hidden Sect's old woman laughed dryly. She was really afraid that Zhao Wujin would be irrational and use thousands of sword chi to kill her. To be honest, she did not have the confidence to block the 10,000 returning swords. The strongest 5-star secret technique within a radius of several 100,000 kilometers, the 10,000 swords returning to origin secret technique that had slaughtered countless experts, did not make a move, but when it did, it would kill. Its illustrious reputation was built entirely on killing. Hao Lian, who coldly snorted, forcefully suppressing his anger. Facing Zhao Wujin, who cultivated the 10,000 swords return to origin, he couldn't stand out. Zhao Wujin looked at Wei Yiping. Wei Yiping said, to cultivate the 10,000 swords return to origin, one must first nurture the natal sword energy in the Dantian. The stronger the natal sword energy, the more sword chi can be released. I'm guessing that your natal sword energy can at most store a few thousand sword chi. The most terrifying thing about the 10,000 swords return to origin was that the sword chi was endless. This wave of sword chi would be a few thousand, the next wave would be a few thousand, and the next wave could be 10,000. Therefore, even if one cultivated the same 5-star secret technique, he would not be able to withstand the attack of the 10,000 swords returned to origin. But the prerequisite was that the natal sword energy was strong enough. Wei Yiping did not believe that Zhao Wujin's natal sword energy could be that strong. Try it and you will know. Zhao Wujin was expressionless. Forget it, there will be a chance in the future. Now is not the time. Wei Yiping was not stupid. Even if it was a few thousand sword chi, it would be enough to kill him. Zhao Wujin coldly snorted. You've made the right choice. Elder Liang, summon your 2 treasures. Yes. Elder Liang nodded. As he finished, he blew a whistle. Jie! Roar! 10 minutes later, the gold bird and winged tiger flew over. But at this moment, the gold bird and winged tiger were in a sorry state. Their bodies were full of claw marks and bite marks. What happened? Who did this? Elder Liang roared. The gold bird and winged tiger were his lifeblood. Touching his lifeblood was equivalent to touching his life. Gua! It sounded like a baby crying, but it was 1,000 times louder. In the next moment, the Heaven Fiend Sect's 4-winged Heaven Fiend beast chased from behind. Wei Yiping, your Heaven Fiend Sect's 4-winged Heaven Fiend beast actually dared to hurt my gold bird and winged tiger. How could Elder Liang not understand that his 2 treasures were hurt by the 4-winged Heaven Fiend beast? Wei Yiping laughed sinisterly. Useless spiritual beasts, isn't it better for them to die? As if responding to Wei Yiping's words, the 4-winged Heaven Fiend beast's speed increased and caught up to the gold bird and winged tiger. Evil beast! Zhao Wujin roared. In the void, a sword chi shot out. Pooh! As the sword chi penetrated its body, the 4-winged Heaven Fiend beast let out a miserable shriek and fell from the sky. Such power! A single sword chi severely injured the 4-winged Heaven Fiend beast? Everyone was shocked. Zhao Wujin, you dare? Wei Yiping was enraged as he sent a fist force at Zhao Wujin. PFFF, PFFF, PFFF. Dozens of sword chi shot out, riddling Wei Yiping's fist force with holes and automatically dissipating. Wei Yiping, if you dare to make another move, don't think of going back today. You! Wei Yiping was infuriated, but he didn't dare to make another move. He was confident he could withstand a few hundred sword chi. But a few thousand sword qi, he didn't have any confidence. Anyone below the reincarnation realm probably wouldn't have the confidence. Hao Lianhu and the spirit hidden sect's old hag gulped. This was their first time witnessing the sect origin swords. And this was just the tip of the iceberg. They couldn't imagine what would happen if thousands of sword qi attacked. Simply invincible. In the past, Li Fuchen didn't know how powerful a 5-star secret technique was. But now he knew. The golden bird and winged tiger suffered some injuries. Fortunately, their injuries weren't too severe. After feeding the two beasts some pills, Elder Liang waved his hand. Everyone come up. Hearing the command, the Azure Water sect members all flew up. Zhao Wujin was the last. Taking a glance at the 3 sects, Zhao Wujin kept the thousands of sword qi. Let's go. Endless violent winds blew as the two beasts flapped their wings and swiftly left the 100 Herbs Lake. Damn it! The 100 Herbs Lake's water exploded as Wei Yiping's expression turned extremely gloomy. Let's go too. The violent Saber sect and Spirit Hidden sect summoned their sect's spirit beasts and left one after another. It was useless to say anything now. As long as there wasn't a sect war, they couldn't do anything to the Azure Water sect and Zhao Wujin. Staying here was just embarrassing themselves. Only the Heaven Fiend sect was left. Azure Water sect. I will eliminate them sooner or later. Chapter 166. In less than a week, Li Fuchen and the group returned to the Azure Water sect. Inner sect Grand Hall. Zhao Wujin said. Apart from Chao Guang, the rest of you have progressed to the Earth realm. Logically speaking, without the direct disciple trials, you aren't considered direct disciples. But that is just a formality. This is your direct disciple token. From today onwards you are all direct disciples. Zhao Wujin swung his hand and shot 5 tokens at Li Fuchen and the others. Receiving the token, Li Fuchen took a look. It was a silver token. There was a blue sea and a sharp sword on it. On the back was his name. Zhao Wujin continued. This is a silver token. Direct disciples are separated into 2 categories. One is silver and the other is gold. Silver class direct disciples can redeem sect items at a 30% discount. Gold class direct disciples can redeem sect items at a 50% discount. To become a gold class direct disciple, you have to pass the first floor of the direct inheritance tower within a year. There are a total of 3 chances. Let me tell you, out of the 500 direct disciples in the Azure Water sect, only 30 are gold class direct disciples. I hope that there will be a gold class direct disciple among you. Finishing his statement, Zhao Wujin took a glance at Li Fuchen. He didn't know what Li Fuchen's ability was, but it shouldn't be a problem for Li Fuchen to become a gold class direct disciple. Just like Sword Maniac, who easily became a gold class direct disciple. Lu Wuhuang asked, Grand Elder, what if I passed the 2nd floor? There was still a year left, and he believed that he could pass the 1st floor. Zhao Wujin laughed and shook his head. Impossible. Why? Lu Wuhuang asked. An inner sect elder at the side said. The 1st and 2nd floors have a huge difference in difficulty. Many of the silver class direct disciples can't even pass the 2nd floor of the direct inheritance tower when they are at the 6th level of the Earth realm. From the 2nd floor onwards, for every floor you pass, you will be qualified to redeem one of our Azure Water sect's direct disciples. Like a 3-star secret technique, a Mystic class peak tier martial art, or a Mystic class peak tier cultivation technique. If you wish to pass the 2nd floor of the direct inheritance tower, you will need to be at least at the 3rd level of the Earth realm to have a sliver of hope. So difficult? Xiao Libi and the others had a change of expression. They didn't expect to become gold class direct disciples. Out of the 500 direct disciples, only 30 were gold class direct disciples. From the 2nd floor onwards, I can exchange for a true technique for every floor I pass? Li Fuchen frowned. In this case, if he wanted to cultivate the true Inferno technique, he would need some time. Fortunately, Zhao Wujin's next statement allowed Li Fuchen to let out a breath of relief. But gold class direct disciples can obtain a direct art in advance. This is the privilege of a gold class direct disciple. Clearing his throat, Zhao Wujin continued. All right, Now hand over the items that you need to contribute to the sect along with the sect's storage bag. I'll give you contribution points. Yes, including Chao Guang. The 6 of them handed over their sect's storage bags. Li Fuchen has a total of 14 storage pouches, 2 of which are Azure Billow sect storage pouches. But 2 storage pouches still cannot hold the resources that Li Fuchen wants to contribute, other herbs and ores. Li Fuchen can only take out and hand them over. Zhao Wujin laughed. He guessed that Li Fuchen should have a lot of storage bags. But as long as it wasn't the sect's storage bag, he could keep the rest. He didn't have the right to ask Li Fuchen to hand it over. After a round of counting, the contribution points were announced. Chao Guang, 760,000 contribution points. Hearing the announcement, Chao Guang's face revealed a delighted expression. 760,000 contribution points. This was a huge sum, enough for him to redeem any sex items. Yuan Tian, 800,000. Chen Fenghua, 960,000. Xiao Libi 9 million. Lu Wuhuang 2 million. Xiao Libi and Lu Wuhuang had killed other disciples from other sects. Hence there were plenty of resources in their opponents' storage bags. With an additional storage bag, they could harvest yellow class, high-tier or peak-tier herbs as much as they wanted. Hence, the amount of resources they received was at least double that of Chao Guang, Yuan Tian, and Chen Fenghua. Lastly was Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen handed over too many resources. It took a while to tally them all. Li Fuchen 2 million. Gasp! Hearing the announcement, everyone took in a deep cold breath. Even the inner sect elders had a face of envy. 2 million contribution points. What kind of concept was this? Most of the inner sect elders would only get a few 100,000 contribution points in a year. Even though there were other ways to obtain contribution points, but to accumulate 10 million contribution points was still a huge project. But Li Fuchen only took 7 days to obtain 10 million contribution points. It was simply infuriating to compare oneself with others. Zhao Wujin took some time before speaking. Good, very good. With this 10 million contribution points, your improvement speed will be much faster than others. In the sect, the thing that required the most contribution points was actually pills. The heaven and earth energy was too sparse. The higher one's cultivation level, the higher the requirement for pills. If not, just relying on absorbing the heaven and earth energy would take an unknown amount of time to increase one's cultivation level. No matter how high one's cultivation technique was, the requirement for pills would not disappear. It would just be slightly reduced. Other than that, there were other places that required a lot of contribution points too, like the direct disciple region's Spirit Chi Grand Hall. The heaven and earth energy inside was much denser than the outside world. To cultivate inside, it would require 1,000 contribution points a day, which would be 300,000 plus points a year. Of course, to Li Fuchen, 300,000 plus points wasn't considered much. Chao Guang, you have yet to progress to the earth realm. Go back first. The rest of you, follow me to the direct disciple Grand Hall. Zhao Wujin gestured for the 5 to follow him. In just a short moment, riding on the sect's spirit beast, the 5 of them arrived at the direct disciple region. The direct disciple region was much more majestic than the inner sect region. But the number of people here was at least 10 times less than the inner sect region. The direct disciple Grand Hall was still presided over by Zhao Wujin. In fact, there were 2 types of inner sect elders. One was the regular inner sect elders, and the other was the direct elders. There were always only 10 direct elders. Unless someone died or was removed from their position, it was almost impossible to remove the direct elders. This is your direct disciple attire. As for the sword, it has already been given to you, so there will be no more. This is the key to your courtyard. After you leave, a deacon will bring you there. Finishing his statement, Zhao Wujin seemed to have sensed something and smiled. Welcome sect patriarch's arrival. Li Fuchen and the others were appalled and quickly looked back. Outside the direct disciple Grand Hall, a stream of light flew in and landed lightly on the ground. He was dressed in white and was around 40 years of age. He didn't reveal his chi presence, but gave off an irresistible prowess. facing the white-clothed middle-aged man. No one dared to raise their head to look at him. After taking a glance, they quickly lowered their heads. It wasn't that they didn't want to, but they couldn't. Life-grade prowess, could it be? Li Fuchen had a thought in his mind. Chapter 167. Welcome Sect Patriarch. Lowering their heads, Li Fuchen and the rest greeted in unison. The white-clothed man smiled. I already know of your achievements this time. You did well, and didn't tarnish the prestige of our Azure Water sect. As the saying goes, rewards must be given for contributions and punishments must be made. Apart from Li Fuchen, the rest of you can meditate beside the sword monument for free for 10 days. Li Fuchen can meditate for free for a month. Sword monument? Lu Wuhuang, and the rest revealed a fanatical expression. The sword monument was one of the sacred grounds of the Azure Water sect. It was made from the renowned stone of martial Dao. The stone of martial Dao didn't have anything special, but it could store a person's martial Dao intent. Since the establishment of the Azure Water sect, the monument had existed. There were countless sword scars on it, which were left behind by generations of Azure Water sect experts. Comprehending beside the sword steel could rapidly increase one's sword Dao foundation. There were many direct disciples who cultivated a mystic class low-tier sword art to the trance stage and comprehended the sword intent. Although Lu Wuhuang and Xiao Libi had already comprehended the sword intent, there was no end to the sword. 10 days was enough for them to improve their sword Dao foundation by a large margin, and their sword intent would also improve by a large margin. If they didn't rely on the sword steel, not to mention 10 days, even 100 days would be difficult. Meditating beside the sword monument required 100,000 contribution points for a day. It was imaginable how useful it was. 100,000 contribution points for a day. That would be 3 million for a month. Li Fuchen was elated to save 3 million contribution points. He decided that he wouldn't be in a hurry to use this month's free opportunity. He would wait until he reached a bottleneck in his sword Dao before going to the sword monument. Such a good opportunity, he naturally had to make full use of it. You guys hurry up and thank the sect patriarch. Zhao Wujin said. Thank you sect patriarch. Li Fuchen and the rest replied in unison. The white-clothed man waved his hand. No need to thank me. This is what you deserve. Looking at Li Fuchen, the white-clothed man asked. You are a normal bone frame? Li Fuchen replied. Sect patriarch. I consumed a 7-color glazed grape in the 100 herbs hidden domain. I should be a 1-star bone frame now. 7-color glazed grape? The white-clothed middle-aged man's face flashed with surprise. This earth-level herb, the Azure Water sect didn't even have a few stalks. Once one was found, it would immediately be stored in the treasury. Of course, if it was any other earth-level herb, he might be tempted. However, the rainbow-glazed grape was not enough to tempt him. He might have his own clan, and there were plenty of clan members that were below the 3-star bone frame. But to him, whether they were 3-star bone frames or 2-star bone frames, there was no difference. He wouldn't waste his effort to nurture them as it wasn't worth it. In other words, before this, you are a normal bone frame. Interesting. The white-clothed middle-aged man came to the side of Li Fuchen. Don't be nervous, let me check your body. He didn't believe that Li Fuchen was just a normal bone frame before this. Perhaps it was some special bone frame that the bone frame stone couldn't detect. And he, after all, is a shedding body realm martial artist. If there is anything special, he can more or less detect. Li Fuchen didn't say anything, but he was a little nervous. It was better to be safe than sorry. If the sect patriarch really found the golden amulet, what should he do? Pressing his right hand on Li Fuchen's shoulder, the white-clothed middle-aged man released a gentle qi into Li Fuchen's body. This gentle qi was very mystical. Li Fuchen's qi didn't have any reaction, as though this qi was a part of Li Fuchen, and didn't reject it at all. Only the golden amulet in Li Fuchen's soul spirit was revolving vigorously. The white-clothed middle-aged man's brows gradually furrowed. The qi roamed around Li Fuchen's body, and didn't find anything. The current Li Fuchen was indeed a 1-star bone frame. This child's perception is abnormally high. Perhaps there is something strange in his head. The white-clothed middle-aged man wasn't afraid that the gentle qi would hurt Li Fuchen. He had this confidence. With a thought, the gentle chi slowly flowed towards Li Fuchen's head. Half a moment later, the white-clothed middle-aged man shook his head with a look of disappointment. But soon enough, this disappointment disappeared. Seems like your bone frame is indeed very ordinary. It is probably because your soul spirit is innately strong, which resulted in an exceptional perception. In terms of the soul spirit, he couldn't examine it. To mortals, the soul spirit was a forbidden zone, and was the domain of gods. Although your bone frame is very ordinary, but you don't have to worry about it. As long as you perform well, the sect will not mistreat you, and will definitely do our best to nurture you. And I also want to see how far you can go. This time, he came mainly for Li Fuchen, but it was a pity that he didn't find anything on Li Fuchen's body. All right, Elder Zhao, make the following arrangements. I will take my leave first. The white-clothed middle-aged man lost interest, and didn't intend to stay any longer. Sect Patriarch, rest assured. Zhao Wujin sent the white-clothed middle-aged man off. After the sect Patriarch left, the golden amulet in Li Fuchen's soul spirit stopped revolving. His body was covered in cold sweat. Sensing Li Fuchen's nervousness, Zhao Wujin laughed. Don't be too nervous. The sect Patriarch has a distinguished status. If he can personally come over to examine your body, it means that he values you very much. Back then, Sword Maniac didn't have such treatment. Sword Maniac naturally didn't have such treatment. Sword Maniac was a 4-star bone frame. No matter how heaven-defying he was, it was still considered normal. But Li Fuchen was a little abnormal, which inevitably attracted the curiosity of the upper echelons. Sweeping a glance, Zhao Wujin spoke to the 5 of them. All of you work hard. Becoming a direct disciple is just the beginning. This world is very, very big, much bigger than you can imagine. If you wish to explore the mysteries of this world, you must first increase your cultivation level. Do not be complacent and neglect your cultivation. After giving his instructions, Zhao Wujin asked the deacon to bring the 5 of them to their residences. Just like the first grade inner sect disciples, direct disciples' courtyards were also on the mountains, but the mountains in the direct disciple region were all towering like the clouds, and the spirit chi was much denser than normal places. Below the waist of the mountain are the residences of the silver-class direct disciples. Above the waist of the mountain are the residences of the gold-class direct disciples. The deacon who led the way for Li Fuchen introduced. Li Fuchen lifted his head to take a look. The mountain peak was so tall that it was impossible to see the peak. Starting from the waist of the mountain, it was surrounded by layers of clouds and couldn't be seen clearly. Xixiang, we have arrived at your residence. In just a short moment, the deacon brought Li Fuchen to a courtyard below the waist of the mountain. Many thanks. Li Fuchen nodded, pushed open the door of the courtyard and walked in. The courtyard was very clean, and didn't require much cleaning. Looking at the environment of the courtyard, Li Fuchen's thoughts were no longer here. After coming to the Azure Water sect for a few years, he had never returned. It was time for him to return. But before he returned, he first had to pass the first floor of the Direct Inheritance Tower, and become a gold-class direct disciple. He also had to learn the true Inferno technique. Cloud Mist City. It has been a long time since I went back. I wonder if there are any changes. Li Fuchen's eyes had a smear of cold light. The next morning, Li Fuchen arrived at the Direct Inheritance Tower. The Direct Inheritance Tower was a majestic tower with a total of 10 floors. Outside the tower, there were a few direct disciples queuing up. This shitty looks unfamiliar. A few of the direct disciples looked at Li Fuchen. You are ignorant. This shitty is the famous Li Fuchen shitty. He has the title of Sword Demon. During this trip to the 100 Herbs hidden domain, he slaughtered the disciples from the other 3 sections. He is even more ferocious than Sword Maniac Xixiang. Chapter 168. There weren't many people, and it was soon Li Fuchen's turn. As for those direct disciples who passed the Direct Inheritance Tower, none of them left. They wanted to see if Li Fuchen could pass the first floor. As a new true disciple, you have 1 year and 3 chances. Junior brotherly, aren't you being too impatient? If you fail, it will be a huge blow to your confidence. to be able to defeat the disciples of the three sects. He should have some confidence. I don't think so. It's only the second day. Junior brother Li is too confident. First floor of the direct inheritance tower. The moment Li Fuchen entered, the first layer of the array was activated. A Class 3 mid-tier demonic beast, the Silver Moon Demon Wolf, was formed. The first floor already has mid-rank 3 demonic beasts. No wonder so many people failed. Li Fuchen narrowed his eyes. A Class 3 mid-tier demonic beast was equivalent to a mid-level Earth Realm martial artist who cultivated a mystic class cultivation technique. It was extremely powerful, and this was why out of 500 direct disciples, only 30 of them could become gold-class direct disciples. To pass the first floor with the cultivation of the first level of the Earth Realm was too difficult. Roar! The Silver Moon Demon Wolf might be condensed from the power of the array, but its speed wasn't any slower than a real Silver Moon Demon Wolf. The silver horn on its forehead flickered with electric light as it cleaved at Li Fuchen. Crackle! The ground was filled with electric arcs as Li Fuchen dodged. Such speed! If I wait for it to release its lightning bolt, I won't be able to dodge it in time. The only way is to dodge right before it releases its lightning bolt. Drawing his black gold sword, Li Fuchen executed the Meteor Rain Sword. Over 100 sword chi were like dazzling meteors with extreme speed. In just a blink of the eye, they had hit the Silver Moon Demon Wolf. Poo-pee-pee-pee-pee. On the Silver Moon Demon Wolf's body, there were shallow sword holes, but there was no blood flowing out. The next moment, a silver light flashed on his body, and the sword hole disappeared. Li Fuchen didn't mind. The demonic beast that was condensed by the power of the array was almost immortal. Unless the vital point was hit, it would dissipate. Otherwise, even 100 or 1,000 swords wouldn't be able to kill it. A silver light emerged as the Silver Moon Demon Wolf rushed at Li Fuchen with extreme speed and clawed at him. Puff! Twisting his body, Li Fuchen thrust his sword at his opponent's neck and brushed past his shoulder. With all 4 limbs on the ground, the Silver Moon Demon Wolf wasn't injured at all. It turned around and pounced at Li Fuchen again. Die! With the activation of the Mystical Dragon Secret Technique, the Scarlet Fire Chi within Li Fuchen's body was converted into Mystical Dragon Chi in large amounts. The Mystical Dragon Chi was like a magma, and when it burst forth, it was several folds more terrifying than when he was at the Origin Realm. Meteor Fall! This sword was incomparably fast as a beam of light. Puff! The Silver Moon Demon Wolf's momentum suddenly stopped. Li Fuchen's sword instantly penetrated the enemy's skull. After a few breaths, the Silver Moon Demon Wolf dispersed. At the same time, the lanterns outside the first level of the Tower of Inheritance lit up. He passed the first level. So fast! The true disciples waiting outside were overwhelmed with shock. They were still debating if Li Fuchen could pass the first floor of the Direct Inheritance Tower. Who would have thought that Li Fuchen didn't just pass the first floor? He did it with such an extreme speed. Junior brother Li's strength is simply earth-shattering. In the future, the legacy area will be lively. That's right. There are too many monsters in the successor area. Although we are also successor disciples, we only broke through in our 30s. There's no way we can compare. After passing the first floor of the Direct Inheritance Tower, Li Fuchen didn't come out. He wanted to experience the difficulty of the second floor of the Direct Inheritance Tower. Just as Li Fuchen expected, the second floor's array formed a demonic beast that was a Class 3 high-tier demonic beast. How formidable was a Class 3 high-tier demonic beast? There was once when the 100 Herbs hidden domain opened, and a Class 3 high-tier demonic beast appeared. It caused the 4 major sects' disciples to suffer great losses, and no one was able to contest against it. This was a Class 3 high-tier demonic beast, Red Pattern Bear. Its body was covered in red patterns, and Li Fuchen's sword moves weren't able to injure it at all. It couldn't even break its skin. But a single roar from the bear was enough to cause Li Fuchen's chi and blood to boil, and his chi to fluctuate. Rumble! The red pattern bear swung its paw. The surging chi wave sent Li Fuchen flying and crashing into the walls of the Direct Inheritance Tower. No wonder it is called the Direct Inheritance Tower. Wiping off the fresh blood from the corner of his mouth, Li Fuchen turned and walked out of the second floor. He wasn't a match for a Class 3 high-tier demonic beast yet. As Li Fuchen left, the array stopped revolving, and the red pattern bear vanished. Li Shidi is out. A few of the direct disciples quickly gathered around. Congratulations Li Shidi for passing the first floor of the Direct Inheritance Tower and becoming a Gold Class Direct Disciple. Any Gold Class Direct Disciple was worth befriending. Li Fuchen was a newcomer and naturally didn't want to embarrass these people. He responded to them one by one. Leaving the Direct Inheritance Tower, Li Fuchen once again arrived at the Direct Disciple Grand Hall. You passed the first floor of the Direct Inheritance Tower? Zhao Wujin happened to be around too. When he saw Li Fuchen, he immediately guessed a possibility. Li Fuchen nodded. Fortunately, I didn't disappoint you. You little brat, you really surprise people. I thought you would wait for a month or two before going. Zhao Wujin laughed and wasn't too surprised. With Li Fuchen's ability, if he went earlier or later, the result wouldn't be too different. After all, his ability was still there. This is your Gold Class Direct Disciple token. Give me your original token. Zhao Wujin had already prepared Li Fuchen's Gold Class Direct Disciple token and handed it over to Li Fuchen. Crackle! Li Fuchen's Silver Class Direct Disciple token was immediately crushed by Zhao Wujin. Grand Elder, since I am now a Gold Class Direct Disciple, can I go to the Martial Hall to redeem the True Inferno technique now? Li Fuchen asked. Of course you can. Go then. Zhao Wujin replied. Thank you Grand Elder. Li Fuchen walked out of the Direct Disciple Grand Hall and headed towards the Direct Disciple Region's Martial Hall. The True Inferno technique was worth 1.8 million contribution points and half price was 900,000. But Li Fuchen only obtained the first 18 ranks and was temporarily unable to redeem the remaining 3 ranks. It is enough. Li Fuchen didn't mind. At this current stage, he didn't expect to cultivate the True Inferno technique to a high rank. After becoming a Gold Class Direct Disciple, Li Fuchen moved to the courtyard at the waist of the mountain. There were a total of 5 mountain peaks where Direct Disciples resided. Each peak had 100 members and 6 Gold Class Direct Disciples. Li Fuchen's mountain peak, including Li Fuchen, had a total of 7 members. With 7 of them sharing the peak above the waist of the mountain, it was imaginable how much space they had to move around. There was basically no one else in sight. What a great place. The courtyard was huge and had 3 floors. The third floor was like a tea house and had tables that could be used to receive guests. Entering the secret room, Li Fuchen immediately cultivated the True Inferno technique. 3 days later, Li Fuchen's 15th rank Scarlet Mystic Flame technique had turned into the 13th rank True Inferno technique. Chapter 169. Other than redeeming the True Inferno technique, Li Fuchen also redeemed a Mystic class, low-tier sword art, Radiance sword style. This sword art was very dominant. If the Meteor sword style was a reserved dominance, then the Radiance sword style was a flamboyant dominance. One was like a meteor, the other like the sun. In the spacious courtyard, Li Fuchen was practicing the Radiance sword style. Like rays of sunlight, the Radiance sword style wasn't any slower than the Meteor sword style. In fact, it was even faster. Rising sun. A dazzling radiance blossomed as Li Fuchen blasted on the black iron, or that was as tall as a human. A loud sound echoed. The black iron, or was blasted into a hole that was the size of a basin. But if it was the Meteor sword style, it would directly penetrate the black iron ore. The hole was only the size of a fist. One focuses on the area of destruction, the other on penetrating power. Li Fuchen analyzed the differences between the 2 sword arts. Sword arts didn't necessarily have a higher attack power, as the speed was faster. The Radiance sword style was faster than the Meteor sword style. But in terms of pure destructive power, it wasn't as good as the Meteor sword style. It was just that the area of destruction was larger. Sometimes to increase speed, one had to sacrifice power. Among the Mystic class low-tier sword arts, the Meteor sword style had a near-perfect balance in speed and power. Of course, every sword art had its own specialty. The Radiance sword style was fast and had a large area of destruction, making it hard to defend against. Not all martial artists had high defenses. Against those with average defenses, the Radiant Sword style's efficiency would definitely surpass the Meteor Sword style. The Radiant Sword style is at sub-completion. It is time to return. Li Fuchen wasn't in a hurry to cultivate the Radiant Sword style to completion. During this period of time, he could slowly cultivate. But before returning, Li Fuchen planned to redeem some resources. The trip to the 100 Herbs hidden domain allowed Li Fuchen to obtain plenty of herbs. Li Fuchen kept some herbs like the Origin Return Herb, Earth-Shattering Fruit, and the 7-color Glazed Grape. There were also some herbs with special effects that Li Fuchen kept too. But other than herbs, Li Fuchen felt that he should redeem some pills back. In Yunwu City Yellow Class, high-tier pills were considered very precious pills. It was imaginable how scarce the resources were. In a single breath, Li Fuchen redeemed pills worth 500,000 contribution points, which included Yellow Class, high-tier and peak-tier pills. After redeeming pills, Li Fuchen went to the Direct Disciple Grand Hall and applied to return home. Different levels of disciples had different degrees of freedom. Outer sect disciples were not allowed to apply to return home. Inner sect disciples had a lot more freedom. They could return home during missions, so there was no need to apply. As for true disciples, they didn't have to carry out many missions, so they could apply to return home for 3 months every year. At the foot of the mountain, Li Fuchen rode on the Class 2 Demonic Blood Horse and galloped towards Yunwu City. Cloud Fog City. Li family. The current head of the Li clan was Li Yunhai, and Li Yunha's father Li Taizhan. After becoming the Li clan patriarch, Li Taizhan was in high spirits. On normal days, he had access to a lot of resources. With these resources, he had already progressed from the 7th level of the Origin Realm to the 8th level of the Origin Realm. In just a few more years, he would be able to advance to the 9th level of the Origin Realm. If he could advance to the 9th level of the Origin Realm before the age of 50, he would have the hope of advancing to the Earth Realm. In Yunwu City, any Earth Realm martial artist was the ultimate strength. Even the City Lord was only at the 5th level of the Earth Realm. Patriarch, please seek justice for Little Dai and Little Dai's father. Outside the main hall, the beautiful but pale Li Xiaodai stubbornly knelt there, with tears flowing down her face. Seeing Li Xiaodai again, Li Taizhan was a little angry. It had been a month, and she would kneel here at this time every day, asking him to seek justice for her. Li Xiaodai, this matter is your father's own fault. What status does Shen Tulang have? What status do you have with your father? It is your fortune that he likes you. Your father disregarded his own status and risked his life against Shen Tulang. He was beaten to death by Shen Tulang. Who else can you blame? Go back now and stop causing trouble here. If not, don't blame me for punishing you according to the clan's rules. He had already accepted 5 yellow class, high-tier pills from the Shintu clan. Hence, he couldn't seek justice for Li Xiaodai. He didn't even want to seek justice for Li Xiaodai. 2 hours later, Li Xiaodai had a sorrowful expression as she silently left. This wretched lass, I have to find an opportunity to marry her off. Leaving her in the Li clan is a disaster, Li Taizhan thought to himself. In a remote corner of the Li clan, Li Tianhan and Xin Yan couldn't help but sigh when they saw Li Xiaodai returning in a daze. They sympathized with Li Xiaodai, but they couldn't make the decision. Li Taizhan, this bastard. He can't even protect his own clansmen. What kind of patriarch is he? Li Tianhan was enraged. Shen Yan replied, Tianhan, don't worry. Fuchen has already progressed to the 7th level of the Origin Realm. In a few more years, he will be back. By then, the Li clan will be back on track. Their news was from a few months ago. The latest news hadn't been sent back yet. Li Tianhan spoke with concern. I am just worried that when Fuchen returns, the Li clan will be in a terrible state. That shouldn't be the case. You have to be confident. I will go get some food for Li Xiaodai. Shen Yan spoke as she carried the food to Li Xiaodai's courtyard. The Zhonglan sect wasn't too far from Yunwu City, but neither was it close. Half a month later, Li Fuchen finally returned to Yunwu City. Looking at the familiar place and the familiar scenery, Li Fuchen's heart was filled with emotions. When he left, he was only 15 years old. When he returned, he was already 19 years old. Nearly 5 years had passed in an instant, making him feel rather unreal. Urging the demonic blood horse, Li Fuchen galloped towards the Li clan. Class 2 demonic blood horse, TSK. Along the way, several patrolling soldiers noticed Li Fuchen, especially the Class 2 demonic blood horse that Li Fuchen was riding. "Captain, why does he look so familiar?" one of the patrolling soldiers said to the patrol squad leader. "We have been patrolling the outskirts of the city every day. There are many familiar faces. Maybe he is a young master from a clan that has just returned." The patrol squad leader replied, "Captain, I remember now. He is Li Fuchen, the former young clan head of the Li clan. You aren't joking, right? I received news that Li Fuchen is doing well in the Zhonglan sect, and is already at the 7th level of the Origin Realm. Hehe, the Li clan is going to be lively. The current Li clan head isn't Li Fuchen's father, Li Tianhan, but Li Taizhan. But this Li Taizhan knows how to conduct himself, and is doing rather well with our master Shin Tu Lang. It won't be that lively. He is just a 7th level Origin Realm martial artist, and has a normal bone frame. Who knows if he can progress to the Earth Realm in this lifetime. In the Li clan, there are still a few Earth Realm martial artists. He can't do much. Who are you? This is the Li clan. Get off your horse." At the main entrance of the Li clan, 2 stone lions stood on the left and right. They were extremely imposing. Outside the main entrance stood 2 rows of Li clan martial artists. The leader shouted. Chapter 170. Hearing this, many of the Li clan's martial artists sized up Li Fuchen. A familiar face, a very familiar face. "It's young Master Fuchen?" One of the Li clan's martial artists was surprised. Li Fuchen had changed too much. A few years ago, Li Fuchen was only 1.6 meters tall. A few years later, Li Fuchen was 1.8 meters tall. Although it was the same as before, his body didn't look strong, but it didn't give people the feeling of being thin and weak. The face of the past was now incomparably handsome with distinct edges. "Why? After a few years, you don't even recognize me?" Li Fuchen asked. "So it is young Master Fuchen. Welcome back. I shall inform the Patriarch and Master Tianhan." The leader of the Li clan's martial artists rushed into the Li clan. Getting off the horse, Li Fuchen walked into the Li clan, under the watchful eyes of the Li clan's martial artists. It was now lunchtime, and Li Taizhan was having lunch with his wife, Su Mingshan. "I wonder how Yunhai is doing in the Zhonglan sect?" Su Mingshan asked. Li Taizhan replied, "Don't worry. Yunhai is now an inner sect disciple of the Zhonglan sect. We don't have to worry about him." Li Yunhai had a 2-star bone frame after all. Last year, he was officially promoted from an odd job disciple to an outer sect disciple. This year, he broke through to the 1st level of the Origin Realm. Even though he had a rough time during the inner sect disciple exam, he still passed the exam, and became an inner sect disciple. Say, how did Li Fuchen progress so quickly? 3 months ago, he was already at the 7th level of the Origin Realm. With this speed, wouldn't he be able to break through to the Earth Realm before the age of 25? Su Mingshan couldn't help but ask. Li Taizhan snorted. "Look further ahead. He is just a normal bone frame, and will definitely be stuck at the 9th level of the Origin Realm for a long time. Who knows when Yunhai will catch up, and he still hasn't broken through." He didn't believe that Li Fuchen could progress to the Earth Realm. A 2-star bone frame only had a 20% chance of progressing. A normal bone frame's advancement rate was infinitely close to 0. "I hope so." Su Mingshan nodded. "Dad, Mom, Jiayu and I are back." Li Yunha walked into the dining hall. Beside him was an average-looking girl, who was about 20 years old. Li Taizhan and Su Mingshan quickly put down their chopsticks. "Yunha, Jiayu, how is it? How's the scenery around Cloud Fog City? It should be pretty good, right? But you're really something. Going out so early in the morning, and only coming back now. Jiayu must be tired." The two of them were very polite to Xiang Jiayu, even with a little bit of respect. Xiang Jiayu nodded proudly. Su Mingshan smiled at Xiang Jiayu and said, "Jiayu, what do you want to eat? I'll get someone to prepare it immediately." Although the food on the table hadn't been touched, Su Mingshan didn't plan to let him eat the leftovers. Xiang Jiayu said, I'm at the Xiang clan. A meal only costs a few gold coins. Anything is fine. She had just arrived at the Li clan a few days ago and received the Li clan's hospitality. Mom, just cook whatever is good. You should know that Jiyu isn't used to normal food. Li Yunhe said. In fact, he didn't really like Xiang Jiyu. After all, Xiang Jiyu's looks were too average. But the Xiang clan was the silver-rich city's city lord's clan and had a huge background. Xiang Jiyu's cousin brother was a direct disciple of the Azure Water sect. His status was even higher than a regular city lord. If he could marry Xiang Jiyu, his future days would definitely be much better. With the support of a huge amount of resources, he might even be able to advance to the Earth realm. Alright, I'll get someone to prepare it. Li Taizhan didn't have the dignity of a patriarch anymore. Whether the Li clan could form a connection with the Xiang clan would depend on the development of their relationship. Patriarch. Just as Li Taizhan was about to instruct the servants to prepare the food, a Li clan's martial artist rushed in from outside the dining hall. Li Tieshan's expression darkened. There is a guest here. Why are you panicking? What a scandal. This Li clan's martial artist was the guard at the door. He said, Patriarch, young Master Li Fuchen is back. He is now waiting in the main hall. Li Fuchen. Li Tieshan's eyes shrunk and shot out a terrifying ray of light. Li Fuchen. Li Yunhe was startled too. He and Li Fuchen hadn't seen each other for over 4 years. For the past 4 years, he would receive news about Li Fuchen every few months. Knowing that Li Fuchen had a meteoric rise in the Zhonglan sect, Li Yunhe was extremely jealous. This was also the reason why he pursued the Xiang clan's young lady, Xiang Jiyu. Who is this Li Fuchen? Xiang Jiyu's intuition told her that this Li Fuchen wasn't a simple character. Li Yunhe replied, he is a clansman of my Li clan. He is now an inner sect disciple of the Zhonglan sect. Just an inner sect disciple. Is there a need to pay so much attention? Xiang Jiyu said with disdain. She wouldn't even put regular inner sect disciples in her eyes. Her Xiang clan's background was much deeper than the Shen-Tu clan's. Her eldest uncle was the Silver-Rich City's city lord. Her grandfather was the Zhonglan sect's outer sect elder. Her youngest uncle was the Zhonglan sect's inner sect deacon. As for inner sect disciples, her Xiang clan had over 20 of them. In short, the Xiang clan's background wasn't something a small city lord's clan like Yunwu City could compare with. Silver-Rich City was a mid-sized city with a population of 600,000. Hearing this, Li Yunhe felt much more confident. Indeed, there isn't a need to pay so much attention. Li clan's remote courtyard. Master Tianhan. At the same time, a Li clan's martial artist arrived at the courtyard. What's wrong? Li Tianhan and Shen Yuyan walked out. The two of them felt a little strange, as the Li clan's martial artist rarely came to inform them. Master Tianhan, young Master Fuchen is back. He is now in the conference hall. What did you say? Li Tianhan grabbed onto the man's arm and shook it with all his might. Young Master Fuchen is back. Just now. Helpless, the Li clan's martial artist could only repeat himself. Haha, Fuchen is back. Yuyan, let's go and see Fuchen. Li Tianhan was trembling with excitement. It had been over 4 years. They hadn't seen each other for over 4 years. Who knew how much he and his wife missed him? Shen Yuyan wiped her tears. Rascal. He is finally willing to come back and see mother. In an instant, the Li clan was in a state of chaos. Even the Li clan's elders were rushing to the conference hall. As for the Li clan's founder who was in seclusion, someone had already gone to inform him. In the conference hall, Li Fuchen was slowly drinking tea. Beside him were 2 curious female attendants. Fuchen, Li Tianhan and Shen Yuyan were the first to rush to the conference hall. When they saw the familiar yet unfamiliar youth, Li Tianhan and Shen Yuyan had complicated emotions, while Shen Yuyan was crying tears of joy. Father, mother. Li Fuchen stood up with a smile and walked towards the two of them. Your son is back. Arriving in front of the two of them, Li Fuchen hugged them. Li Tianhan and Shen Yuyan stiffened for a moment before hugging Li Fuchen tightly too. Father, mother, you won't be angry that I didn't pay a visit to your courtyard, right? Li Fuchen asked. Li Tianhan replied. Why would I be angry? You don't even know where we are staying. In short, your mother and I are already very happy that you are back to visit us. Fuchen was still the same Fuchen. It was only his appearance that was unfamiliar, but his chi presence was still so familiar. Father, mother, take a seat. Releasing the two of them, Li Fuchen gestured with his right hand towards the patriarch's seat in the conference hall. Fuchen. Li Tianhan was bewildered. Chapter 171. Fuchen, this isn't a good idea. If you do this, the Li clan will be in chaos. Aren't you being too hasty? Shen Yiyan hesitated. Li Tianhan replied, no hurry. I am fine now. I eat well and sleep well. I don't have to worry too much. The two of them had too many concerns. The biggest concern was that Li Fuchen had yet to progress to the Earth realm. As long as he didn't progress to the Earth realm, they couldn't be at ease. There were too many unknown factors for a normal bone frame, and anything could happen. A pity that the two of them couldn't see that Li Fuchen had already progressed to the Earth realm. Father, mother, do you think Fuchen is a fool? If I didn't have the confidence, why would I do this? Since I dare to do this, it means that I have absolute confidence, and I don't fear anyone. Li Fuchen spoke with confidence. Fuchen, could it be you? Li Tianhan thought of a minute possibility, but from Li Fuchen's expression, this minute possibility seemed to have already happened. Father, they are here. Sit on it if you believe in your son. Li Fuchen sensed something. Forget it, so what if I sit on it? At most, I will be chased off again. Li Tianhan was in a dilemma, but he seemed to be a little excited. He wasn't excited that he could sit on the patriarch's seat again, but excited that Li Fuchen was about to reveal his confidence. Concentrated footsteps could be heard as the Li clan's elders arrived at the conference hall. When they saw Li Tianhan sitting on the patriarch's seat, their mouths were wide open, and they were flabbergasted. How dare you, Li Tianhan? Who gave you the guts to sit on it? Are you trying to rebel? Li Tianhan, you still have a chance to come down and apologize. Don't make a mistake. A few of the Li clan's elders who were close to Li Tianhan shouted. Shut up. Li Fuchen glared at them. His disdainful chi presence was like a cold lightning, causing them to shudder. Footsteps could be heard again as Li Tianhan and his group walked in. Seeing Li Tianhan sitting on the patriarch's seat, Li Tianhan laughed in anger. Good for you, Li Tianhan. It seems like you have been thinking about the patriarch's seat. A pity. Do you think that just because you sit on it, it will be yours? Stop dreaming. Get down here right now. Li Tianhan was truly enraged. He, the current patriarch, was still around, and yet they dared to disregard him. Don't even mention that Li Fuchen was only at the 7th level of the origin realm. So what if Li Fuchen was at the 9th level of the origin realm? His Li clan wouldn't allow Li Tianhan's clan to act so presumptuously. Li Tianhan, the position of patriarch is for those with virtue and dignity. You, the dignified patriarch of the Li family, fawning over the Shinta family's Shinta Lang. But Li Xiaodai is a member of our Li family. Her father was killed by Shinta Lang. Yet you don't care. Are you worthy of being the patriarch? Since he was already sitting on the patriarch's seat, Li Tianhan didn't say anything pretentious like he didn't care about the position of patriarch. Li Tianhan said, Li Dajiang only has himself to blame. He can't blame anyone else. Li Tianhan, I'll give you one more chance. Piss off. Or don't blame me for punishing you according to the clan's laws. It is a pity that you are no longer the patriarch. Li Fuchen said indifferently. Li Tianhan suddenly looked at Li Fuchen with a sharp gaze. When the elders are talking, how can a junior like you interrupt? And I would like to ask, why am I no longer the patriarch? You have already been deposed. Haha, deposed? Who deposed me? Li Tianhan laughed loudly. Me. Li Fuchen replied. With just you. Li Tianhan's body exploded with a fierce chi presence. No matter what the future held, today, he had to bring out the prowess of the patriarch. If not, who else would listen to him? Li Fuchen, you are rebelling. If your father doesn't come down, we will not be courteous anymore. The Li elders who were from the same faction as Li Tianhan all exploded with chi presences and unfriendly gazes. The other Li elders were hesitant and were prepared to wait and see. In an instant, the atmosphere was extremely tense. Your Li family sure is messy. If it was my Xiang clan, Such a rebellious descendant would have long been executed. Xiang Jieyu looked like she was watching a show. Li Yunhe's expression was extremely gloomy. He replied, "Don't worry, this matter will not end so easily. Li Fuchen's entire family will be severely punished." Kiki. Li Fuchen let out a light laugh. "Li Fuchen, what are you laughing at?" Li Taizhan asked coldly. Li Fuchen replied, "I am laughing at your overconfidence. Just a bunch of high-leveled Origin Realm martial artists. And you dare to release your chi presence in front of me? Do you think I went to the Zhonglan sect for fun?" As he spoke, Li Fuchen took a step forward and exploded with a horrifying chi presence. In an instant, the temperature in the hall rose by a lot. Under the pressure of Li Fuchen's chi presence, Li Taizhan and his group turned pale. Their bodies felt as though a giant boulder was pressing on them. It was extremely uncomfortable, and even breathing was abnormally difficult. Chi presence suppression. How strong is his chi presence? In the conference hall, the observing Li elders were shocked. In general, a 9th-level Origin Realm martial artist wouldn't be able to suppress a 1st-level Origin Realm martial artist with his chi presence. Only at the Earth Realm would one be able to truly use their chi presence to suppress their opponents. They didn't realize that Li Fuchen was already at the Earth Realm. They thought that Li Fuchen cultivated a mystic class technique, which was why his chi presence was so strong. Of course, Li Fuchen only used a weak chi presence. If he burst out with his true chi presence, no one in the conference hall would be able to withstand it. If he intentionally used his chi presence, it would cause everyone's body to crumble. "Li Fuchen, what are you trying to do? Are you rebelling? The Li clan will not tolerate your impudence." Right at this moment, outside the conference hall, a majestic chi presence shrouded over. This chi presence was too overwhelming. If Li Taizhan and his group's chi presence was a gentle breeze, then this chi presence was a violent gale. As this chi presence shrouded over, Li Taizhan and his group finally got rid of their burdens. While their faces were pale, their eyes had a flash of joy. The sky of the Li clan wasn't the Patriarch or the Elders Guild, but the founder Li Xianfeng. As long as the founder appeared, Li Fuchen wouldn't be able to do much. "I was just waiting for you to come." Li Fuchen calmly looked at Li Xianfeng, who walked into the conference hall. Li Xianfeng gave a slight nod to Xiang Jieyu, then turned to look at Li Fuchen and Li Tianhan. Noticing that Li Tianhan was sitting on the Patriarch's seat, his eyes flashed with anger. "Li Tianhan, how dare you? Have you forgotten the lesson from last time?" Without waiting for Li Tianhan to speak, Li Fuchen said, "Li Xianfeng, you are my elder. By right, I should address you as great-grandfather. But during the Yunwu City's genius contest, just because you thought highly of Li Yunhai, you wanted me to lose to him on purpose. If that was the case, I would still address you as great-grandfather and founder when we meet today. But you shouldn't have vented your anger on my parents, removing my father from the Patriarch's seat and demoting him to a branch lineage. Yes, you can do that, because in this world the strong rules. You are the Li clan's #1 expert. I have nothing to say. How dare you address me by my name? Who gave you the guts?" Before Li Fuchen could finish his words, Li Xianfeng was enraged. His chi presence enveloped Li Fuchen. The entire conference hall was in a state of turmoil. No one dared to make a sound, because the founder was truly enraged. Simply too arrogant. Li Yunhe was flabbergasted. He didn't think that Li Fuchen would address the founder by his name. This was simply lawless. Chapter 172. Fuchen. Under the pressure of Li Xuanfeng's chi presence, Li Tianhan and Xin Yuyan found it hard to breathe. They couldn't help but look at Li Fuchen nervously. After all, Li Fuchen was bearing the brunt of Li Xuanfeng's chi presence. "This is your chi presence? Too weak." Li Fuchen remained composed. Li Xuanfeng's imposing chi presence couldn't affect his spirit and body at all. It was like a gentle breeze. At least in the eyes of the crowd, that was the feeling. Li Xuanfeng's pupil shrank and was about to speak. "Let me show you what chi presence is." Without even needing to activate the mystical dragon secret technique, Li Fuchen activated the true inferno technique and released his chi presence. Boom! Like a raging tsunami, like a volcano eruption, A nearly tangible aura burst forth. In the eyes of the crowd, the entire meeting hall was clearly distorting. The ground was distorting, the pillars were distorting, the figures were distorting, the roof was distorting, the void was distorting, everything was distorting, and the feeling of touch was even more intense. It was as if they had fallen into a fiery hell. The scorching heat was disintegrating their soul and will. In an instant, everyone in the conference hall, except for Li Tianhan and Shen Yuyan, who were behind Li Fuchen, couldn't even move a finger. They all had a look of fear and their minds went blank. Qi presence wasn't just a qi presence, it was also a spirit will suppression. Under the pressure of Li Fuchen's qi presence, everyone's spirit will was completely warped. This caused their 5 senses to be affected. It was a known fact that even the prodigies of the 3 sects had to flee under Li Fuchen's qi presence. Right now, Li Xuanfeng's face was filled with shock and fear. Was he still human? Just his qi presence alone was enough to suppress him. He was at the 3rd level of the Earth realm, and not some random nobody. Even Yunwu City's city lord, Shen Tu Jinhe, couldn't use his qi presence to suppress him. But Li Xianfeng wasn't willing to give up, and struggled to break Li Fuchen's qi presence. Li Fuchen let out a cold laugh as his qi presence continued to increase. Li Xuanfeng's face was flushed red, and his body was trembling. Li Xianfeng, that day you deposed my father from the patriarch position, and demoted him to a branch family. My Li Fuchen's family had nothing to say, because we weren't strong enough. Now what do you have to say? Li Fuchen shouted. Li Xianfeng gritted his teeth, wanting to say something, but after a long while, he didn't make a sound. What else could he say? Who would have known that Li Fuchen's progress was so astonishing? In just a few years, he actually soared from the Qi realm to the Earth realm. Furthermore, it wasn't a regular Earth realm martial artist. A regular Earth realm martial artist wouldn't even be able to match up to 10% of Li Fuchen's Qi presence. His heart was filled with anger and regret. In short, his emotions were extremely complicated. Fuchen, you have progressed to the Earth realm? Li Tianhan finally asked this question. Li Fuchen nodded. Dad, Mom, Fuchen didn't disappoint you. Half a month ago, I progressed to the 1st level of the Earth realm, and became a direct disciple of the Azure Water sect. True disciple. Li Tianhan's body trembled as he turned to look at his wife, Shen Yuyan. He found that Shen Yuyan's face was already covered in tears. A true disciple, what kind of concept was that? Except for the main city's city lord, all the other city lords had a status lower than a direct disciple. It could be said that after the inner sect elders, a direct disciple had the highest status. Even outer sect elders couldn't compare. Yunwu City hasn't had a Azure Water sect direct disciple for at least 100 years. Most importantly, Li Fuchen was only 19 years old this year. He was 16 years away from 35 years old. A direct disciple who progressed to the Earth realm at the age of 30 would definitely have a lower status than Li Fuchen. The heavens are too kind to me, Li Tianhan. I have no regrets in this life. Li Tianhan let out a long sigh, unable to control his emotions. At this moment, the patriarch and the Li clan weren't important anymore. Hearing Li Fuchen admit that he was at the 1st level of the Earth realm, Li Taizhan and the rest almost fainted. How was this possible? A normal bone frame actually progressed to the Earth realm at the age of 19 and became a direct disciple of the Azure Water sect. Was there any justice in this world? Li Yunhe's face was extremely pale. He stared blankly at Li Fuchen with a sorrowful heart. He realized that he would never be able to catch up to Li Fuchen in this lifetime. They were both 19 years old, but Li Fuchen was an Earth realm martial artist, while he was just a Qi realm martial artist. How could they even compare? Young Patriarch Fuchen, we know our mistakes, please have mercy. Those Li clan elders who were close to Li Taizhan all panicked. Withdrawing his Qi presence, Li Fuchen ignored the presence of these people and said, From today onwards, Li Tieshan's position as patriarch shall be replaced by my father Li Tianhan. Father, I will leave the rest to you to handle. Li Fuchen wasn't the Li clan's patriarch after all. Overstepping his authority to dismiss Li Taizhan was already against the rules. Handing over the clan's matters to his father was the best choice. Taking a deep breath, Li Tianhan nodded and spoke slowly. Li Taizhan, as the previous patriarch, you didn't uphold justice for your clansmen. Instead, you got close to the person who killed your clansmen and accepted their pills. I punish you. Li Tianhan was clear about the Li clan's matters. As long as there was a mistake, he would punish it. As for Li Xianfeng, he was still the founder of the Li clan. Even if he didn't have any merits, he still put in a lot of effort. Punishing the founder in public would cause him to lose the support of the people. Thus, Li Tianhan ignored Li Xianfeng. He believed that after this incident, Li Xianfeng wouldn't dare to flaunt his founder's prowess anymore. Just as Li Tianhan was handing out the punishment, Xiang Jiyu spoke. Uncle Li Tieshan's position as patriarch cannot be dismissed. Li Fuchen, you have overstepped your authority. The Li clan might be a small clan in her eyes, but no matter what, a patriarch's position was still important. Xiang Jiyu's future husband couldn't be a normal person. The title of young patriarch was much better. You are an outsider. What right do you have to interfere with my Li clan's matters? Li Tianhan frowned. He knew of Xiang Jiayu's identity. If it was someone else, he would have thrown her out long ago. I, Xiang Jiayu, say what I want to say. There is no need for me to do anything. Xiang Jiayu spoke indifferently. Li Fuchen sneered. Who are you? Silver Rich City's Xiang clan's disciple Xiang Jiayu. Li Fuchen, you might be a direct disciple, but this matter is related to me, Xiang Jiayu. So you better take a step back. Others might be afraid of Li Fuchen, but she wasn't. Her cousin brother had already become a direct disciple a few years ago. Li Fuchen replied. You probably don't know how high the sky is and how thick the earth is. To tell you the truth, even if you, the Xiang clan patriarch, or the Silver Rich City lord is here, you don't have the qualifications to make me take a step back. Get out of the conference hall now, or else don't blame me for locking you up and asking your Xiang clan to come and get your people. Li Fuchen, don't you dare. My cousin brother Xiang Tianxiang has already become a direct disciple a few years ago. I dare you to touch me. Xiang Jiayu screamed. Xiang Tianxiang, I have heard of him. A mere silver-class direct disciple, and you dare to use him to scare me? Get lost. Li Fuchen waved his hand and sent Xiang Jiayu flying with a gust of wind. Li Yunhe had a change in expression. Li Fuchen wasn't even afraid of the Silver Rich City lord, and even said that Xiang Jiayu's cousin brother was only a silver-class direct disciple. Then how terrifying was his own identity? Not daring to say a word, Li Yunhe chased after Li Fuchen. Everyone in the conference hall was stunned again. Chapter 173. While Li Tianhan was punishing everyone, the meeting hall was completely silent. After the punishment, no one left. What a joke, with Li Fuchen around, who would dare to leave, not even the ancestor. Li Fuchen glanced at the crowd before his eyes landed on Li Taizhan. What is the matter with Li Xiaodia's father being killed? If you dare to say a word, don't blame me for being merciless. Li Taizhan was already scared out of his wits and didn't dare to hide anything. He even revealed the fact that he accepted 5 yellow-class, high-tier pills from the Shentu clan. His only thought now was to obediently accept his punishment. He didn't dare to have any other thoughts. He was even glad that he didn't push things too far. If not, today's outcome wouldn't be like this. Li Fuchen might even kill to establish his dominance. Send Li Xiaodai in. Li Fuchen instructed a Li clan's elder. Li Xiaodai obviously didn't know that Li Fuchen had already subdued the upper echelons of the Li clan. Seeing that all the upper echelons were present in the conference hall, she couldn't help but kneel down. Her eyes were filled with tears as she spoke stubbornly. May the Li clan seek justice for Xiaodai. Xiaodai, stand up. Li Fuchen said. Li Xiaodai hesitantly looked at the Li family ancestor and Li Taizhan. Li Taizhan said, the young patriarch told you to get up. Why aren't you getting up? Li Fuchen glared at her. Since when is it your turn to speak? Xiaodai, don't be afraid. If you have any grievances, tell me. I, Li Fuchen, will help you. Those who deserve to be killed shall be killed. Those who deserve to be punished shall be punished. None shall be spared. This time, he did not plan to live a peaceful life in Cloud Mist City. He wanted to change the sky of Cloud Mist City. Li Xiaodai wasn't a fool. Li Fuchen casually reprimanded Li Taizhan, but no one dared to say anything. It let her know that today's Li Fuchen was no longer the Li Fuchen of the past. Thinking of the grievances and sadness she suffered for the past month, she couldn't help but cry loudly. Her voice was miserable and made people cry. Li Fuchen didn't urge him to speak, but silently looked at him and allowed him to cry to his heart's content. After a long time, Li Xiaodai stopped crying. Li Fuchen spoke gently, "Stand up first. If you have any grievances, tell your big brother Fuchen." Big brother Fuchen. Li Xiaodai stood up with a flash of warmth in her eyes. During this period of time, only Li Fuchen's family brought her warmth. If not, she would have already collapsed. Wiping away her tears, Li Xiaodai told the whole story in much more detail than Li Taizhan. As Li Xiaodai spoke of this matter, many of the upper echelons in the hall were ashamed. They wanted to bury their heads in the ground. Li Fuchen's eyes were getting more and more severe. Traces of murderous qi were drifting from his body. The Shentu family clan deserved death. It all started a few months ago. As she grew older, Li Xiaodai became more and more slender and elegant. Although she couldn't be compared to a beauty like Guan Shui, she was still considered a famous beauty in Yunwu City. One day in Cloud Mist City, Shen Tulang bumped into Li Xiaodai and was instantly attracted by her beauty. This Shen Tulang took advantage of the fact that he was the Shen Tu family clan's old master and had a high status. Usually he would bully others. Previously, in order to snatch the wife of a small family clan's patriarch, he had framed and caused the small family clan to collapse. As he was used to being arrogant and despotic, Shen Tulang immediately ordered his underlings to capture Li Xiaodai. Unfortunately, that day, his father Li Tianhan accompanied his mother Xin Yuyin to shop in Yunwu City. When he saw his clansmen being bullied, he naturally made a move to chase Shen Tulang away. Maybe it was because of him, Shen Tulang didn't dare to take revenge on his own parents. But he wanted to obtain Li Xiaodai's heart. He didn't die and asked the Li clan's patriarch Li Taizhan to betroth Li Xiaodai to him as a concubine. Li Xiaodai naturally didn't agree. Li Xiaodai's father, Li Dajiang, also sternly rejected. They originally thought that this matter was over. But 1 month ago, Li Dajiang and Li Xiaodai came to Yunwu City again and wanted to buy some things. But they were stopped by Shen Tulang, who came after hearing the news. Seeing that his daughter was about to be kidnapped, Li Dajiang exploded and tried his best to resist. A pity that Li Dajiang was just a low-leveled origin realm martial artist. How could he be a match for Shen Tulang and his men? He was knocked down in just a few moves and was severely injured. Maybe he felt that his prestige was damaged. After severely injuring Li Dajiang, Shen Tulang didn't stop. He stepped on Li Dajiang's body step by step until Li Dajiang was trampled to death. Finally, he said to Li Xiaodai that if he didn't forcefully kidnap her today, there would be a day when she would obediently come to his bed. If not, her only mother would not be able to be protected. That day, Li Xiaodai's mother fell sick and was bedridden. What happened next was the matter that Li Xiaodai begged Li Taizhan to seek justice for her every day for the past month. Trash, normal trash. What use does the Li clan have for people like you? With a burst of killing intent, Li Fuchen's qi presence was released once again. Those who were involved were sent flying by Li Fuchen's qi presence and vomited blood, including the Li clan's founder, Li Xianfeng. Li Xianfeng, you are the founder of the Li clan. So what if you are an Earth Realm martial artist? You don't even care about your own clansmen. You don't even have the heart of an expert. No wonder our Li clan has fallen to such a state. Li Taizhan, why don't you take a piss and look at yourself? Do you think you are qualified to be the Li clan patriarch? You are just a despicable person. I really want to kill you. And you bunch of elders. All of you only know how to fight for power and benefits, following whichever side is stronger. What difference is there between you and a lackey? Li Fuchen's incisive words caused those who were sent flying to feel their mouths go dry. Especially Li Taizhan. When he felt Li Fuchen's killing intent, he quickly knelt down. Taizhan knows his mistake. I hope Patriarch will punish me heavily and spare my life. Finishing his statement, he looked at Li Tianhan with a pleading look. Li Tianhan didn't have any emotions. Death can be spared, but punishment cannot be forgiven. Men, lock him up. Li Xiaodai was stunned. Was this still the youth from the past? In just a few years, he had grown into a towering tree, and was no longer a young youth that could be trampled upon. "Father, I will leave the rest to you. Xiaodai, follow me to the Shentu clan," Li Fuchen said to Li Xiaodai. Li Tianhong couldn't help but ask, "Fuchen, what are you going to the Shentu clan for?" His intuition told him that Li Fuchen wouldn't handle this matter gently. To kill. Finishing his statement, Li Fuchen grabbed onto Li Xiaodia's shoulder and flew out of the conference hall. Once Li Fuchen left, most of the people felt their bodies go soft. But none of them dared to leave. Yunwu City, City Lord residence. The Shentu clan was the City Lord's clan. The clan's location was naturally the City Lord residence at the center of the city. "Who is it? Stop right now, do you want to die?" Rumble. The tightly shut main door of the City Lord residence was blasted away along with the door. Li Fuchen was in front, and Li Xiaodai was at the back. The two of them walked into the City Lord residence one after another. Along the way, the City Lord residence guards that came to stop them were all sent flying by Li Fuchen's chi presence. There was no need for him to make a move. "Where is Shen Tu Lang? Come out and accept your death." Chapter 174. Who dares to cause trouble at the City Lord's residence? Die. The City Lord's residence was filled with experts. Groups after groups of Origin Realm martial artists rushed out. The leading veteran was actually a first-level Earth Realm martial artist. He let out a shout, drew his sword and thrust it at Li Fuchen. This thrust was as fast as lightning, giving off the feeling of a crossbow. Using 2 fingers, Li Fuchen easily caught the opponent's sword and said, "Such a vicious move. I shall start with you." As he spoke, Li Fuchen circulated his chi and broke the opponent's sword. The foot-long sword in his hand was like a divine weapon, piercing through the opponent's throat. "Whoever dares to come forward, don't blame me for killing without mercy," Li Fuchen said coldly. Hearing this, many of the Origin Realm martial artists couldn't help but take a step back. Even the Shentu clan's guest was killed. How would they dare to come forward? They were all waiting for the City Lord to arrive. The City Lord, Shentu Jianhe, was a 5th-level Earth Realm martial artist. If he were to make a move, this young man in front of him would definitely die. The Shentu clan had plenty of Earth Realm martial artists. There were foreign guests, and also the clan's upper echelons. In just a short moment, 5 Earth Realm martial artists rushed over. Looking at the corpse of the guest that was killed by Li Fuchen, they were all enraged. How many years has it been since someone dared to kill in the City Lord's residence? Such audacity and death was not to be regretted. "Who are you? How dare you kill in the City Lord's residence? Surrender now and we will leave you with a complete corpse." An Earth Realm martial artist yelled out. "Founder, he is Li Fuchen, the former young clan head of the Li clan." One of the Origin Realm martial artists suddenly whispered into the ears of the oldest Earth Realm martial artist. "This old man is Shentu Changfeng. You are Li Fuchen?" Shentu Changfeng had a change in expression. He knew a little about Li Fuchen's achievements in the Azure Water sect, and knew that this child's identity wasn't simple. Since he could easily kill Elder Liao, he was probably at the 9th level of the Origin Realm. Every Azure Water sect disciple was strong. For a 9th level Origin Realm martial artist, to kill a 1st-level Earth Realm martial artist wasn't a difficult task. "Get Shen Tu Lang to come out and see me. I have no interest in getting to know you nobodies." Li Fuchen, so what if you are an inner sect disciple of the Zhonglan sect? This is the City Lord's residence. Even if an outer sect elder of the Zhonglan sect is here, he would have to be polite. Don't bring trouble to your Li clan. Surrender now, and we will deal with you leniently. Shentu Changfeng was fuming with rage. Had it not been for the fear of Li Fuchen's inner sect disciple status, he would have already slain Li Fuchen in a single blade. Li Fuchen sneered. "Your Shentu clan doesn't have the qualifications to make me surrender." "Oh, who says my Shentu clan doesn't have the qualifications?" Li Fuchen, seems like being an inner sect disciple has inflated your confidence to the point where you dare to come to my residence to kill. You are challenging my prestige. Even if I cripple your martial arts, the upper echelons of the Zhonglan sect wouldn't do anything to me. A dignified voice rang out. It was the Shuntu clan's patriarch, Yunwu City's city lord, Shuntu Jianhe. As the city lord, Shuntu Jianhe's status was equivalent to an outer sect elder, and was one level higher than an inner sect disciple. Under normal circumstances, as the city lord of Yunwu City, he naturally wouldn't be able to do anything to Li Fuchen. But if Li Fuchen provoked him for no reason, he had the authority to punish Li Fuchen. Now that Li Fuchen killed his Shuntu clan's guest elder, it could be a big or small matter. Even if he crippled Li Fuchen's martial arts, the Zhonglan sect would at most punish him. After all, Li Fuchen offended his superior first, which was definitely a heavy crime in the Zhonglan sect. Li Fuchen lifted his head and saw a middle-aged man walking over from a distance. It was Shuntu Jianhe. Shuntu Jianhe was 50+ years old this year. He had a tall and sturdy body and was considered handsome, but his aquiline nose and sharp eyes ruined his good looks, giving off a shrewd vibe. Li Fuchen, do you know your crime? Shuntu Jianhe's tone was stern. What crime have I committed? What crime have I committed? Barging into my city lord's residence is a crime. Killing my Shuntu clan's guest retainer is a crime. Not bowing upon seeing me is also a crime. Going against your superiors is even more of a crime. With so many crimes stacked on top of each other, today, I, Shuntu Jianhe, shall let you know what crimes you cannot commit. Kiki, so these are the crimes? But in my opinion, there is no need for the Shuntu clan to exist. There is also no need for you to exist as a city lord. Audacious. Shuntu Jianhe's chi presence burst forth violently. The chi presence of a 5th-level Earth Realm martial artist caused everyone to feel breathless. Li Fuchen replied, blind fool. I am not some inner sect disciple. I am a direct disciple of the Azure Water sect. Revolving the true Inferno technique, Li Fuchen's chi presence burst forth too. Boom. As the two chi presences clashed, Shuntu Jianhe's face turned pale. First level of the Earth Realm? That's right. You, the city lord of Yunwu City, is nothing in my eyes. Can you call Shuntu Lang out now? Li Fuchen spoke coldly. Within the city lord's residence, everyone was flabbergasted. Direct disciple? Li Fuchen was actually a direct disciple, living in the Azure Water region. They naturally knew that the status of a direct disciple was even higher than a regular city lord. If Shuntu Jianhe was the sky of Yunwu City, then Li Fuchen was the sky above. Those Earth Realm martial artists who were clamoring earlier were now trembling in fear and didn't dare to make a sound. This was a confrontation between a direct disciple and the city lord. They didn't have the qualifications to interfere. Taking a deep breath, Shuntu Jianhe was after all the city lord of Yunwu City and was extremely shrewd. He ordered, go get Shuntu Lang out. He knew a little about the incident with Shuntu Lang, but he didn't care. Li Dajiang wasn't an important figure in the Li clan. If he was killed, so be it. What's more, he had already sent 5 yellow-class, high-tier pills as compensation. It was enough to compensate for Li Dajiang's life. But Shuntu Lang was his cousin brother after all. He had to protect his life no matter what. Li Fuchen, give me some face and let this matter go. As for Shuntu Lang, I have already punished him severely and locked him up in seclusion for a month. Shuntu Jianhe felt extremely sullen in his heart. He was the dignified city lord of Yunwu City. When had he ever spoken to someone in such a submissive manner? In Yunwu City, no one had ever dared to defy his words. This was the first time he had lowered his head, and he swore that this would be the last time. Li Fuchen didn't speak. In just a short moment, Shuntu Lang arrived. With Shuntu Jianhe's support, Shuntu Lang didn't show any signs of fear and put on a sanctimonious look. Seeing Shuntu Lang, Li Xiaodai was agitated and her eyes were filled with hatred. You are Shuntu Lang? Li Fuchen inquired. That's right. I was at fault for this incident, but it was unintentional. Furthermore, she was the one who seduced me and wanted to cheat me of my wealth. There are plenty of people in Yunwu City who can testify. You cannot believe her one-sided words. Shuntu Lang quibbled. Die! Li Fuchen didn't want to waste his breath. He unsheathed his sword and slashed across Shuntu Lang's neck. Pfff. A head fell to the ground. Shuntu Lang died with his eyes wide open. Even at death's door, He couldn't understand why Li Fuchen dared to kill him in front of his cousin brother, Shen Tu Jianhe. Was there still any law? Everyone was stunned. Li Xiaodai was stunned too. Li Fuchen didn't ask anything and killed Shen Tulang just like that. Chapter 175. Shen Tu Jianhe's body was trembling. This was too much. This was too much. He already asked for Shen Tulang's respect. But Shen Tulang didn't even question him, and killed him with a single blade. So what if he was a direct disciple? A direct disciple shouldn't trample on his dignity. What's more, he had some background in the Zonglan sect. You dare kill my clansman? Shen Tu Jianhe roared and drew his sword. So what if I killed him? This kind of person should have died 1,000 times. Leaving him alive is a scourge. Of course, your Shen Tu clan is also a scourge. Li Fuchen didn't give any face. Bastard. Revolving the 14th rank Scarlet Flame Mystic Technique, Shen Tu Jianhe's body emitted a blazing scarlet fire chi. With a shake of his sword, layers of sword lights surged towards Li Fuchen. Mystic class, low-tier sword art, stacked cliff sword style. This sword art was cultivated by Shen Tu Jianhe for 30 years, and was already at the perfection stage. Once executed, even a high-leveled Earth Realm martial artist would be killed without any resistance. Break! Li Fuchen's sword pierced into the middle of the sword lights. Rumble! Sword chi crisscrossed, creating a sword chi storm on the empty ground of the city lord's residence. The ground was filled with holes. Amidst the storm, a figure flew out and crashed into a large tree, breaking it. Worthy of being a 5th-level Earth Realm martial artist. And he even cultivates the Scarlet Flame Mystic Technique. Li Fuchen wasn't surprised. Even with the 13th rank True Inferno Technique, Scarlet Fire Intent, and Meteor Sword Intent, he still wasn't a match for Shen Tu Jianhe. Shen Tu Jianhe was after all at the 5th level of the Earth Realm. For levels higher than him, he was repelled. The city lord's residence was overjoyed, while Li Xiaodai was terrified. Li Fuchen, today, I shall let you know the difference between us. Shen Tu Jianhe tiptoed, and shot towards Li Fuchen like an arrow released from a bow. Shen Tu Jianhe, don't celebrate too early. I have yet to go all out. Activate. Activating the Mystical Dragon Secret Technique, Li Fuchen's True Inferno Chi was quickly converted into Mystical Dragon Chi. The Mystical Dragon Chi was extremely condensed, like magma, surging within Li Fuchen's body. At the same time, a substantial aura erupted, enveloping Shen Tu Jianhe. Shen Tu Jianhe had a shocked expression. He could feel a surging heat wave erupting from Li Fuchen, causing his chi presence to crumble. Under the envelopment of the heat wave, Shen Tu Jianhe felt his body becoming a few times heavier. He wasn't as light as before, and felt a burning sensation on the surface of his skin. How can his aura be so strong? Shen Tu Jianhe could not understand. The aura was made up of 2 parts. One was the aura, and the other was the spirit will. One's aura was related to one's jinqi, the higher one's cultivation, and the stronger the cultivation technique they practiced, the more terrifying one's aura would be. One's spirit will was related to one's cultivation level. The higher one's cultivation level, the higher one's spirit will. Of course, some people were born with a strong spirit will. Li Fuchen's spirit will was originally normal. But that year when he lost his talent, every time he cultivated, his soul spirit would feel like it was being torn apart. It tempered his spirit will to be like steel. Then, with the golden amulet transforming his soul spirit, his spirit will turned from a normal steel to a precious metal. Not only was it indestructible, it was sharp and had a strong killing power. Apart from that, the Mystical Dragon Secret Technique also contained the dragon's prowess. With the multiple layers, Li Fuchen's chi presence was even more superior than his own ability. Defeat! A dazzling sword light pierced through Shen Tu Jianhe's chi protection and penetrated his body. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, Shen Tu Jianhe was sent flying and got stuck in the thick wall. The tables turned too quickly, no one could react in time. By the time they reacted, Shen Tu Jianhe was already severely injured. Everyone from the city lord's residence was disappointed. At this moment, they realized that from now on, the Shen Tu clan was no longer the sky of Yunwu City. It was unknown if the Shentu clan could continue to exist in peace. But no one dared to say anything. No one dared to glare at Li Fuchen with anger. Direct disciples were not to be disobeyed. Disobeying a direct disciple was the same as disobeying the Azure Water sect. Many thanks, Big Brother Fuchen, Li Xiaodai murmured in her heart. In the eyes of others, Li Fuchen was unreachable. But in the eyes of Li Xiaodai, Li Fuchen was like the morning sun, bringing her endless warmth. Even her sorrow seemed to lighten up. Retrieving the gold-class direct disciple token from his waist, Li Fuchen declared, "I am a gold-class direct disciple of the Azure Water sect. From today onwards, Shentu Jianhe shall be relieved of his position as Yunwu City's city lord. Within 3 days, all Shentu clansmen shall move out of the city lord's residence. Anyone who disobeys shall be killed without mercy." Direct disciples had a prestigious status, but gold-class direct disciples had an even more prestigious status. Out of the hundreds of thousands of Azure Water sect members, there were only 31 gold-class direct disciples. As a gold-class direct disciple, Li Fuchen had the authority to temporarily remove Shentu Jianhe from his position as city lord. This was the authority given to him by the sect. Of course, the upper echelons of the sect would send someone to investigate. If it was just Li Fuchen's unreasonable actions, Shentu Jianhe would still be reinstated as the city lord, and Li Fuchen would have to receive a heavy punishment. Gold-class direct disciple? Shentu Jianhe, who was still conscious, fell into a daze. Li Fuchen wasn't actually a silver-class direct disciple, but a gold-class direct disciple. For a moment, he felt the world spinning and fainted. Reaching out his hand to suck Shentu Lang's head over, Li Fuchen said to Li Xiaodai, "With Shentu Lang's head as a sacrifice, I believe Uncle's spirit will rest in peace. Let's go." Li Xiaodai nodded lightly. In just a day, the news of Li Fuchen removing Shentu Jianhe from his position as Yunwu City's city lord was like a storm that swept across the entire Yunwu City. At the same time, other news about Li Fuchen were also spreading. Direct disciple, gold-class direct disciple, removing the Li clan's patriarch, Li Taizhan, and supporting his father Li Tianhan, killing his way into the city lord's residence, killing a Shentu clan's guest, killing Shentu Lang, severely injuring the city lord, Shentu Jianhe, and finally removing him from his position as city lord. No matter which piece of news it was, they were all soul-stirring. It was like a divine thunder from the 9 heavens, causing everyone in Yunwu City to be in a daze. Those who were persecuted by the Shentu clan all had tears in their eyes. As for the majority of the people, they started to worship Li Fuchen. To be Li Fuchen, to be able to remove the city lord just like that. How awe-inspiring and domineering was that? As for those who offended the Li clan and Li Fuchen, they were all terrified. Especially the Guan and Yang clans. These 2 clans had conflicts with the Li clan, and it wasn't a small conflict. The Yang clan was in dead silence. The Guan clan was also in dead silence. The upper echelons of the 2 clans were frowning. The Guan clan's patriarch, Guan Yu, was regretting so much that his intestines turned green. The Guan clan's founder, Guan Tong, was in a daze. During the genius contest, he sent a message to threaten Li Fuchen. What should he do now? Chapter 176. The Guan, Yang, and Shentu clans weren't having a good time, but the Li clan was in a celebratory mood. Their young clan head was now a gold-class direct disciple of the Azure Water sect. Who would dare to provoke or oppress the Li clan in the future? For the past 10 years, the Li clan was considered one of the 4 major clans, but it only existed in name. Even though Yunwu City was just a small city, it had a population of over 200,000 and 1 million people within its borders. With a decent population base, the 3 major clans had a combined annual income of over 1 million gold coins, of which the Yang clan accounted for half of it, with an annual income of around 500,000 gold coins. The Guan clan was second with 400,000 gold coins, but the Li clan had less than 200,000 gold coins. The reason why it was so low was due to the combined efforts of the Yang and Guan clans, as well as the secret suppression from the Shentu clan. 10 years ago, The Li clan had 70 to 80 shops in Yunwu City. But today, there were only 30 over shops. As for the Shen Tu clan being the city lord's clan, the sect rules stated that the city lord's clan was not allowed to do business. But to do business, they had to pay taxes. In addition, every clan had to pay taxes too. In addition, with the fawning from various factions and secret income, the Shen Tu clan's income was undoubtedly the highest. As for the exact amount, only the city lord Shen Tu Jianhe knew. Now that the Li clan had Li Fuchen, not only could they return to the peak, they could even surpass it. Silver Rich City, City Lord's residence. Uncle, that Li Fuchen is too arrogant. You have to seek justice for me. Xiang Jieyu pleaded with Silver Rich City's city lord, Xiang Tianxiong. Xiang Tianxiong's expression was unsettled. Tomorrow, I will bring you to apologize. Alright, what? Xiang Jieyu subconsciously nodded, but quickly reacted. Not only did her uncle not seek justice for her, he wanted to go with her to apologize? Hearing this, Li Yunhe was dumbfounded. He was worried that something might happen to Xiang Jieyu. Hence he brought along 2 bodyguards and followed her. Why, uncle? Is our Xiang clan afraid of a direct disciple? Cousin brother is also a direct disciple, and has been since a few years ago. Xiang Jieyu couldn't accept it. Jieyu, you are too reckless. From outside the hall, a youth walked in. Xiang Jieyu and Li Yunhe turned around. Xiang Jieyu said, Brother Tianxiong, why are you back? It is fortunate that I am back. Do you know that direct disciples are also separated into different grades? I am only a silver class direct disciple in the Azure Water sect, while Li Fuchen is a gold class direct disciple. Xiang Tianxiong was resentful that Xiang Tianxiong didn't live up to his expectations. Gold class direct disciple? Xiang Jieyu was stunned. A gold class direct disciple has the authority to dismiss an ordinary city's city lord, but a silver class direct disciple doesn't have this authority. Not to mention my Xiang clan. Even a large city's city lord clan wouldn't dare to provoke a gold class direct disciple. They would try to curry favor with them, but you actually offended a gold class direct disciple. Dismissed the city lord. Xiang Jieyu and Li Yunhe gasped. A gold class direct disciple had too much authority to actually be able to dismiss a city lord. Xiang Tianxiong continued. Don't even mention that Li Fuchen is a gold class direct disciple. Even if he was a silver class direct disciple, we still wouldn't dare to provoke him. A 19-year-old silver class direct disciple has a much higher status than me. Do you really think that just because our Xiang clan is glorious, we can casually offend anyone? Let me tell you, if we provoke someone we shouldn't provoke, the Xiang clan might lose its glory in a single day. Then what should we do? Xiang Jieyu panicked. She was indeed pampered, but it didn't mean that she didn't have any brains. If the Xiang clan lost its glory, she as a Xiang clan's descendant would truly be worthless. This wasn't the life she wanted. Apologize, and it has to be sincere. Other than that, just apologizing isn't enough. We can allow the Li clan to open a shop in Silver Rich City. Xiang Tianxiong spoke without any hesitation. He had just returned from the Azure Water sect a few days ago. Hence, he knew everything about Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen might only be a normal bone frame, but from his current potential, he probably surpassed most of the gold class direct disciples. Even if he had 10 times the guts, he wouldn't dare to provoke Li Fuchen. Xiang Tianxiong nodded. Tianxiong is right. Just apologizing isn't enough. We have to support the Li clan's business. Uncle, cousin, brother, I was wrong. Xiang Jieyu's heart had a trace of fear. She was afraid that Li Fuchen would bear a grudge against her and the Xiang clan. Xiang Tianxiong laughed. Jieyu, this incident might have brought a crisis to our Xiang clan, but it isn't without benefits. If this Li Fuchen is magnanimous, our Xiang clan can just happen to have a good relationship with the Li clan. Having a good relationship with a gold class direct disciples clan would have a huge impact on the future. Your cousin brother is right. This is a crisis, but also an opportunity. Xiang Tianxiong nodded. This was also the reason why he didn't get angry. If not, he would have already berated Xiang Jieyu. Xiang Jieyu's mind was in a daze. At this moment, she suddenly felt how insignificant she was. This world was too complicated. She had only been living under the Xiang clan's glory, and didn't understand much about this world. Li clan. There were too many people who came over these few days. All the big and small factions of Yunwu City came one after another. Even though they knew that giving gifts now was just icing on the cake, and the Li clan might not remember their kindness. But if they didn't give any gifts, the Li clan might suspect them. They didn't seek to ascend to the next level. They just wanted to maintain their current status. Tianhan, there are too many people coming over these few days. Shen Yiyan felt helpless and proud at the same time. When a man achieves greatness, even his chickens and dogs rise to heaven. Their son Li Fuchen did well and they benefited from it. It would be a lie to say that they weren't happy or proud. Li Tianhan said, "This is how the world is. If you are strong, others will come to curry favor with you. But we cannot separate ourselves from this world. If they come to give gifts, then let them do it. It would be a waste to reject them." After being the patriarch for a few years, Li Tianhan understood the ways of the world. Since they couldn't change this world, they could only adapt to it. Stubbornness would only lead to self-destruction. And I understand. Shen Yiyan nodded. How could she not understand this logic? Patriarch, Silver Rich City's city lord, Xiang Tianxiong seeks an audience. A Li clan's martial artist entered the meeting hall and informed Li Tianhan and Shen Yuyan. Xiang Tianxiong. Li Tianhan and Shen Yuyan looked at each other. In the past, people like Xiang Tianxiong were high above them. Not to mention their Li clan. Even the Shen Tu clan wasn't worthy of Xiang Tianxiong's attention. Who would have thought that Xiang Tianxiong would take the initiative to seek an audience today? Let us go out and welcome him, Shen Yiyan said. All right. Li Tianhan felt that it was reasonable. Outside the hall, Xiang Tianxiong, and Xiang Jieyu were all there. Seeing Li Tianhan personally coming out to welcome him, Xiang Tianxiong spoke with fear and trepidation. Patriarch Li, how can I trouble you to personally welcome me? I am here today to bring my niece to apologize. Li Tianhan sized up the timid Xiang Jieyu and said, City Lord Xiang, please come in. No matter what, let's go in first. Chapter 177. I, Xiang Tianxiong, have failed to discipline the disciples of my clan well. When I heard that my niece had offended the Li clan, I specially came over to apologize. Jieyu, what are you waiting for? Come and apologize to clan leader Li. Xiang Tianxiong shouted at Xiang Jieyu, who walked over with fear and trepidation. She bowed. Patriarch Li, Jieyu is insensible. Please forgive me. Li Tianhan glanced at Jieyu, then back to Xiang Tianxiong, waiting for his next words. If he forgave the other party with just a simple apology, then his Li clan would be worthless. Xiang Tianxiong replied awkwardly. Patriarch Li, I, Xiang Tianxiong, actually have a request for your Li clan. Our silver-rich city has been in a slump for the past few years. I would like to invite your Li clan to enter our city and open a few shops to help our city regain its prosperity. I wonder if Patriarch Li can help me? Of course, I won't ask for nothing. Your Li clan's shops in silver-rich city can be exempted from taxes for 5 years. Offering gifts and apologizing was a form of knowledge. If he directly gave gifts or asked the Li clan to open a shop in silver-rich city, it would be too vulgar and would easily arouse the other party's disgust. But if Xiang Tianxiong did the opposite and asked the Li clan to help silver-rich city, the effect would be much better. One had to know that silver-rich city's industries had been declining for the past few years, but this was a normal phenomenon. It didn't mean that silver-rich city needed external help. Letting the Li clan open a shop in silver-rich city was a great thing. Li Tianhan replied. If it's just opening 1 or 2 shops, then forget it. My Li clan's energy is limited. Seeing that Li Tianhan had relented, Xiang Tianxiong's eyes flashed with joy. How can 1 or 2 shops help silver-rich city? We need at least 50 shops. I wonder how much funds your Li clan has. If it's not enough, my Xiang clan can lend some to your Li clan. Hearing this, Li Tianhan was tempted. 50 shops wasn't a small number, it was a huge number. Normally speaking, a shop's annual net income would be at least 5,000 gold coins. It had to be known that this was a net income of nearly 300,000 gold coins. If it was tax-free, it wouldn't be difficult to reach 500,000 gold coins. Men, quickly serve the three of them tea. City Lord Xiang, please take a seat. Li Tianhan gestured with his right hand. To be honest, Li Tianhan didn't want to fall out with the Xiang family, unless it was absolutely necessary. There was a saying that went, "Nothing can be done to the extreme." One had to leave a path of retreat for oneself. Right now, the Li family was in the limelight, but making too many enemies was not a good thing. Haha, Patriarch Li is too polite. Xiang Tianxiong heaved a sigh of relief. This matter had finally been settled, and he had even established a relationship with the Li family. As long as the Xiang family managed this relationship well, there would only be benefits. Li Tianhan said. For City Lord Xiang to personally pay a visit to our Li family for such a small matter is our Li family's honor. Although our Li family has declined in recent years, we still have sufficient funds. Opening 50 shops won't be a problem. During this period, I hope City Lord Xiang will take care of us. After all, the Li family had more than 50 years of history. It was not difficult for them to transfer millions of gold coins. Of course. Xiang Tianxiong nodded repeatedly. As the servant girl served the tea, the atmosphere in the conference hall was extremely harmonious. Both parties were chatting and laughing. At this moment, Xiang Tianxiong cupped his fist and said, Patriarch Li, I am Xiang Tianxiong, a direct disciple of the Azure Water sect. I have heard of Li Shidi's name before, but have never met you before. I wonder if Patriarch Li can introduce me? Li Tianhan had long noticed Xiang Tianxiong. Hearing that he was a direct disciple, he was surprised and thought, it seems like this person is the Xiang family's greatest reliance. But Fuchen didn't like to entertain guests. As his father, he didn't want to force him. He couldn't help but speak with difficulty. Fuchen is currently practicing his sword. I'm afraid he doesn't have the time. Xiang Tianxiong didn't want the situation to be too awkward. He laughed. Since he doesn't have the time, then forget it. Tianxiong, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. There is no need to rush. I see. Tianxiong was too impulsive. Xiang Tianxiong didn't reveal any dissatisfaction. Gold-class direct disciples were all cultivation maniacs, and would always do as they pleased. In his opinion, Li Fuchen should be the same. If not, how could he have achieved such accomplishments? Guan Clan. Patriarch, I received news that Silver Rich City's city lord, Xiang Tianxiong, has personally visited the Li clan to apologize. A Guan clan's martial artist knelt on one knee and reported. Guan Yu's expression was extremely unpleasant. Ever since Li Fuchen stood out in the Azure Water sect, he had some regrets. Not only did he regret breaking off the engagement, he regretted that the Guan clan was too ruthless all these years. They didn't even leave a path of retreat for themselves. What should he do now? Li Fuchen was now a gold-class direct disciple of the Azure Water sect. With just a word from him, the Guan clan would never be able to make a comeback. Guan Shui was only an inner sect disciple, and couldn't help the Guan clan at all. You may leave. Guan Yu waved his hand, and looked as though he had aged a lot. Li Fuchen, you are truly the bane of the Guan clan. Guan Yu muttered. Back at the genius contest, Li Fuchen caused the Guan clan to lose everything. Had it not been for Guan Shui, no one from the Guan clan would have been able to enter the Azure Water sect. Who would have thought that it was just the beginning of a nightmare? Now the real nightmare had arrived. Guan Yu, go to the Li clan and offer a humble apology. Afterwards, move the entire clan out of Yunwu City. An elder walked in. It was the Guan clan's founder, Guan Tong. Founder, I'm afraid this isn't appropriate. Move the entire clan out of Yunwu City? Where to? Every city was intertwined with each other. As an outsider, it would be too difficult for them to settle down. Back when the Guan clan came to Yunwu City, they received a lot of help from the Li clan. Guan Tong. Do you still not understand? The Guan clan can no longer develop in Yunwu City. Only by leaving Yunwu City can we have a chance to make a comeback. But the prerequisite is that the Li clan will let the Guan clan off. Asking for forgiveness was to prevent the Li clan from killing them. If not, they wouldn't even have the chance to leave Yunwu City. Yang clan. The Yang clan's founder and patriarch were having a headache. After a long discussion, there was only one best choice, which was to move the entire clan out of Yunwu City. The Li clan was too powerful now. Even if they didn't have a good relationship with the Li clan, they wouldn't have any chance to develop in Yunwu City, and would only continue to decline. Of course, the prerequisite was for the Li clan to let the Yang clan off. They didn't know the attitude of the Li clan yet, so they had to test it out. If they wanted to test it out, they would have to ask for forgiveness. On this day, the upper echelons of the Guan clan and Yang clan went to the Li clan to ask for forgiveness. Half a day later, the upper echelons of the Guan clan and the Yang clan left. No one knew what happened inside. They only knew that after the two clans left the Li clan, they began to move. This matter couldn't be concealed even if they wanted to. Gradually, the news spread throughout the entire Yunwu City. The citizens of Yunwu City were in an uproar, and were all filled with emotions. The Guan clan moved, the Yang clan moved. Yunwu City was left with the Shentu clan and the Li clan. If everything went according to plan, the Shentu clan would also leave Yunwu City. By then, the Li clan would be the only one left in Yunwu City. This was the true domination of the world. From now on, the Li clan would be the sky of Yunwu City, and no other forces would be able to go against them. Of course, whether or not this situation could be maintained depended on whether or not Li Fuchen could continue to grow. If Li Fuchen stopped growing, in the future, there would definitely be new forces coming to Yunwu City to fight with the Li clan. Since ancient times, it was unknown how many times this had happened. Chapter 178. Half a month later, a representative from the sect arrived. It was an inner sect elder with the surname Song. Elder Song came under the orders of the Grand Elder. Before he came, he had already looked through the information on the Shentu clan. He knew that this clan was rather tyrannical in recent years. They bullied men and women, embezzled money, and forcefully accused smaller clans. If it was under normal circumstances, the Azure Water sect wouldn't bother. After all, any clan that stayed in the city lord's position for a long time would degenerate. As long as they didn't degenerate to the point of being unscrupulous, the Azure Water sect would usually turn a blind eye and send someone to warn them. But this time was different. It was a gold-class direct disciple who deposed the city lord. Since even the gold-class direct disciple couldn't stand it, then the Azure Water sect had to take this matter seriously. Yunwu City's city lord and a gold-class direct disciple. It was obvious who was more important. In the skies above Yunwu City, Elder Song's voice echoed throughout the city. During Shentu Jianhe's reign, he allowed his clansmen to bully men and women, murder for wealth. From today onwards, he is relieved of his position as Yunwu City's city lord. The substitute city lord will be temporarily appointed by Patriarch Li Tianhan. The new city lord will arrive in a few days. The Azure Water sect had at least 8,000 Earth Realm martial artists. Those that wanted to be the city lord could be easily found. There was no need to worry about the city lord candidate. The Shentu clan's reign of Yunwu City is finally over. If I remember correctly, Shentu Jianhe has been in power for about 18 years. That's right. Ever since Shentu Jianhe took over, the Shentu clan leapt from being one of the 4 major clans to the head of the 4 major clans. In a flash, 18 years have passed, and the Shentu clan has finally come to an end. Their rise and fall are all due to the city lord. The 200,000 plus citizens of Yunwu City all heard Elder Song's voice and were in a heated discussion. Li clan, Elder Song specially paid a visit to Li Fuchen. Elder Song, in Li Fuchen's courtyard, the two of them sat on stone chairs and conversed. Elder Song laughed. In the entire Yunwu City, no one has the ability to challenge the Li clan. Congratulations. Li Fuchen replied. I have let Elder Song laugh at me. These are all small matters. After settling these small matters, I will wholeheartedly pursue the pinnacle of the martial Tao. Elder Song nodded his head and said, It's rare that you haven't been disturbed by the worldly fame and fortune. There are many geniuses who could have achieved even greater things, but they have been tied down by too many things, and have gradually lost their devotion to the martial path. Those who are truly able to achieve great things are those who can resist temptation and loneliness. Li Fuchen was much calmer than he imagined. He was so calm that he didn't seem like a 19-year-old youth, but more like a sage who had seen through the rules of the world. Drinking a mouthful of tea, Elder Tsang said, "Work hard. You are able to become a gold-class direct disciple, which means that you have great potential. But you must not be arrogant and complacent. The East Unicorn continent is extremely vast. The 4 regions that the 4 sects occupy are just the tip of the iceberg. There are many more regions outside, like the regions that are governed by the sects, the chaotic 100 battle region, the demonic 10 regions where demons roam freely. A regular martial artist can only travel around 70% of the regions in the East Unicorn continent. The rest of the regions are impossible to enter. So compared to the entire East Unicorn continent, my Azure Water region is just an ordinary region. In order to protect ourselves, we have to constantly develop." In the history of the East Unicorn continent, there have been 3 sect wars. In every sect war, many sects would be annihilated. And those sects that were annihilated without exception were all the weaker sections. My Azure Water sect has never experienced a sect war, but we have to make preparations for the 4th sect war. I am not saying all this to give you pressure. You are only at the Earth realm now. These matters that involve the entire continent have nothing to do with you. I just want you to know that the Earth realm is only the initial stage of self-defense in the East Unicorn continent. If you want to dominate the East Unicorn continent, it is still far from enough. Elder Tsang was a member of the Grand Elders faction. He had to remind Li Fuchen to always maintain a high fighting spirit. Li Fuchen replied, "Elder Tsang, don't worry. I understand what you are saying. Arrogance and complacency will not happen to me." With the golden amulet, his horizons were broader than anyone else. He suspected that the golden amulet wasn't an object of this world, but a treasure from a higher realm. In order to not let the golden amulet down, the only thing Li Fuchen could do was to constantly improve and surpass himself, until he completely understood the secret of the golden amulet. After chatting for 2 hours, Elder Tsang left with Shentu Jianhe. Shentu Jianhe was after all a middle management member of the Tsanglan sect. Removing him from his position as city lord was a punishment, and he still had to arrange other matters for him. "Dad, Mom, leave the clan matters to others. You have more important matters to attend to." On this day, the Li Fuchen family of 3 gathered together. Li Tianhan asked curiously, "What other important matters are there?" Li Fuchen took out 3 storage bags and said, "These 3 storage bags contain some herbs and elixirs." Storage bags? Li Tianhan and Xin Yian's breathing quickened. They had only heard of such items, but had never seen them before. It was said that a single storage bag could be auctioned for a few 100,000 gold coins. If one's background wasn't strong enough, they wouldn't even be able to buy it or keep it. Li Fuchen took out 3 storage bags in one go. This was too much. Opening the storage bag, Li Tianhan and Xin Yian were once again dumbfounded. The herbs inside were all stored in jade boxes. Opening the jade boxes, they saw that they were all high-tier yellow-class herbs and peak-tier yellow-class herbs. There were even a few low-tier mystic-class herbs. As for the pills, it was even more frightening. Stacked together, they were basically all yellow-class, high-tier or peak-tier pills. If these pills were to be auctioned, it would be worth at least 1 or 2 million gold coins, which was equivalent to decades of savings for the Li clan. "Fuchen, you need these more than we do. We cannot accept them," Li Tianhan said. Li Fuchen shook his head. "I obtained 10 million sect contribution points from the 100 herbs hidden domain. I can have as many of these items as I want, so you don't have to worry about me." Finishing his sentence, Li Fuchen took out another storage bag. This time he personally opened the storage bag and took out the Origin Return herb and earth-shattering fruit. "Dad, Mom, this Origin Return herb can allow you to advance 1 level quickly without any side effects. Dad, you are now at the 7th level of the Origin realm. With just 2 stalks of Origin Return herb, you will be able to reach the 9th level of the Origin realm. Mom, you are at the 2nd level of the Origin realm. In a short period of time, you might not be able to break through to the 9th level of the Origin realm. But within a few years it shouldn't be a problem. Even though the origin return herb didn't have any side effects, it still had its limits. As for how many levels it could increase, it would vary from person to person. Li Fuchen didn't stop and open the jade box containing the earth-shattering fruit. This is the earth-shattering fruit. One day, when you reach the peak of the 9th level of the origin realm, you can consume the earth-shattering fruit. It will allow you to break through to the earth realm in one go. One after another, important news shocked Li Tianhan and Xin Yuyan, so much that they felt dizzy and couldn't even breathe properly. But at this moment, the real important news arrived. Li Fuchen took out the 7-color glazed grape and a yellow class, peak tier cultivation technique manual. P.S. A little stuck, the first chapter is late. Chapter 179. This stock of herb is an earth-class low-tier herb, rainbow glazed grape. Martial artists who are below the 3-star bone frame would be able to upgrade their bone frame by 1 rank after consuming it. Father, you are a 1-star bone frame, and after consuming 1, you will be able to upgrade to a 2-star bone frame. Mother, you are the same as me and have a normal bone frame. After consuming 1, you will be able to upgrade to a 1-star bone frame. Li Fuchen pointed at the 7-color glazed grape. Looking at the 7-color glazed grape that was revolving with rainbow radiance, Li Tianhan and Xin Yuyan looked at each other. Li Tianhan said, Fuchen, what if I consume 2 of these 7-color glazed grapes? Li Fuchen laughed and said, the second pill is useless. Each person can only consume 1 pill. As expected, although it was a pity, Li Tianhan and Xin Yuyan quickly immersed themselves in excitement. The root bone was a person's foundation. Other pills were only temporary, but the root bone was for life. It was more important than anything else. What kind of concept was it to upgrade the 1-star bone frame? Even the strongest expert in the East Unicorn continent couldn't do it. It contained the mysteries of the world. Here are 3 rainbow glazed grapes. Father, mother, you can have 1 each. I hope to give the last one to Li Xiaodai. There were a total of 7 pills. He took 1 for himself and gave 1 to Li Tianshi, Li Jinxiu, and Li Xuantu. Other than him, these 3 were the ones with the greatest potential in the Li family. Finally, Li Fuchen pointed at the manual. This is a yellow class peak tier technique manual, the triple element technique. I obtained it during a mission, and it doesn't belong to the sect. Yellow class peak tier skill? Li Tianhan and Xin Yuyan's emotions were no longer as intense, because they were almost numb now. But when Li Fuchen told them that this was a peak tier, yellow class technique manual, their eyes lit up. Even if it was a 2-star bone frame, if the cultivation technique wasn't good enough, it would be impossible to advance to the earth realm in this lifetime. The importance of the cultivation technique was second only to the bone frame. Li Tianhan and Xin Yuyan spent the day in excitement. They didn't fall asleep until late at night. 3 days later, with the help of the origin return herb, Li Tianhan advanced to the 9th level of the origin realm. Xin Yuyan had also advanced to the 5th level of the origin realm. The 2 of them could see the strong will to fight in each other's eyes. As long as one was a martial artist, there was no one who did not want to pursue a higher realm. As long as there was a glimmer of hope, they would not give up. What was in front of them now wasn't just a glimmer of hope, but absolute hope. If they didn't have any fighting spirit, then they would really be a pile of mud. The Li family had a lot of things to do, and it was impossible for Li Tianhan to break away from them. After all, he was not only the Li family patriarch, but also the acting city lord of Cloud Fog City. Li Tianhan might have to wait for the real city lord to come before he could relax a little. Half a month later, the new city lord arrived. This city lord was called Lian Jinshui, an inner sect deacon of the Zhonglan sect. Now that Yunwu City's city lord position was vacant, he was promoted by 1 rank and became the city lord. His status was equivalent to an outer sect elder. When Lian Jinshui arrived at Yunwu City, he didn't go straight to the city lord's mansion. Instead, he went straight to the Li family. He was very clear in his heart that even though he was the mayor of Cloud Fog City, the Li family was the actual ruler of Cloud Fog City. As for the Li clan's Li Fuchen, He was an existence that even the outer sect elders had to look up to. The Li clan warmly welcomed Lian Jinshui, and even Li Fuchen personally came out to meet him. No matter what, Lian Jinshui was still the city lord of Cloud Fog City. He was the link between the Li clan and the Zhonglan sect. If Li Fuchen wasn't around, the Li clan could contact the upper echelons of the Zhonglan sect through Lian Jinshui. Seeing that the Li clan was on the right track and Yunwu City had a new city lord, Li Fuchen decided to return to the sect. Back at the Zhonglan sect, Li Fuchen immediately immersed himself in cultivation. After leaving the Zhonglan sect for 2 months, Li Fuchen didn't waste any of his time. The Radiant Sword style had already been pushed to the perfection stage, and was just one step away from the trance stage to comprehend the Radiant Sword intent. At the same time, Li Fuchen felt that his soul spirit was about to metamorphose again. 1 month ago, Li Fuchen's soul spirit was already 99% pale blue. Just a sliver more, and it would truly metamorphose. But this sliver was exceptionally difficult to metamorphose. Had it not been for the throbbing of his soul spirit, Li Fuchen would have thought that it would take another 1.5 years to metamorphose. Without intentionally waiting for his soul spirit to metamorphose, Li Fuchen did whatever he was supposed to do. On this day, he went to the Martial Hall to redeem a large amount of yellow class, mid-tier sword art manuals. He began to cultivate them one by one. Another half a month had passed. In the spacious courtyard, rays of radiance shot out. Li Fuchen had a decent sword Dao foundation, and had already comprehended the meteor sword intent. Furthermore, the meteor sword intent was similar to the radiant sword art. In less than 3 months, Li Fuchen had comprehended the radiant sword intent. With the support of the radiant sword intent, the radiant sword style speed was too fast. It was even faster than the meteor sword style by a huge margin. When brandishing the sword, Li Fuchen couldn't feel any resistance. Too fast. Li Fuchen took a deep breath. After comprehending the initial stage of the radiant sword intent, he almost couldn't control it. Once the sword intent was released, the sword had to be brandished, or else it would be extremely uncomfortable. This feeling wasn't like a man controlling the sword, but the sword controlling the man. I can release but not withdraw. It seems like I have to practice more. Li Fuchen thought to himself. On the morning of the second day, Li Fuchen, who was preparing to practice his sword, suddenly froze in place. His lifeless eyes suddenly released a resplendent pale blue brilliance. In his mind, his spirit soul had completely turned pale blue. Once the pale blue spirit soul was formed, Li Fuchen's mind was instantly absorbed into his mind. The pale blue spirit soul was like a pale blue crystal ball, magnificent and magnificent, without a trace of impurities or flaws. In the originally empty and chaotic mind, there were inexplicably many threads appearing. These threads were all in a mess. There was no way to understand where they were connected, or where they were connected. Only a few of the threads were connected together to form a complete circuit. Crackle, crackle. The pale blue electric current exploded, and all the threads were stained with electric current. The electric current was very brutal, connecting the threads one by one, causing the number of circuits to increase. Not knowing how much time had passed, when the electric current completely dissipated, the threads were hidden as well, as though they were never there before. Is this the pale blue spirit soul? Only now did Li Fuchen regain his consciousness. Looking at the magnificent pale blue spirit soul ball, Li Fuchen couldn't use words to describe its beauty. Huff. Taking a deep breath, Li Fuchen's mind retreated from his mind. I wonder how is my perception now? Drawing his sword, Li Fuchen began to practice the radiant sword style. Li Fuchen was shocked in the next moment. The previously uncontrollable radiance, sword intent was now as gentle as water. The degree of gentleness instantly reached the level of the meteor sword intent. With an intense light in his eyes, Li Fuchen began to comprehend a yellow class, mid-tier sword art. Half an hour passed. 1 yellow class, mid-tier sword art reached the trance stage. 2 hours, 3 yellow class, mid-tier sword arts reached the trance stage. 4 hours, 7 yellow class, mid-tier sword arts reached the trance stage. Chapter 180. The light blue soul spirit's comprehension ability is obviously several times higher than the green soul spirit. I wonder if it will allow me to comprehend the wind shadow true meaning, iron smelting hand true meaning, and shadowless leg true meaning. When one's perception reached a certain realm, one could forcefully comprehend martial Dao true intent. First was the wind shadow true meaning, and the shadowless kick true meaning. These two true meanings were related to wind, and could be used as references. On the vast mountainside, an illusory figure was shuttling back and forth. It was hard to describe how fast he was. He seemed to be faster than the wind, and more agile than a bird. His movements were silent and as fast as lightning. With the wind shadow true intent combined with the shadowless leg true intent, my speed will far surpass the divine movement leg. Furthermore, it will be countless times more agile than the divine movement leg. The speed of the divine movement leg was extremely fast, but that kind of speed was in a straight line. As for the true meaning of wind shadow combined with the true meaning of shadowless leg, be it in a straight line or a curved line, it had reached the pinnacle. It simply didn't seem like something a human could achieve. A leaf flew up. Li Fuchen jumped on the leaf and danced along with it. Innate bone improves all aspects of one's attributes, but all of this seems to be meaningless when compared to perception. Having a high level of comprehension wasn't scary, but having a ridiculously high level of comprehension was scary. When there was no difficulty in comprehending martial arts, it was a wonderful feeling, as if he was about to touch upon the mysteries of heaven and earth. After comprehending the wind shadow true meaning and shadowless leg true meaning, next was the iron smelting hand true meaning. The true meaning of iron smelting hand was related to fire. With the completion stage of the iron smelting hand, it was able to melt metals and purify the impurities in ores. Li Fuchen didn't know what would happen after comprehending the intent of the iron smelting hand. In order to comprehend the intent of the iron smelting hand, Li Fuchen specially found a stove and threw in charcoal to ignite it. Whoosh! The fire burned more and more fiercely, releasing the intent of burning itself and illuminating the world. Fire consumes fuel. The more fuel there is, the fiercer the flame will be. There is no limit to the fierceness of a fire. It seems that it can keep increasing, provided that the support is strong enough. Li Fuchen opened up his right hand, and the true inferno chi poured into the palm of his right hand and was constantly compressed. Gradually, Li Fuchen's right hand started to distort. In the next moment, a green flame was released and covered Li Fuchen's palm. Finding a piece of wood, Li Fuchen held it in his right hand. In the blink of an eye, the wood was burned to ashes. Retrieving a piece of yellow class, peak-tier black iron from his storage bag, Li Fuchen held onto it. Not long after, the black iron began to melt, and the molten iron dripped down. It's too destructive. Li Fuchen was shocked at the destructive power of the iron smelting hand intent. Or rather, he was shocked by the destructive power of the flames. Of course, the reason why the iron smelting hand had such a strong destructive power was largely due to the true burning chi. After all, both were fiery martial arts. With a flash of light in his eyes, Li Fuchen activated his scarlet fire intent and clashed with the iron smelting hand intent. Whoosh! The cyan flame turned into a dark cyan flame. As soon as a piece of wood came into contact with the flame, it immediately shone brightly. After a breath, the wood turned into a pile of ashes. When he held the dark steel in his hand, the dark steel melted at a speed visible to the naked eye, like magma. Smelting iron with my bare hands. I wonder if those sword-forging elders also cultivated the iron smelting hand. The Azure Water sect was a sword Dao sect, and had a sword-forging hall. Be it the disciples, deacons, or elders' swords, they were all forged by the sword-forging hall. Of course, other than the sword-forging elders, there were also a large number of sword-forging disciples. Every time they forged an artifact sword, they would receive a corresponding amount of sect contribution points, according to the grade of the artifact sword. With such a strong perception, Li Fuchen naturally didn't want to waste it. 1 month later, Li Fuchen had reached the trance stage for 350 types of yellow-class sword arts. There were 100 types of yellow-class low-tier sword arts, 100 types of yellow-class mid-tier sword arts, 100 types of yellow class high-tier sword arts, and 50 types of yellow class peak-tier sword arts. With the sudden increase in his Sword Dao foundation, Li Fuchen's Sword Dao perception became even stronger. In just a week, Li Fuchen had reached the trance stage for the mystic class low-tier soaring sky sword style, and comprehended the soaring sky sword intent. In just 5 days, he had reached the trance stage for the mystic class low-tier soaring cloud kill slash, and comprehended the soaring cloud sword intent. Then came the sunset sword intent, flint fire sword intent, and earth scare sword intent. After returning to the sect for 2 months, Li Fuchen had mastered a total of 7 types of sword intents. At the same time, Li Fuchen's true inferno technique had progressed from the 13th rank to the 14th rank, and was progressing towards the 15th rank. It is time to redeem a mystic class mid-tier sword art. A mystic class mid-tier sword art was something that even high-leveled Earth Realm martial artists would struggle to master. Among the direct disciples in the Azure Water sect, there were less than 10 who had comprehended a mystic class mid-tier sword intent. Amongst them were gold class direct disciples like Sword Maniac, Sword Tiger, and Emotionless Sword. Arriving at the martial hall, Li Fuchen began to choose his first mystic class mid-tier sword art. Mountain River Sword Style, Forceful Sword Presence. White Cloud Sword Style, Solitary and Emotionless. 9 Revolution Sword Style, 1 blade with 9 revolutions. Rotating Flow Sword Style, Ferocious Sword Presence. Starfire Sword Style, 1 blade with Starfire. A mystic class mid-tier sword art was worth at least 30,000 contribution points. With half price, it was only worth 10,000 or 20,000 contribution points. Li Fuchen had close to 10 million contribution points, and naturally didn't mind these points. When he realized that there were a few sword arts that were suitable for him, he decided to redeem more. After some time, Li Fuchen chose 3 sword arts. They were the 9 Revolution Sword Style, Rotating Flow Sword Style, and Starfire Sword Style. When the Martial Hall Elder saw Li Fuchen redeeming 3 mystic class mid-tier sword arts, he frowned and thought to himself, "Is this child arrogant or greedy?" He naturally knew who Li Fuchen was, but in his opinion, an Earth Realm martial artist who could cultivate a mystic class mid-tier sword art to the extremity was already considered fortunate. To cultivate 3 sword arts, it wouldn't take 3 times as long, but at least 10 times as long. Shaking his head, the Martial Hall Elder didn't say anything. Gold class direct disciples were all stubborn. Once they decided on something, no one could change it. Holding on to the 3 sword art manuals, Li Fuchen returned to his courtyard. After some consideration, he decided to study the Starfire sword style first. This sword art was also related to fire, and should be much easier to comprehend. During the cultivation process, Li Fuchen sighed in his heart. A sword art was indeed a sword art. In terms of lethality, it wasn't something cultivation techniques could compare with. He might have cultivated the Scarlet Mystic Flame technique to the highest rank and comprehended the Scarlet Fire technique intent. But Li Fuchen had a feeling that if he could grasp the Starfire sword intent, its power would be a few folds stronger than the Scarlet Fire technique intent. The Starfire sword style was an extreme sword art, even more extreme than the Meteor sword style. The Meteor sword style pursued penetrative power, while the Starfire sword style pursued extreme destructive power. Chapter 181. When cultivating a mystic class, low-tier sword art, Li Fuchen only needed a few days to comprehend sword intent. But when cultivating a mystic class, mid-tier sword art, Li Fuchen spent 10 days to reach the completion stage, sub-perfection stage. Li Fuchen understood that just having perception wasn't enough. His cultivation level had to keep up. The higher the grade of the martial arts, the higher the requirement for cultivation level. Just like a rapid river, it could easily form a whirlpool. But for a shallow stream to form a whirlpool, it would be 10 times, or even 100 times more difficult. Unless this stream was 10 times, or 100 times more rapid than a large river. A pity that there was only so much water in a small stream. To make it extremely rapid, the height required wasn't just 1 or 2 points. Among them, A large stream was the cultivation level, a whirlpool was the martial arts, the speed of the flow was the perception, and the height was the foundation of the martial Tao. Perception and martial Tao foundation had similar effects. Perception itself had its own height, while martial Tao foundation could increase this height. They complemented each other and couldn't be lacking. Spending another half a month, Li Fuchen cultivated the 9-revolution sword style and rotating flow sword style to the sub-perfection stage. It wasn't that Li Fuchen didn't want to continue researching the Starfire sword style. He was truly unable to continue studying it. A mystic class mid-tier sword art required at least a high level of the Earth realm to be able to execute it to the extreme. If one had to forcefully push it to the extreme with their superior perception, it would probably take at least a few months. Seems like I have to make a trip to the Sword Monument. Within the Sword Monument, it contained the sword intents of the Zhonglan sect's past experts. If anyone could comprehend all of these sword intents, it would be the same as comprehending all the sword arts of the Zhonglan sect. Such a foundation was the foundation of a sect's sword Tao, enough to support the birth of an absolute expert. Returning the Starfire sword style, 9-revolution sword style, and rotating flow sword style's handwritten manuals, Li Fuchen headed towards the Sword Monument. The Sword Monument was located in a canyon, which got its name from the monument, hence the name Sword Monument Canyon. The canyon was very spacious, but there were plenty of people, at least 30 to 40. Li Fuchen took a glance and saw that most of them were inner sect elders. Only a few were outer sect elders and direct disciples. No one disturbed each other and quietly comprehended. Occasionally, there would be a breakthrough, and they couldn't help but practice their sword arts. Li Fuchen's arrival didn't attract anyone's attention. As expected of a sword steel, even from a distance, Li Fuchen could feel the sword intent that was diffusing from the Sword Monument. Some of these sword intents were gentle like water, some were violent like fire, some were swift like thunder, some were like 100 flowers blooming, some were illusory, and some were like decadent music that could disrupt one's mental state. There were too many sword intents. These sword intents interweaved with each other like a dense net. It was not an easy task to capture a complete sword intent from within. Li Fuchen chose a rather spacious area and sat cross-legged while staring at the Sword Monument. On the Sword Monument, sword scars crisscrossed. As Li Fuchen concentrated, it was as though he could see sword moves flashing in front of his eyes. Every sword move was so exquisite, so unconstrained and so untraceable. As compared to these sword arts, Li Fuchen's sword art was definitely like a toddler learning to walk, and was very immature. Time flew by. On this day, Li Fuchen's heart was moved. He stood up and executed a sword move. This sword move was the Starfire sword style's rapid like starfire. In the air, a spark sputtered. It was tiny and inconspicuous. Crackle, but in the next moment, a burst of flame erupted and the power of rapid like starfire was fully released. Shortly after, the sky was filled with starfire. Unknowingly, Li Fuchen's Starfire sword style had reached the perfection stage. Due to Li Fuchen's low cultivation level, which was far from the high levels of the Earth realm, his control was far beyond the high levels of the Earth realm. The exquisiteness of his sword moves was unparalleled. 9-revolution sword style, 9 revolutions in a single blade. Previously, Li Fuchen could only achieve 8 revolutions in a single blade. After staying beside the Sword Monument for a few days, Li Fuchen's sword art had actually achieved 9 revolutions in a single blade. With 9 revolutions, it was enough to neutralize any force and return all the force back. To a certain extent, the stronger the opponent's attack, the more force he had to withstand. Lastly was the rotating flow sword style. This was an extremely ferocious sword art. It could be propelled by soft yin qi or blazing qi. In the air, the flames swirled like a stream of water, forming rings of flames that devoured and destroyed everything. Not enough, still not enough. Even though he had pushed all 3 mystic class, mid-tier sword arts to the perfection stage, but Li Fuchen wasn't satisfied. A mystic class, mid-tier sword art that was at the perfection stage was only slightly stronger than a mystic class, low-tier sword art that comprehended sword intent. It wasn't able to increase his ability by a large margin. Focusing his attention, Li Fuchen stared at the sword monument, trying to find the sword scars and sword intents that were compatible with these three sword arts. What sword art is this? Li Fuchen unintentionally noticed a pile of strange sword scars. This sword scar was like a pile of ashes, drifting with the wind, with sparks flickering. Everything in the world turned into ashes. A voice echoed, and Li Fuchen saw a flash of a sword move. This sword move was fearsome to the extreme. With a swing of the sword, everything in the world would be incinerated into ashes. Could this be one of the Azure Water Sect's three major sword arts, the Ash Sword style? Li Fuchen thought to himself. The Azure Water Sect had two absolute techniques, three major sword arts, and one sect-defining secret technique. The two absolute techniques were the true Azure Water technique and the true Inferno technique. One of the three major sword arts was the Ash Sword style. As for the sect-defining secret technique, it was naturally the sect origin swords. If any of these six absolute techniques were to be pushed to the extremity, it would be enough to dominate the world and look down on all heroes. Noticing the similarities between the Ash Sword style and the Starfire Sword style, Li Fuchen began to study them seriously. Days passed by. Li Fuchen could feel it more deeply. A sword intent that was hidden in the depths of his heart was being nurtured. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, Li Fuchen couldn't help but draw his black gold sword. A sharp and blazing intent was emitted. The surface of Li Fuchen's black gold sword had traces of undulations that spread out. Shortly after, tiny sparks were scattered. Go! Opening his eyes, Li Fuchen brandished his sword. The sword light couldn't be seen. Only a spark could be seen flying out and landing on a large boulder. It was obviously filled with explosive power, but didn't emit any sound. The boulder was blasted open with a large hole. Magma was flowing within, and there were even bits of magma splattering. With the emptiness in his eyes gone, Li Fuchen regained his complete consciousness. So this is the Starfire Sword intent. Looking at the boulder that was melted into magma, Li Fuchen narrowed his eyes. This sword art was too dominant, compared to the penetrative power of the Meteor Sword style, and the destructive range of the Radiant Sword style. It was unknown how many folds more dreadful. It was just like killing when the sword was drawn. Taking out the water bottle from his storage bag, Li Fuchen took a look. 15 days had passed, and it was much faster than he imagined. His consciousness felt that only a few days had passed. There are still 15 days left. I might as well use it all. In a flash, another 13 days had passed and Li Fuchen had comprehended the 9 revolution sword intent. Perhaps he was addicted to this feeling. Li Fuchen added another 1 million contribution points and comprehended the rotating flow sword intent as well. As of now, Li Fuchen had a total of 10 sword intents. 7 Mystic class, low-tier sword intents. 3 Mystic class, mid-tier sword intents. Chapter 182. In the courtyard, at the stone table, Li Fuchen was enjoying his tea. The tea was the Clear Heart tea, which cost 10,000 contribution points per kilo. Li Fuchen redeemed a few kilos and brewed a pot of it every day. I have less than 9 million contribution points left. I have to make good use of these points and not spend them recklessly. Even though he had a large amount of contribution points, Li Fuchen didn't feel like he had an endless supply of points. The 100 Herbs hidden domain was a one-time opportunity, and there wouldn't be another one in the future. As his ability increased, every time he passed a floor of the direct inheritance tower, he would be qualified to redeem a true inheritance. Those that could be considered as a true inheritance would require a few 100,000 contribution points to redeem, especially secret techniques. A 3-star secret technique would only require around 500,000 contribution points. A 4-star secret technique would increase by 10-folds and would require 5 million contribution points. A 5-star secret technique would require 50 million contribution points. The Grand Elder Zhao Wujin had saved for decades before he had enough contribution points to exchange for the sect origin swords. Of course, if he wanted to exchange for the sect master and Grand Elder's secret technique, He would have to obtain the approval of the sect master and grand elder. Clang, clang, clang. A knocking sound could be heard from outside the courtyard. Come in. Li Fuchen was a little curious, as his courtyard never had any guests. The door was pushed open and a youth walked in. Is this Li Shidi? I am Xiang Tianxiang, a clansman of the silver-rich city Xiang clan. Xiang Tianxiang looked at Li Fuchen and revealed a smile. Have a seat. Li Fuchen gestured with his right hand. Thanks. Xiang Tianxiang sat opposite of Li Fuchen. Swish, swish. Li Fuchen poured a cup of tea for Xiang Tianxiang. The tea was like amber, crystal clear, and had a trace of solidification. Xiang Tianxiang lifted the cup and took a sip. This is indeed the clear heart tea. It clears the mind and makes me forget all my worries. He had never entered the 100 Herbs hidden domain and had limited contribution points. It wasn't even enough to redeem cultivation resources, let alone tea leaves. He had only drunk this clear heart tea a few times. Li Fuchen poured another cup for Xiang Tianxiang and asked, I wonder why Xiang Shixiang is looking for me? Li Fuchen knew that the Li clan and the Xiang clan were related. Xiang Tianxiang replied, Inner sect disciples need to go on a mission once a year. Direct disciples don't have this rule and can stay in the Zhonglan sect all the time. But I think there are only a few of them. This time, I am here to ask Fuchen Shidi if he is interested in heading to the Divine Wind Hall or Iron Blood Hall to hunt for demon Dao martial artists and eliminate the remnants of the Evil Fist sect. Demonic martial artist, Evil Fist sect remnant? Li Fuchen was in deep thought. Demonic Dao martial artists were martial artists who cultivated martial arts that were devoid of humanity. Although the Heaven Fiend sect was both righteous and evil, they were not considered demonic Dao martial artists. The cultivation techniques and martial arts that they cultivated only looked terrifying. They did not need to harm living beings. But demonic path martial artists were different. The cultivation methods they cultivated were extremely cruel, like the blood-sucking technique. The more blood sucked, the faster one's skill would increase. If they sucked the blood of an expert, their skill would increase even faster. It was a fast speed technique. There were also some demonic path cultivation methods that required harvesting yin to nourish yang. It was unknown how many women had been harvested to death. There were even some cultivation methods that required the blood of a baby born in a yin year, a yin month, and a yin day. In short, demonic path cultivation methods were inhumane. Even the most gentle demonic path cultivation methods were extremely cruel and could not be accepted by ordinary people. As for the Evil Fist sect, this was an extremely terrifying sect. During the Third Sect War of the East Unicorn Continent, there was the shadow of the Evil Fist sect. After the Third Sect War ended, the Evil Fist sect fell apart, but it was not destroyed. It was just scattered, and almost every region had the shadow of the Evil Fist sect. Some were worried that if the Fourth Sect War broke out, it might be instigated by the Evil Fist sect. Sure, let's go to the Divine Wind Hall. The Zhonglan sect had many halls. Among them, the Divine Wind Hall and Iron Blood Hall were in charge of maintaining the stability and prosperity of the Zhonglan region. They were mainly responsible for hunting enemies and eliminating demonic Dao organizations. Sure, let's go to the Divine Wind Hall. Xiang Tianxiang smiled and drank the tea in a single gulp. The Divine Wind Hall's main hall was located in the Zhonglan sect. If the two of them wanted to go to the branch hall, they had to first obtain the main hall's approval. The main hall had no reason to reject a direct disciple's request. Just like that, the two of them obtained the Divine Wind Hall's 7th branch token and chose a day to head to the 7th branch. The 7th branch was located in the north of the Zhonglan region. On the second day, the two of them rode on Class 2 demonic blood horses and headed north. TSK, such a tragedy. This village was almost massacred. As they got closer to the north, the two of them could feel the chaos. Compared to the south, it was like heaven and earth. Why is it so chaotic here? Li Fuchen didn't understand. Xiang Tianxiang explained. To the northwest of the Zhonglan region is the Heaven Fiend sect, and to the northeast is the Spirit Hidden sect. Hence, in the north, demon Dao martial artists are the most active. Once they are surrounded, they can escape to the Heaven Fiend region or the spirit-hidden region. Our Tsanglan sect's men wouldn't dare to chase with great fanfare, and can only do it in secret. To a certain extent, we are greatly restricted. Out of 10 times, the enemy will escape. Of course, during this period of time, the Demon Dao martial artists are probably too active. It just so happens that we caught up with them. It is rare to see such a situation. Xiang Tianxiang knew quite a bit and explained. Li Fuchen nodded with a serious expression. These were all innocent lives. Because they didn't have a strong enough martial strength to protect themselves. They could only be slaughtered, and didn't have any ability to resist. He didn't dare to imagine if Yunwu City was in such a situation. How could they protect themselves? These Demon Dao martial artists deserve to die. Li Fuchen's body involuntarily released a killing intent. Xiang Tianxiang sized up Li Fuchen in astonishment, and thought to himself, Fuchen Shidi has such a heavy killing intent. But one cannot be reckless when dealing with Demon Dao martial artists. One has to take it slow. If one overestimates himself, he will only lose his life. A few days later, the two of them arrived at the 7th branch of the Divine Wind Hall. The 7th branch was a large-sized manor that was built with giant boulders. Outside the manor, groups of branch disciples were patrolling. These branch disciples were all at the Origin Realm. None of them were at the Qi Realm, but they were all older. In the Tsanglan sect, there were countless of inner sect odd job disciples, who felt that they were unable to become official disciples. They would either choose to join the Tsanglan army, or become a disciple of one of the factions. If they could contribute to the faction, they would still be able to climb up the ranks and earn contribution points at a much faster pace. Who goes there? This is the 7th branch of the Divine Wind Hall. A group of branch disciples blocked their path. Xiang Tianxiang took out the 7th branch token, and his own direct disciple token. We are direct disciples of the Tsanglan sect, and are here to report. So it is direct Xixiang. These branch disciples had expressions of reverence. Direct disciples had an esteemed status, and weren't inferior to the branch master. Of course, when they arrived at the branch, they still had to listen to the branch master's orders. With 2 tokens, the two of them had a smooth journey, and soon entered the branch hall. On the way to the branch hall, the two of them saw a giant stone tablet. On it were names, and behind the names, there were numbers. This is the hunting tablet. It only lists direct disciples. Those at the front are basically all gold-class direct disciples. Xiang Tianxiang explained. Li Fuchen nodded, and didn't pay much attention to it. P.S. I don't think I will be able to update on time for the next 2 days. When I can update on time, I will inform everyone. It should be within the next 2 days. He was at the peak stage of the Earth realm, and had a higher status than regular outer sect elders and city lords. He was considered a high-class outer sect elder. What arrangements does Hall Chief Wang have for you? Chen Daxiong yawned and asked. Li Fuchen replied. Hall Chief Wang asked us to join the 3rd and 5th teams. Oh, then you will join the 3rd and 5th teams. Chen Daxiong nodded. Group leader Chen. We still don't know the leaders of the 3rd and 5th teams. Xiang Tianxiang said. Chen Daxiong waved his hand. Don't worry, you will get to know them in a few days. Anyway, our Group 10's mission is the lightest. Li Fuchen and Xiang Tianxiang looked at each other. After Li Fuchen and Xiang Tianxiang left, Chen Daxiong muttered to himself. My Group 10 is about to become a collection point for direct disciples. This won't do. I have to discuss with Hall Chief Wang to let me be the group leader of the other groups. Li Fuchen was a member of the 3rd team, and went to the 3rd courtyard. Xiang Tianxiang was a member of the 5th team, and went to the 5th courtyard. Just like what Chen Daxiong said, a few days later, they got to know their respective group leaders. The leader of the 3rd team was called Su Qinghai, and was at the 7th level of the Earth realm. He was originally an outer sect elder, but couldn't stand the peaceful life in the Azure Water sect, and came to the Divine Wind Hall's 7th branch. You are our group's 2nd direct disciple. Our group originally had 2 direct disciples, but one of them died. In Li Fuchen's courtyard, Su Qinghai and Li Fuchen were drinking tea and chatting. Didn't you say Group 10 is rather free? How did he die? Li Fuchen inquired. Su Qinghai laughed bitterly. This direct disciple felt that Group 10 was too free. So he sneaked out and wanted to hunt a demon Dao martial artist by himself. As a result, he was sucked dry of his blood essence by a demon Dao martial artist who cultivated a blood-sucking technique. By the time we found him, he was already a dried-up corpse. Even his hair and teeth had fallen off. Li Fuchen went silent. This was fate. Since he came to the Divine Wind Hall, he had to be prepared for death. Of course, he wouldn't be like this direct disciple and hunt demon Dao martial artists by himself. It wasn't necessary. He believed that there would always be a chance to hunt demon Dao martial artists. That's right, Jiang Ruohai is currently in seclusion. Once he is out, you can get to know each other. The Jiang Ruohai that Su Qinghai mentioned was the other direct disciple. All right. Li Fuchen nodded. Days passed by and in the blink of the eye, Li Fuchen had already been at the 7th branch for a week. The other groups would have missions every few days, but only Group 10 had not made any moves. Li Fuchen wasn't in a hurry. During the day, he cultivated the true Inferno technique in his courtyard. At night, he would head to the outside of the 7th branch to cultivate the Black Wind 3 clones. The Black Wind 3 clones was a mystic class mid-tier light body technique. When cultivated to the sub-perfection stage, 1 clone could be formed. When cultivated to the perfection stage, 2 clones could be formed. Including the main body, there would be 3 clones. Hence why it was called the Black Wind 3 clones. You are Li Fuchen? On this day, Li Fuchen, who was cultivating the true Inferno technique in his courtyard, was awakened by a voice on the wall. Li Fuchen frowned slightly. Jiang Ruohai. He could feel a trace of hostility from Jiang Ruohai. If it was anyone else, they would have knocked on the door first. But Jiang Ruohai stood on the wall. You better stay away from Chen Fanghua Shimi in the future. Jiang Ruohai spoke indifferently. Based on what? He didn't know what relationship Jiang Ruohai and Chen Fanghua had. But it had nothing to do with him. Based on the fact that you aren't a match for me now, that might not be the case. Li Fuchen didn't have any interest in Chen Fanghua. At this current stage, there wasn't any woman that could make him fall in love with her. But this didn't stop him from becoming friends with Chen Fanghua. Since they were friends, they would naturally visit each other frequently. You want to try? Chapter 184. You aren't a match for me. I advise you not to make a move. Jiang Ruohai was only at the 3rd level of the Earth realm. Li Fuchen had absolute confidence in defeating him. Boasting shamelessly, Jiang Ruohai made his move. Like a gust of wind, Jiang Ruohai arrived in front of Li Fuchen and executed a dense cloud palm style. The densely packed palm shadows covered all of Li Fuchen's space to evade. I said it before, you aren't a match for me. Li Fuchen's figure had long vanished like a phantom. Jiang Ruohai's pupil shrank. When did he break through the palm technique's blockade? Scanning his surroundings, Jiang Ruohai spotted Li Fuchen. Executing his light body technique, Jiang Ruohai quickly chased after him and struck out with both palms. His figure suddenly rotated. 1, 2, 3. A series of afterimages appeared, and Li Fuchen vanished from Jiang Ruohai's sight again. You comprehended light body technique intent? Jiang Ruohai's pupil shrank. The Azure Water sect was a sword Dao sect. Sect disciples focused more on sword arts, and other martial arts were just supplementary. There were very few who could cultivate martial arts other than sword arts to the trance stage. In Jiang Ruohai's opinion, one must at least be at the heaven realm in order to cultivate a mystic class, low-tier martial art to the trance stage, and comprehend the intent. Li Fuchen didn't speak, and stood on the big tree in the courtyard. So what if you comprehended light body technique intent? I don't believe you can be faster than my sword. Jiang Ruohai unsheathed his sword and slashed out 3 times in a row. The surging sword intent made everyone feel as though they were looking at a lake. Crackle! The big tree was split into 3, and immediately turned into dregs. I see you, don't even think of escaping. With his sword intent locked on, Jiang Ruohai saw a shadow leaping into the sky. He let out a cold smile. Being in the air, there was no way for him to borrow strength. He wanted to see how his opponent was going to dodge. Clear water sky. The surging sword intent rushed into the sky, and a straight sword chi was shot at Li Fuchen. Are you sure you can see me? Li Fuchen appeared behind Jiang Ruohai and sent him flying with a punch. Landing awkwardly on the ground, Jiang Ruohai had an unpleasant expression. Li Fuchen's light body technique was too incredible. From start to finish, he didn't even touch the corner of Li Fuchen's clothes. Admittedly, he still had some trump cards that he hadn't used yet. But so did Li Fuchen. Gather. Quick, everyone gather. Just when Jiang Ruohai was about to fight again, Su Qinghai's voice sounded. Just as Jiang Ruohai was about to make another move, Su Qinghai. Gathering now. Did something big happen? Li Fuchen didn't care about Jiang Ruohai. In the main hall, all 25 members of the 5 squads of Group 10 were present. Including Chen Daxiong, there were 26 of them. Li Fuchen took a glance and noticed that there were 7 direct disciples. The reason why he had determined that these people were true inheritors was because of their age. The others were all above 40 or 50 years old. Feng. Long Li Tian I Feng I Li, now the chance is here. According to the scouts, a branch of the Devil's Hand Guild has been discovered in the eastern outskirts of Black Mountain City. Since Group 1, 2, and 3 are out on missions, the remaining 7 groups will set off together to eliminate the Devil's Hand Guild branch. That's great. I have been here for 2 months, and have only completed 1 small mission. I haven't even met a true demon Dao martial artist. One of the direct disciples was excited. Chen Daxiong glanced at the person and said, "The Devil's Hand Guild is one of the top 10 demon Dao organizations in the Azure Water region. Even if it is just a branch, it is not to be underestimated. Do not be careless, or you may lose your life." He was afraid that these direct disciples would be rash and rush to the front line. All right, gather with the other 6 groups now. Chen Daxiong waved his hand and walked towards the plaza. At the plaza, the other 6 groups had already arrived. Fuchen Shitty, look. That is a motionless sword Xixiang. Xiang Tianxiang came to Li Fuchen's side and pointed at a stern-looking youth on the plaza. Emotionless sword? Li Fuchen looked over. During Sword Maniac's batch, those who were on par with Sword Maniac were Sword Tiger and Emotionless Sword. The 3 of them were older than Li Fuchen by quite a bit. It was obvious how strong they were. At least Li Fuchen didn't think that the current him would be a match for the 3 of them. He reckoned that he would be instantly eliminated by them. Seemingly sensing Li Fuchen's gaze, Emotionless Sword looked over. The instant they exchanged glances, Li Fuchen felt a slight sting in his eyes. The opponent's chi presence was too sharp. Even Chen Daxiong's gaze didn't have such killing power. What's more, Li Fuchen could faintly feel that the opponent's spirit was extremely formidable. It was much stronger than any sect disciple he had seen before. It was almost on par with a Heaven Realm martial artist. No wonder he is called a motionless sword. Li Fuchen was shocked. What a terrifying gaze. Xiang Tianxiang's body shuddered. His spirit was far inferior to Li Fuchen's. Even though Emotionless Sword wasn't looking at him directly, but the corner of his eyes made him feel extremely uncomfortable, causing his entire body to feel a stinging pain. Wang Gan walked out from the hall. This mission will be led by Group 4's leader, Luo Hui. The rest of the group will follow his orders and set off immediately. Yes, everyone replied in unison. A total of 182 men rode on 182 Class 2 demonic blood horses and left the 7th branch at lightning speed. At the same time, thousands of branch disciples rode on Class 2 demonic blood horses and followed behind. Encircling the Devil's Hand Guild's branch was a battle of experts against experts and soldiers against soldiers. No one was to be spared. The purpose of the branch disciples was to kill those Origin Realm members of the Devil's Hand Guild. The eastern outskirts of Black Mountain City wasn't too far from the 7th branch. 3 days later, everyone arrived. From afar, an ordinary-looking manor entered everyone's vision. Luo Hui waved his hand. Kill. According to the intel, this ordinary-looking manor was a small clan on the surface, but it was already under the control of the Devil's Hand Guild. Kill. Thousands of men got off their horses and surrounded the manor from all sides. Inside the manor, damn it, the branch must have been leaked. Everyone rush out. The leader of the Devil's Hand Guild's branch was a peak-level Earth Realm martial artist. Beside him, there were 5 to 6 other peak-level Earth Realm martial artists. Kill! The Devil's Hand Guild members rushed out like a tidal wave. There were more than 2,000 Origin Realm martial artists, and more than 100 Earth Realm martial artists. It was a formidable force. So many Earth Realm martial artists. This was Li Fuchen's first time witnessing so many Earth Realm martial artists in a fight. The spectacular scene made the blood in his body feel like it was on fire. Boom, boom, boom. The first to clash were the Earth Realm martial artists. Earth Realm martial artists were already able to release their chi. Before both sides even made contact, the horrifying chi forces had already clashed. In an instant, sand and pebbles were sent flying. A violent gale was created, and there were even patches of blood. There were members of the Devil's Hand Guild, and also the 7th branch's Earth Realm martial artists. Die! Li Fuchen executed his Meteor Rain sword. One of the Devil's Hand Guild's Earth Realm martial artists was pierced to death by the sword chi. The rest of them were strong enough to block Li Fuchen's Meteor Rain sword. Chapter 185. After a few waves of long-range attacks, the Earth Realm martial artists from both sides started to engage in close combat. Li Fuchen's opponent was a 5th-level Earth Realm demon, Dao martial artist with a scar on his face. This demon Dao martial artist's cultivation technique should be a mystic class cultivation technique. Furthermore, it was a corrosive mystic class cultivation technique. His chi had an intense corrosive nature. Before Li Fuchen's sword chi could even get close, it was corroded by the opponent's chi and dissipated. Kid, after corroding your body, it should be able to increase my corrosive spirit chi by quite a bit. Zhao Dakue sneered. The corrosive spirit chi that he cultivated was a mystic class mid-tier technique. It was able to corrode the enemy's body and convert the enemy's life essence into corrosive spirit chi for absorption. The degree of tyranny far surpassed most of the blood-sucking techniques. Under normal circumstances, even the 6th-level Earth Realm martial artists in the sect wouldn't be a match for him. They would be easily infected and corroded by his corrosive spirit chi. With a palm strike, a black palm strike was launched at Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen's body flashed and dodged the palm strike. Your light body technique isn't bad, but your cultivation level is too low. Zhao Dakue shouted and burst out with his corrosive spirit chi, enveloping a radius of a few dozen meters. Hiss hiss hiss. Li Fuchen could hear the hissing sound of the true Inferno chi. The true Inferno chi was a blazing hot chi that naturally countered corrosive chi. What's more, Li Fuchen's true Inferno chi was of a high grade. With the true Inferno technique at the 14th rank, the quality of his chi was comparable to a 2nd or 3rd level Earth Realm martial artist. But Zhao Dakue was still a 5th level Earth Realm martial artist, and his cultivation level was much higher than Li Fuchen's. As the true Inferno chi resisted against the corrosive chi, it was rapidly depleting. Mystical Dragon Secret Technique, activate. Li Fuchen activated the Mystical Dragon Secret Technique. In a split second, a large amount of true Inferno chi was transmuted into Mystical Dragon chi. The Mystical Dragon chi was like magma as it surged out and protected Li Fuchen. Right now, his opponent's chi was no longer able to do anything to Li Fuchen. Once it got near him, it would immediately evaporate. A secret technique that increases one's ability? Zhao Dakue was extremely jealous. He might have cultivated a mystic class, mid-tier technique, but the Devil's Hand Guild didn't have many secret techniques. He only cultivated a 2-star secret technique, and it was an escape-type secret technique. Spirit Corrosive Claw. Extending his right hand, Zhao Dakue clawed at Li Fuchen. Die! Without the need to execute a mystic class, mid-tier sword art, Li Fuchen dodged the claw light and used the meteor sword style to penetrate Zhao Dakue's body. These demonic Dao cultivators all cultivate profound cultivation techniques. Furthermore, they are extremely evil. Ordinary sect cultivators are probably no match for them. Even though he easily killed a 5th-level Earth Realm Demon Dao martial artist, Li Fuchen wasn't complacent. All the Earth Realm Demon Dao martial artists here were all at least at the 3rd level of the Earth Realm, and most of them were at the 6th level of the Earth realm. In terms of cultivation speed, demonic Dao martial artists were much faster than righteous Dao martial artists. Haha, transform! The number of demonic Dao martial artists was much lesser than the members of the 7th branch. But after a round of killing, the demonic Dao martial artists did not fall into a disadvantageous position. One of the demonic Dao martial artists struck out with a palm strike, and an Earth realm martial artist from the 7th branch was forcefully turned into a bloody skeleton. A layer of skin and flesh was melted away. This was also a corrosion-type technique, but it seemed to be even more tyrannical and lethal than Zhao Dakui's corrosion-type technique. A pity that this demonic Dao martial artist didn't stay arrogant for long. A swift sword light flashed by, and his head flew into the sky. The one who made the move was Emotionless Sword. His sword was extremely fast and ruthless. Up till now, he had made 3 moves and instantly killed 3 people. All of them were killed with a single blade. Let me try you. A 7th level Earth realm demon, Dao martial artist charged at Emotionless Sword. Emotionless Sword shot out and circled around his opponent a few times. The next moment, the body of the 7th level Earth realm demon, Dao martial artist was split into pieces. Such a terrifying sword art. Not only were the members of the 7th branch shocked, but the members of the Devil's Hand Guild were also terrified. Emotionless Sword's sword art seemed to be specially made for killing. Every move and stance was extremely vicious and merciless. It was fine if he didn't draw his sword, but once he did, the enemy could only pray. Incredible! This was Li Fuchen's first time seeing a true expert in action. Maybe in a few more years, Dominion Sword Lu Wuhuang and Yuan Tian might not be inferior to Emotionless Sword, or maybe not by much. But at the current stage, be it the two of them or Li Fuchen himself, there was still a huge gap between them and Emotionless Sword's class. The slaughter was getting more and more intense. On the battlefield, apart from Emotionless Sword who had the absolute advantage in killing his enemies, the others were in a bitter struggle, including the various group leaders. Demonic Dao martial artists weren't regular martial artists after all. Their chi was very strange. It was either corrosive, poisonous, or hallucinogenic. In short, when martial artists fought, speed and attack power were important. But apart from these two, there were other factors that would affect the outcome. Which was why even though the 7th branch had the advantage in numbers, it was impossible to turn the advantage into a victory in a short period of time. If they weren't careful, they might even fall into a dangerous situation. Li Fuchen personally witnessed one of the 7th branch's Earth realm martial artists, who thought he had the absolute advantage, but got poisoned by a careless mistake. His combat ability was greatly reduced, and he was slashed by his opponent in a single slash. Apart from that, there were plenty of direct disciples from the 7th branch, who were also dragging their feet. Their cultivation levels were too low. They might be able to skip levels to fight, but how much could they skip? Had it not been for 1 or 2 high-leveled Earth realm martial artists protecting them at all times, they would have been long dead. In this encirclement, only direct disciples who were at the 3rd level of the Earth realm and above could barely protect themselves. Only direct disciples who were at the 5th level of the Earth realm and above could bravely kill their enemies. Emotionless Sword's instant kill didn't last for long. After he killed 7 or 8 demon Dao martial artists, he was intercepted by a 9th level Earth realm demon Dao martial artist. Emotionless Sword's cultivation was at the 5th level of the Earth realm. This cultivation level wasn't low, but it wasn't high either. To instantly kill a 9th level Earth realm demon Dao martial artist, who cultivated a mystic class cultivation technique, was rather difficult. After all, the higher the cultivation level, the higher the probability of comprehending a martial art intent, or a cultivation technique intent. The difficulty of skipping levels to do battle wasn't just a small matter. Li Fuchen met an opponent as well. It was a demon Dao martial artist, who was at the 6th level of the Earth realm. Li Fuchen had already comprehended an intent, and his ability wasn't just average. He wasn't someone that the previous demon Dao martial artist, or the previous city lord of Yunwu City, Shen Tu Jianhe, could be compared to. Comprehending an intent and not The difference in ability was at least 2 folds. Hehe, your body is quite tough. You actually managed to exchange a blow with me without any damage. I wonder if sucking your blood will allow my cultivation to rise by a level. This was a demonic path martial artist that practiced a blood-sucking cultivation method. He stuck out his tongue and licked his lips. The blood of a body refinement martial artist contained an extremely pure life essence. It had always been the favorite of martial artists who cultivated blood-sucking techniques. Let's see if you have the life to increase your cultivation level. Urgent as the Starfire. Li Fuchen used the Starfire sword style to attack his opponent. It's useless. I have comprehended an intent too. No, this demonic Dao martial artist had a look of horror on his face. His protective true energy had directly melted away, and a large hole had appeared in his chest. Chapter 186. Emotionless sword intent is obviously a mystic class mid-tier sword intent. The biggest difference between me and him should be our cultivation level. Li Fuchen thought to himself as he killed his opponent with a single blade. 4 sword arts and sword intent. Every increase in grade would result in a huge difference. It was almost a crushing effect. If someone with the same cultivation level was to face someone who comprehended a mystic class high-tier sword intent, Li Fuchen would definitely be killed in a single blade. There would be no suspense. Li Fuchen was like an anomaly. With his first level Earth Realm cultivation, he won consecutive battles. The number of Earth Realm Demon Dao martial artists that died in his hands was no less than 6 or 7, catching up to Emotionless Sword. Although there were people in the 7th branch that were stronger than Li Fuchen and Emotionless Sword, their cultivation levels were too high. They were immediately targeted by the higher-level Demon Dao martial artists, and didn't have the chance to slay the weaker Demon Dao martial artists. Go kill that kid for me. The Devil's Hand Guild's branch leader was abnormally valiant. He was fighting 1 against 2 7th branch leaders, and was still able to divert his attention to transmit a message to the other Demon Dao martial artists. Hearing the command, a Demon Dao martial artist with a strange movement technique scuttled towards Li Fuchen. Light body technique intent. Li Fuchen's senses were sharp. He could feel a ghostly shadow that was approaching him like a fish. Martial artists had their own specializations. Sword Dao martial artists naturally focused on sword skills, which was why they could comprehend sword intent faster. Saber Dao martial artists focused on saber skills, and were able to comprehend saber intent faster. This was obviously a Demon Dao martial artist that focused on light body techniques. A cold light flashed. A short sword pierced Li Fuchen's body. The Demon Dao martial artist frowned slightly. From the feel of the blade, it seemed like he missed. Li Fuchen immediately stopped revolving the True Inferno technique and switched to the Wind Shadow Steps. Using the mystical dragon chi to push the Wind Shadow Steps, the speed was unparalleled, allowing him to evade his opponent's assassination. Starfire Sky. When he reappeared, Li Fuchen was already behind his opponent. Executing the Starfire Sky, the sky was filled with sparks. My life is over. This demonic path martial artist, who was proficient in Qigong, was horrified. The sparks splashed onto his body, and his Jin Qi, which was not weak at all, was easily burned through like paper. Then his body melted, and he didn't even have time to scream. Mystic class mid-tier sword intent is enough for me to look down on those in the Disha realm. I just need to keep increasing my cultivation level and my cultivation techniques realm. The first level of the Earth realm was still too low. Had it not been for the mystical dragon secret technique, Li Fuchen wouldn't be able to achieve such glory. Damn it, what kind of freaks are the Azure Water Sect? The leader of the Devil's Hand branch saw everything and was furious. These sect freaks were completely unfathomable. Others could use their cultivation to determine their strength, but the sect freaks couldn't. Everyone from the Devil's Hand Guild, listen up. Break out of the encirclement with all your might. Don't get caught up in the battle. The Devil's Hand branch leader roared. Everyone from the 7th branch, listen up. Don't let a single one of them escape. Group 4's team leader Luo Hui roared. He didn't expect a Devil's Hand branch to be so hard to deal with. They obviously outnumbered them, but their combat strength was so formidable. It seemed like he had underestimated these Demon Dao martial artists. One side was trying to break out of the encirclement, while the other side was desperately trying to encircle them. The battle was much more intense than before. Primary clear hand. After exchanging dozens of moves, Emotionless Sword finally activated his secret technique. The secret technique he cultivated was a 3-star secret technique called Primary Clear Hand. When the chi flowed to the hand, the power would instantly increase by more than 2 folds. A single blade was enough to sever the opponent's left arm. After 3 blades, the opponent was slain. The Devil's Hand branch might have a formidable combat strength, but their overall strength was still inferior to the 7th branch. As time dragged on, the casualties increased rapidly, and the further it went, the more casualties there were. The Devil's Hand branch leader panicked and shouted, "Elder Scorpion, please make a move." "It's easy for me to make a move. 5 million gold coins." A hunchbacked elder walked out from the manor. "I agree." The Devil's Hand branch leader replied anxiously. "Hee, then I shall thank you." The hunchbacked elder grinned and released a terrifying chi presence. Within a radius of a few hundred meters, no one could move. Low-leveled Heaven Realm martial artist? The members of the 7th branch were shocked. The Devil's Hand Guild actually had a low-leveled Heaven Realm martial artist? This was completely out of their expectations. The Devil's Hand Guild branch leader felt pain and malevolence in his heart. Elder Scorpion is one of the upper echelons of the 5 Poison Gang. The 5 Poison Gang is one of the top 3 Demon Dao organizations in the Azure Water region. There are plenty of experts within. This time, Elder Scorpion is here to invite the Devil's Hand Guild to join the 5 Poison Gang. Because he doesn't know where the headquarters is, he specially looked for me and asked me to send a message to the headquarters. With Elder Scorpion's help, killing all the members of the Azure Water Sect's 7th branch would be as easy as blowing off dust. Low-leveled Heaven Realm martial artist? Li Fuchen's eyes widened. Heaven Realm martial artists were on another level. Any one of them could instantly kill a large group of Earth Realm martial artists. "It is your honor to die in my hands. Go to hell." Elder Scorpion waved his hand and shot out blue needle-shaped chi forces. "Seems like Lu Kuan's luck isn't bad. I actually caught a big fish." Right at this moment, a giant palm descended from the sky and covered the needle-shaped chi forces. Boom boom. A series of horrifying chi explosions echoed. Within 100 meters, be it the 7th branch's Earth Realm martial artists, or the Devil's Hand Guild's Earth Realm martial artists, they were all sent flying by the chi forces. Each of them vomited fresh blood and had a pale expression. Its vice faction leader Lu. The 7th branch members were all delighted. Lu Kuan, the 7th branch's vice faction leader, was also a low-leveled Heaven Realm martial artist. Interesting. Seems like I won't be able to earn these 5 million gold coins. But if I can kill a Heaven Realm martial artist from the Azure Water sect, I think leader will not treat me badly. Elder Scorpion grinned and suddenly crouched down. He bent his right calf and lifted it up like a scorpion's tail. Swish! Elder Scorpion shot towards Lu Kuan. His right calf extended forward and shot out a blue chi force. At the same time, both of Elder Scorpion's hands were like 2 giant pincers, one on the left and one on the right, viciously clamping down on Lu Kuan. Mystic Class, High-Tier Cultivation Technique, Blue Scorpion Technique. No one knew where Demon Dao techniques originated from. All they knew was that it originated from a mysterious source. At the same time, there were countless formidable techniques. Generally speaking, the stronger the Demon Dao organization, the more Demon Dao techniques they would possess. The Evil Fist sect that was flourishing for a period of time was a Demon Dao sect. A pity that Demon Dao sects weren't accepted by the world. Once they appeared, they would be surrounded and annihilated. If not, there would be countless Demon Dao sects in the East Unicorn continent. Bang 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 bang. The 2 Heavenly Dipper Realm martial artists were fighting in the sky. This battle was very fierce. Everyone could not see the movements of the 2. They could only see the 2 figures crisscrossing from time to time. The sound of the explosion was like rolling thunder. Li Fuchen calmed his mind and killed 1 Earth Realm martial artist after another from the Devil's Hand Guild. 15 minutes later, the Devil's Hand Guild had suffered heavy casualties. Initially there were over 100 Earthrealm martial artists, but now there were only over 20 left. Those who block me shall die. The Devil's Hand Guild's branch leader abandoned the others and escaped alone. With his formidable ability, not even the two 7th branch leaders could stop him. Go back. A dense sword light forced the Devil's Hand Guild's branch leader back. PFFF. With two sword chi penetrating his body, the Devil's Hand Guild's branch leader was killed by the two leaders who caught up. The one who intercepted the branch leader was a motionless sword. He acted as though he did something insignificant, and turned around to continue killing the other Earthrealm martial artists from the Devil's Hand Guild. This child is truly terrifying. Group 4's leader Luo Hui sighed. Group 5's leader nodded. How can a gold-class direct disciple be so simple? That gold-class direct disciple, named Li Fuchen, killed close to 10 demon Dao martial artists by himself. Chapter 187. Even after all the Devil's Hand Guild members were executed, the battle in the sky had yet to end. The higher the rank of the martial Dao, the more impossible it was to determine the victor within a short period of time. Lu Kuan, as the vice branch master of the 7th branch, cultivated a mystic class, high-tier technique, just like Elder Scorpion. In the Azure Water sect, not everyone could cultivate a mystic class, peak-tier technique. Only direct disciples, inner sect elders, and a few others could redeem a mystic class peak-tier technique. Of course, to Lu Kuan, a mystic class high-tier technique was enough for now. Up till now, he had only cultivated his mystic class high-tier technique to the 17th rank, and had yet to reach the highest rank, the 18th rank. The two of them had similar techniques and cultivation levels. The only thing they could compete on was their martial arts. Martial arts were ever-changing and varied. It all depended on who was using it. After a few hundred moves, Lu Kuan and Elder Scorpion were still evenly matched. I'm not going to play with you anymore. You made me lose 5 million gold coins. I shall kill 5 of your men then. Elder Scorpion's figure shot down from the sky. His speed was so fast that many couldn't even react in time. You dare? Lu Kuan's eyes were wide open. PFFF. Bursts of blood exploded. 5 of the 7th branch's Earthrealm martial artists were blasted into smithereens. Among them were the group leaders of the 4th and 5th group. Elder Scorpion originally wanted to kill a motionless sword, but a motionless sword's senses were sharp. The moment Elder Scorpion descended from the sky, a motionless sword darted to the side. Li Fuchen was in the vicinity too, but slightly further away than a motionless sword. He saw the scene of Elder Scorpion killing the 5 men clearly. A difference in cultivation level. The 2 group leaders were at the peak level of the Earthrealm, but they died just like that. Li Fuchen felt a chill in his heart. If Elder Scorpion targeted him, he wouldn't be able to escape death. You are courting death. Lu Kuan chased closely behind Elder Scorpion. You don't have to send me off. If there is a chance, I will take your head. Elder Scorpion increased his speed, as though he activated some kind of escape technique, and shook off Lu Kuan. Damn it! Lu Kuan stopped his chase, his face ashen. Group leader Luo and group leader Liang are dead just like that. The other 5 team leaders grieved for the loss of their own kind. We can only blame our bad luck for encountering a Heavenly Dipper realm-level demonic Dao martial artist. AI, this is fate. Yes, if it were us, we wouldn't be able to escape death either. Everyone was in low spirits, and the excitement from wiping out the Devil's Hand Guild's branch had faded. 3 days had passed since the extermination of the Devil's Hand Guild. On the 7th branch's hunter's board, Li Fuchen's name suddenly appeared, followed by a number, 9. This meant that Li Fuchen had killed 9 Earthrealm Demon Dao martial artists. That doesn't sound like much, but in terms of ranking, Li Fuchen had already reached the upper middle tier. On the hunting board, there were a total of over 400 direct disciples' names. Li Fuchen was ranked 198. It must be known that the hunting monument of the Divine Wind Hall and the Iron Blood Hall's branches was the same. In other words, this was the overall ranking, not the branch ranking. Of course, the hunting tablet would be updated. And there will be a delay. Every other month, the hunter's monument would only be updated once. For now, the other branches wouldn't have Li Fuchen's name on it. It would only happen at the beginning of the next month. By then, Li Fuchen's ranking would definitely not be 198. After all, the information of the other branches would be updated as well. More than 400 people. More than 400 of them have killed less than 20 people. Only the first 20 people have killed more people. Li Fuchen looked up and saw Xuefeng's name. And Xuefeng was a motionless sword. The total number of kills was 98, ranking 5th. Above that were Sword Maniac and Sword Tiger's names. One was ranked 3rd, and the other was ranked 1st. One of them had killed 105 people, while the other had killed 145 people. Sword Tiger was a battle maniac, which was why he had more kills than Sword Maniac. But it didn't mean that Sword Tiger's ability was superior to Sword Maniac. All in all, over 400 direct disciples have actually killed over 1,000 Earth Realm demonic Dao martial artists. This is truly a horrifying number. 1,000 Earth Realm martial artists. What kind of concept was that? During the era of Yunwu City's 4 major clans, there were only a dozen Earth Realm martial artists. But in the mid-sized Silver-rich city, there were about 20 to 30 Earth Realm martial artists. Of course, this wasn't just the number of kills within a year, but the number of kills over a decade. If direct disciples didn't break through to the Heaven Realm before the age of 40, they would automatically become high-class outer sect elders. Some of them became direct disciples at the age of 20, and before the age of 40, they would have been direct disciples for over a decade. It was still acceptable to kill over 1,000 Earth Realm demon, Dao martial artists over a decade. But what Li Fuchen didn't know was that for the past decade, the number of Earth Realm martial artists killed by direct disciples wasn't just 1,000, it was more like double. Many of those who were no longer direct disciples would have their names erased from the hunting tablet. Many of those who were already dead would have their names erased from the hunting tablet. Including the number of people killed by that group of people, the number of people killed was at least double. What Li Fuchen didn't know was that direct disciples didn't just kill demon Dao martial artists, they also killed Earth Realm martial artists from other sections. Like the remnants of the Evil Fist sect, like the Heaven Fiend sect, Spirit Hidden sect, and Violent Saber sect's Earth Realm martial artists. It was impossible for there to be no friction between neighboring sections. But friction didn't mean war, but small-scale wars were common occurrences. 2 years ago, the Azure Water sect and the Heaven Fiend sect had a war. There were over a dozen Heaven Realm martial artists and over 1,000 Earth Realm martial artists. Days passed by. Group 10 was as usual very idle. Even if there were missions, it wouldn't be Group 10's turn, unless it was a large-scale mission. The end of the month, at the beginning of the second month, Li Fuchen's ranking was no longer 198, but had dropped to 215. Li Fuchen didn't mind this. The number of kills was related to the contribution points. Every time an Earth Realm Demon Dao martial artist was killed, he would receive 20,000 contribution points. Li Fuchen didn't lack contribution points, hence he didn't mind his ranking or the number of kills. The Devil's Hand Guild's headquarters was located underground. In a dark meeting hall, a group of black figures sat around a table. Our branch has been wiped out by the Azure Water sect's 7th branch. We can't just stay silent and do nothing. We have to retaliate. Of course we have to retaliate, but we have to be fast. We have to eliminate the 7th branch's strength in the shortest time possible, so that the other branches can't provide reinforcements in time. Let's treat this as a lesson to the Azure Water sect. Let them know that offending our Devil's Hand Guild isn't a good thing. When do we make our move? 3 days later. During these 3 days, we will gather all our men and strive to wipe out the 7th branch in one go. At the same time, we will give a vicious blow to the 6th and 5th branch, which are the closest to the 7th branch. Sure, once we wipe out the 7th branch in 3 days, everyone will join the 5 Poison Guild. They have already sent their men to our branch. Chapter 188. The pale blue soul spirit allowed Li Fuchen's perception to be unbelievably strong. A few months ago, the true Inferno technique had just broken through to the 14th rank. Now there were signs of breaking through to the 15th rank. As a mystic class peak tier technique, the true Inferno technique required a long time to break through to every rank. Normally, a few years to break through to the next rank was considered fast. A few months wasn't fast, it was breaking the norm. Under the blazing sun, Li Fuchen sat cross-legged and bathed in the sunlight. Within his body, the true Inferno technique was revolving rapidly, absorbing the traces of scorching energy from heaven and earth. Cultivation techniques also required the absorption of energy, but the quantity required was much lesser than increasing one's cultivation level. It had a higher requirement for the quality of the energy. With the 5 hearts facing sky, Li Fuchen felt that there was a sun in his dantian, and a sun in the sky. The two suns resonated with each other, and produced a subtle connection. Every type of martial arts, including cultivation techniques, contain the laws of heaven and earth. Some contain less, some contain more. Martial arts with less would have a lower grade, while martial arts with more would naturally have a higher grade. It was said that heaven-class martial arts existed in this world. When cultivated to the extreme, it would produce intent that could interfere with the operation of heaven and earth. But no one had ever seen such a thing in the legends. But when an earth-class martial art was cultivated to the extreme, the intent could be separated from the martial art and exist independently. It could even be used to kill. In some of the tombs of absolute experts, there were remnants of various intents. Those who entered would usually be attacked by the intents, and have a slim chance of survival. What's more, different intents had different effects. Some true meanings had stronger offensive capabilities, while others had stronger defensive capabilities. Like at the entrance of the tomb, a defensive intent could be laid down. Those who didn't have enough ability would not be able to enter. The true Inferno technique might not be an Earth-class technique, but it was very close. The intent of the technique seemed to be related to the sun in the sky. The small sun in his dantian revolved slowly, as traces of flames spread out. Li Fuchen's true Inferno technique intent was slowly getting stronger. At this time, the burning heaven art intent was only a pure concept, and not the true burning heaven art intent that had reached the large success stage. When a martial artist comprehended a cultivation method, they had to comprehend the cultivation method's intent and gradually strengthen it. Only then would they be able to increase the cultivation method's realm. One day, when Li Fuchen breaks through to the 21st rank of the true Inferno technique, the true Inferno technique intent would be terrifying. He might even be able to kill someone with the true Inferno technique intent. As the sun set, Li Fuchen slowly withdrew his technique and spat out a scorching breath from his mouth. The next day, when the sun rose, Li Fuchen continued to cultivate. Noon of the 3rd day. Today's sun was extremely scorching, as if it wanted to roast the entire world into nothingness. The miniature sun in Li Fuchen's dantian was spinning at a rapid pace, and the flames were much more than 2 days ago. Not knowing how much time had passed, Li Fuchen felt a burning pain in his dantian and meridians. In the next moment, the true Inferno technique burst out. A surging heat wave, with Li Fuchen as the center, spread to the surroundings. The ground was scorched and cracked. You finally broke through? Li Fuchen was delighted. The 15th layer of the true Inferno technique was exceptionally powerful. When Xiaochen sensed it with his mind, the little sun in his dantian became much brighter, like a clump of pure magma. Just by sensing it with his mind, he could feel a wave of heat. Just now when I felt the burning pain in my dantian and meridians, it seems my cultivation is still too low. If the true Inferno technique was to forcefully break through, it would easily burn the meridians. Only those with a tough body or a high cultivation level would be able to successfully break through. Li Fuchen's body toughness was already top-notch in the Azure Water sect. After all, the Azure Water sect's best body tempering technique was only at the Mystic class high tier. But Li Fuchen's cultivation level was too low. If it was any other first-level Earth Realm martial artist who forcefully broke through to the 15th rank of the true Inferno technique, they would definitely be burnt to death. Of course, such people were rare. How many of them could reach Li Fuchen's level of perception? I hope the Icefire Flower can be saved for the 17th rank. The next time I break through to the 16th rank, I will use it first. Li Fuchen obtained a stalk of Icefire Flower from the 100 Herbs hidden domain. This stalk of Icefire Flower could help those who cultivated blazing heat techniques or icy cold techniques to break through without harming their meridians. Li Fuchen felt that it shouldn't be a problem to rely on his own strength to break through to the 16th rank. After all, it was just some burning pain, and it wasn't considered much. Now that the True Inferno technique broke through to the 15th rank, Li Fuchen's True Inferno technique intent had a huge improvement. With the advancement of the True Inferno technique intent, Li Fuchen's cultivation bottleneck had loosened up. This meant that Li Fuchen could now break through to the second level of the Earth realm. This is really a chain reaction. Li Fuchen wasn't in a hurry to break through. He intended to consolidate the 15th rank of the True Inferno technique first. 2 days later, Li Fuchen took a deep breath and prepared to break through to the second level of the Earth realm. As the True Inferno technique revolved, a large amount of energy gathered from heaven and earth. There were signs of a spirit chi tornado forming. I have to rely on pills. This wasn't the 100 Herbs hidden domain after all. The heaven and earth energy was sparse and unable to form a spirit chi tornado. Just by absorbing the heaven and earth energy, Li Fuchen wouldn't be able to break through to the second level of the Earth realm in a short period of time. He could only rely on pills. Consuming a yellow class peak tier pill, Li Fuchen revolved his cultivation technique to absorb the medicinal effects. A moment later, Li Fuchen consumed another yellow class peak tier pill. Within 2 hours, Li Fuchen consumed a total of 5 yellow class peak tier pills. If converted into contribution points, it would be around 40,000 to 50,000. It was all thanks to Li Fuchen's wealth. A few thousand meters up in the sky, a Class 2 spirit beast, cloud-piercing eagle was flying. On the back of the cloud-piercing eagle stood an Earth Realm martial artist. From his attire, he was obviously from the Azure Water sect. This was a scout from the 7th branch, and was in charge of scouting the surroundings. The reason why the Devil's Hand Guild's branch was eradicated was because they didn't have any aerial spirit beasts. The method of taming spirit beasts was basically in the hands of the sect. This was the foundation of the sect. If they relied on riding horses or traveling by foot, when the enemies arrived at their doorstep, they probably wouldn't even have the chance to send back any news. The spy was very leisurely, eating fruits while looking down from time to time. And, from a few thousand meters up in the sky, the scout could see a black tide surging towards the 7th branch. This is the enemy. The scout was shocked. Controlling the cloud-piercing eagle, he turned around and was about to send a message. Die! But right at this moment in the sky above, a black-clothed man broke through the air and sent a palm strike at the scout. It was a Heaven Realm martial artist. PFFF. The scout, along with the cloud-piercing eagle, exploded at the same time. Swish! A red firework burst into the sky, dazzling and eye-catching. The black-clothed man frowned. He already made his move quickly, but didn't expect the enemy to still release a signal flare. No worries. There is still half a day before we reach the 7th branch. I don't think they will be able to do anything. Another black-clothed man appeared and spoke in a cold tone. 7th branch. Branchmaster, someone released a red signal flare. A scout rushed into the branch hall. Red signal flare. Wang Gan's expression was gloomy. A red signal flare meant that there was an enemy invasion. Pass down my orders. Everyone is to head to the 6th branch and set off immediately. This matter concerned the life and death of everyone in the 7th branch. Wang Gan wouldn't be arrogant enough to stay here and wait for the enemy to come knocking. Everyone doesn't believe in Tai Su's character. They have to believe in the power of the contract. Also, I've been a little stuck these few days. I've reached a turning point in the plot, and it's not easy to grasp. Furthermore, Tai Su is a person who likes to be stuck in a dead end, so it doesn't feel right. It's really painful to write. In any case, my bad habits in the past are indeed affecting me. I'm trying to change them. Tai Su wants to become a professional writer and not look like an amateur writer. Chapter 189. The evacuation was too sudden and too shocking. In the Azure Water Sect's territory, the 7th branch actually had to take the initiative to retreat. How terrifying must the invading enemy be? It's probably the Devil's Hand Guild's headquarters taking revenge. Li Fuchen guessed. As one of the top 10 Devil Dao organizations in the Azure Water region, the Devil's Hand Guild's strength was rather formidable. With the strength of an organization, they were naturally able to force the 7th branch to retreat. Moreover, one should never underestimate the power of a demonic path organization. The strength of a demonic path organization might not be weaker than a sect. Some powerful demonic organizations were even stronger than the sections. However, they could not appear in the open and could only hide underground. If they dared to appear in the open, they would immediately be attacked by many sections. The Evil Fist sect was an example. If the Demon Dao organizations were too weak, then the Azure Water region's Demon Dao organizations would have long been wiped out. How could they allow others to sleep in their beds? Everyone from the 7th branch rode their rank 2 demonic blood horses towards the direction of the 6th branch. In the East Unicorn continent, Class 2 demonic blood horses were considered as the best means of transportation. Every sect would tame hundreds of thousands of Class 2 demonic blood horses. As for Class 1 demonic blood horses, they were used by regular martial artists for transportation. The rank 2 demonic blood horse's speed was fast, and its endurance was shocking. It could maintain its high speed continuously. However, no matter how fast the level 2 demonic blood horse was, it could not be compared to the flying speed of a Heaven Dipper Realm martial artist. 5 Heavenly Dipper Realm demonic cultivators blocked the path of the 7th branch. As for the 7th branch, there were only 3 Heaven Realm martial artists. One of them was Hall Chief Wang Gan, and the other 2 were Vice Hall Chiefs. Moreover, among the 5 Heavenly Dipper Realm Demon Dao martial artists, one is actually a Heavenly Dipper Realm middle rank martial artist, although only Heavenly Dipper Realm 4th layer, but also Heavenly Dipper Realm middle rank. Everyone charge forward. Don't look back. Wang Qian roared. This was a moment of life and death. Don't think about saving others. It would be good if you could save yourself first. Of course, as the branch master, he could not escape. The 7th branch had more than 10 true disciples. If he escaped and caused all the true disciples to be annihilated, not only would the upper echelons of the sect punish him, even his family would be imprisoned. Charge! Li Fuchen clamped the horse's abdomen and pushed the Class 2 demonic blood horse to its limits. Beside him were Xiang Tianxiang and several other true disciples. Li Fuchen didn't dare to use his light body technique to travel, as he was afraid of attracting attention. If he stood out now, he would die the fastest. As long as we reach the 6th branch, we will be saved. Damn it, these demonic organizations are too arrogant. A true disciple cursed. Humph, just you wait. This time, the sect will definitely be furious, and will definitely send a large number of Heavenly Dipper Realm martial artists to wipe out the Demon Dao organization. Another successor disciple looked gloomy. Li Fuchen glanced at them, and seemed to have thought of something. He deliberately kept a distance from them. Xiang Tianxiang was also very smart. Seeing that Li Fuchen intentionally distanced himself, he followed suit. Boom! The intense chi force was like a horrifying storm that engulfed the crowd. At least 7 to 8 Earth Realm martial artists died on the spot. As for the Origin Realm martial artists, at least a few dozen of them died. All of them, along with their horses, exploded into a mist of blood. The one who made the move was a Heaven Realm Demon Dao martial artist. With his Heaven Realm strength, killing Earth Realm martial artists and Origin Realm martial artists was like killing chickens, killing a whole bunch of them. What a close shave. Looking at the route he took, Xiang Tianxiang's scalp went numb. That route had already become a straight line of death. All the men and horses in that straight line were all dead, including those direct disciples. Shortly after, Xiang Tianxiang looked at Li Fuchen. His eyes were filled with rejoice and disbelief. To be honest, when he distanced himself from Li Fuchen, It was all a subconscious action. And this subconscious action actually saved his life. If he previously admired Li Fuchen's perception, now he started to admire Li Fuchen as a person. This person wasn't human at all. With such incredible perception and temperament, he knew that if direct disciples gathered together, it would attract too much attention. You and I better maintain a certain distance. We both look too young. One look, and you can tell that we are direct disciples. Li Fuchen said. Xiang Tianxiang already understood this point, and distanced himself from Li Fuchen. Every time this Heaven Realm Demon Dao martial artist made a move, a large number of lives would be lost. Under his attacks, only 3 of the 7th branch's direct disciples were left. They were Emotionless Sword Xuefeng, Li Fuchen, and Xiang Tianxiang. Soon enough, this Heaven Realm Demon Dao martial artist's attention landed on Emotionless Sword Xuefeng. With his Heaven Realm perception, he could naturally sense that Emotionless Sword Xuefeng's chi presence was extremely sharp, and wasn't a regular direct disciple. He should be a gold-class direct disciple. This person grinned, and sent a palm strike at Xuefeng. The Class 2 demonic blood horse exploded, while Xuefeng turned into an afterimage, and shot out. At the crucial moment, he activated the 2-star secret technique, Divine Movement Leg. Complementing it with his light body technique, his speed reached the limits. He dodged the attack by a hair's breadth. Can you escape? But it's fine too. Blood Owl will play with you first. Blood Owl sent another palm strike at Xuefeng. Xuefeng threw out a handful of Thunder Blast bombs. The so-called Thunder Blast was a firearm that was even more valuable than the Thunderbolt bomb. A single bomb was worth 10,000 contribution points, and could easily kill a low-leveled Earth Realm martial artist. A handful of Thunder Blast bombs would be worth a few 100,000 contribution points. Only a direct disciple of Xuefeng's caliber would have so many contribution points. A large handful of Thunder Blast bombs still couldn't stop Blood Owl's palm force, but it still created an opening. Xuefeng made use of this opening to shift his center of gravity to the left, and shot out diagonally. Rumble! Xuefeng's original position was turned into a huge pit. This pit was enough to bury a few hundred people. Interesting. I would like to see what other tricks you have up your sleeves. Blood Owl flicked his finger, and shot out a finger force with shocking speed. It was many times faster than a crossbow bolt. PFFF. Xuefeng's body exploded, and turned into shreds. Taking a closer look, it was just a piece of clothing. It turned out that Xuefeng had already executed a cicada shedding secret technique to escape. Luckily Xuefeng is here to distract us. Li Fuchen rejoiced in his heart. 5 Heaven Realm Demon Dao martial artists. 4 of them dealt with the 7 branch chiefs, while the remaining 1 dealt with the small fries like them. If another one came, he couldn't guarantee that he could survive. A miserable scream came from the back. It was the voice of the branch vice chief, Lu Kuan. 4 against 3 meant that one of them had to face 2 enemies. Lu Kuan's ability was the weakest, but he had 2 enemies. After withstanding a few hundred moves, he was still killed. Go and kill those small fries. The Devil's Hand Guild leader sent a message to one of them. Yes. The Heaven Realm Demon Dao martial artist flashed and chased after Li Fuchen's group. Not good, another Heaven Realm Demon Dao martial artist is here. Li Fuchen was constantly paying attention to his back. He felt a powerful chi presence chasing after him. His heart was shocked, and an intense feeling of unwillingness surged in his heart. I must not die here. At this moment, Li Fuchen no longer had any hopes of luck. With his age, he was destined to be the most obvious target. Executing the Wind Shadow Steps, and activating the Mystical Dragon secret technique, Li Fuchen charged from the Class 2 demonic blood horse. His speed wasn't inferior to Emotionless Sword Xuefeng. Chapter 190. As Li Fuchen expected, this Heavenly Dipper Realm Demon Dao martial artist put the first target on him. As for the Earth Realm martial artist, he just casually sent out an attack. Whether he died or not, he didn't care. A Heavenly Dipper Realm martial artist's flying speed was extremely fast, comparable to a Class 3 flying demonic beast, or a flying spirit beast. In just a short moment he caught up to Li Fuchen. "Junior, your speed is so fast, you should be a gold-class direct disciple, right? I wonder how it feels to kill a gold-class direct disciple." Lai Shan laughed heartily and flicked a finger force at Li Fuchen. Puff! The ground was penetrated with a large hole, and Li Fuchen evaded in advance. His senses are quite strong, as expected of a gold-class direct disciple. Lai Shan continuously sent out finger gusts of wind. Pu. Large holes appeared on the ground. Li Fuchen utilized the wind shadow steps and shadowless leg to the extreme. His body moved left and right, up and down. It was as though he had lost all weight and could change his direction and speed at any time. Apart from that, Li Fuchen's concentration was at an unprecedented level. There were a few times when Lai Shan's finger force was about to be released. Li Fuchen had already predicted his opponent's attack trajectory. Lai Shan was rather surprised. Dodging his attacks once or twice was still acceptable, but dodging every single time was a little too much. "Let's see how you dodge this time." Lai Shan took out a weapon from his storage bag. This weapon was a mountain-crashing hammer. The head of the mountain-crashing hammer was half the size of a millstone. It was forged from the extremely heavy black mountain iron, a low-grade profound-level metal. It weighed 4,800 pounds. Not to mention infusing it with true qi. Even without infusing it with true qi, when the hammer smashed down, it would be enough to break the earth and shatter everything. Die! As the hammer blasted down, the heaven and earth energy vibrated. A giant hammer shadow covered Li Fuchen, like a small mountain crashing down. Danger! All the hair on Li Fuchen's body stood up. Every inch of his flesh and blood seemed to be screaming. It was an instinctive reaction. Activating the divine movement leg, Li Fuchen turned into an illusory figure that shot out at an unbelievable speed. Rumble! The hammer shadow smashed 10 meters behind Li Fuchen, the hard ground, as if turned into a water surface. A wave of soil spread out. For a moment, Li Fuchen felt as though the heaven and earth were about to collapse. He was completely unable to control his body, and was sent flying along with the powerful shockwave like a straw. Puff! Landing heavily on the ground, Li Fuchen vomited a large mouthful of blood and looked pale. This attack was too powerful. Even though it was just the shockwave, it was enough to seriously injure him. If his physical fitness wasn't so high, just the shockwave alone would have been enough to shatter his bones. Run! Why aren't you running anymore? Lai Shan raised the mountain-blasting hammer high up, and planned to smash Li Fuchen into a blood mist. Impudent! Demon cultivators of the demonic Tao, kill them all! 3 figures flew over from the sky. Shockingly, they were 3 Heavenly Dipper Realm martial artists. The only Heavenly Dipper Realm martial artists who could rush over so quickly were the 3 Hall Masters of the 6th branch. One of the Hall Masters unsheathed his sword, and a stream of sword energy swept toward Lai Shan. Clang! Sparks flew into the sky, and Lai Shan was sent flying. The other 2 Hall Masters followed closely behind him, and attacked Lai Shan with their swords. Lai Shan let out a muffled groan, as if he had suffered a serious injury. He hurriedly retreated. "The people from the 6th branch are rushing over. You should recuperate properly." One of the Hall Masters recognized Li Fuchen, and transmitted a message. Li Fuchen nodded. His injuries were severe, and had to be treated immediately. Retrieving a pill from his storage bag, Li Fuchen felt his heart ache and swallowed it. This was a mystic class, low-tier recuperation pill. It was worth 100,000 contribution points. He didn't expect it to be used so quickly. As for yellow class, peak tier or half mystic class recuperation pills, although they had decent effects, they weren't as effective as a mystic class, low-tier recuperation pill. A mystic class, low-tier pill was indeed worthy of its name. After 15 minutes, Li Fuchen's injuries had recovered by 30% to 40%. His ruptured internal organs, flesh, and bones were all recovering at a rapid pace. When his injuries were at least 50% recovered, Li Fuchen stood up. Next, he didn't need to circulate his technique to recuperate. The remaining effects of the pill would automatically heal his injuries. It's good to have contribution points. 100,000 contribution points were spent just like that. Li Fuchen was only left with about 7 million contribution points in the sect. The rest were exchanged for various items. There were Thunder Blast, Mystic Class Pills, and the Class 3 high-tier Demonic Beast Pelt Armor he was wearing was also exchanged for a Class 4 mid-tier Demonic Beast Pelt Armor. The higher the grade of the Demonic Beast Pelt Armor, the more exaggerated its value. A Class 1 Demonic Beast Pelt Armor would at most cost a few dozen gold coins. A Class 2 Demonic Beast Pelt Armor would cost a few hundred gold coins. A Class 3 Demonic Beast Pelt Armor would cost a few thousand to tens of thousands of gold coins. A Class 4 Demonic Beast Pelt Armor would cost at least 100,000 gold coins, which would be 50,000 contribution points. The Class 4 mid-tier Demonic Beast Pelt Armor that Li Fuchen was wearing cost him 150,000 contribution points. Other than that, there were other miscellaneous items that cost quite a lot of contribution points. Of course, most of them were used to redeem pills. Antidote pills, recuperation pills and cultivation assistance pills. Just redeeming pills alone cost Li Fuchen 2 million contribution points. But Li Fuchen didn't feel it was a pity. After all, nothing in this world was worth mentioning when compared to life. Without life, what was the point of having so many contribution points? The 5th and 6th branch halls were the closest to the 7th branch hall. Just as Li Fuchen was hesitating if he should return to participate in the battle, in the sky, another 3 Heaven Realm martial artists flew towards the battlefield. Time to return. Taking a deep breath, Li Fuchen turned and sprinted towards the battlefield. The Devil's Hand Guild's headquarters was invading on a large scale. It wasn't just Heaven Realm martial artists. There were definitely Earth Realm and Origin Realm martial artists. By the time Li Fuchen returned to the battlefield, the battle was already in full swing. Up in the sky, Wang Gan was the only hall master of the 7th branch left. Luckily, the 6 hall masters of the 6th and 5th branch had rushed over. The number of Heaven Realm martial artists of the Devil's Hand cult had also increased from 5 to 8. The situation was still disadvantageous to them. On the ground, the Devil's Hand Guild was densely packed, and were wantonly slaughtering the remnants of the 7th branch. Li Fuchen saw the figure of a motionless sword Xuefeng. Xuefeng was extremely courageous. Even though he was injured, he was still fighting against 3 peak-level Earth Realm martial artists. Although he was at a disadvantage, his life wasn't in danger yet. Kill! Li Fuchen didn't hesitate and joined the battle. Every expert grew up through blood and fire. Since even Heaven Realm martial artists couldn't kill him, he didn't have to fear some Earth Realm martial artists. Li Fuchen's participation had a negligible impact on the entire battlefield. It was fortunate that the battlefield was large enough and spanned across 7 to 8 miles. If not, once Li Fuchen joined, he would immediately attract the attention of the Devil's Hand Guild's experts. 1 hour later, the 7th branch was almost completely wiped out. Xuefeng, Li Fuchen, and the others retreated as they fought, extending the battlefield even further and wider. Demon Dao Demon, how dare you act so presumptuously in my Tsanglan region? Kill without mercy. Finally, the 6th branch's men arrived. When the 7th branch's scouts realized that the Devil's Hand Guild was invading, they had already released the signal flare. The scouts that passed through the branches released the signal flare one after another, spreading the news very quickly. A few hours ago, the 6th branch's men had already rushed over at full speed. It was fortunate that the various branches weren't too far apart and could reinforce each other in the shortest time possible. If not, no one from the 7th branch would have survived. P.S. I wish everyone a happy Mid-Autumn festival. Today, the Tai Su clan will be having dumplings and mooncakes. Chapter 191. 2 hours later, the men from the 5th branch arrived. The 2 branches joined forces and temporarily withstood the attacks of the Devil's Hand Guild. For Xuefeng and Li Fuchen, this was the situation they wanted. They were both prodigies among prodigies, and had a perfect grasp of timing. Every time they made a move, they would basically claim a life. This was something that many people who were stronger than them couldn't do. Unfortunately, there were too many people from the Devil's Hand Guild. They had almost double the number of people from the two branches added together. The sixth and fifth branch began to retreat step by step. One more is one more. Li Fuchen's internal injuries had already recovered by about 80%. The mystic class, low-tier recuperation elixirs were extremely potent and had been nourishing his body. PFFF. The Black Gold Sword danced, and an Earth Realm martial artist from the Devil's Hand Guild was pierced through the heart by Li Fuchen. Up until now, more than 10 people had died by his hands. On the other side, Xue Feng had killed at least 20 people. Other than the 9th level of the Earth Realm, or the peak stage of the Earth Realm, there was basically no one who could withstand a single sword from him. His sword was extremely fast and ruthless. The nickname Emotionless Sword was not just for show. With the two of them around, the situation gradually improved. However, it was also because of this that the two of them attracted even more attention. On Li Fuchen's side, there was an 8th level Earth Realm Demon Dao martial artist, and a 9th level Earth Realm Demon Dao martial artist. Li Fuchen believed that if it was just one of them, he would still be able to resist. But if there were two of them, then the pressure would be too much. He was now at the 2nd level of the Earth Realm. With the addition of the 15th rank of the True Inferno technique and the Mystical Dragon Secret technique, his combat strength was almost at the 6th level of the Earth Realm. There wasn't much difference between him and an 8th level Earth Realm Evil Dao martial artist. Dai. The first to make a move was a middle-aged demon Dao martial artist with a goatee, who was at the 9th level of the Earth Realm. His weapon was also a sword with a forked tip like a snake's tongue. The sword intent revolved and thrust at Li Fuchen. Vaguely, Li Fuchen seemed to see a poisonous snake shooting over. This seemed to be a sword technique related to snakes. The sword intent comprehended had the characteristics of snakes. Li Fuchen didn't clash head-on with his opponent, and executed the 9 revolution sword art. Dang! Li Fuchen's strength was reduced to 30% or 40% after the 9 revolution sword art's twisting and turning. He couldn't do anything to Li Fuchen. Force dissipation sword technique? The goateed middle-aged man was displeased. He hated encountering such different martial arts the most. Dancing snakes. The goatee man's sword intent burst out and slashed at Li Fuchen. 100,000 turns. Every time Li Fuchen's 9 revolution sword art turned, it would produce both hard and soft forces, which would neutralize most of the opponent's sword art. Blood-killing palm. On the side, the 8th level Earth Realm man, with a sword scar on his face, suddenly sent a palm strike at Li Fuchen. In the air, there was a pungent smell of blood that was nauseating. Li Fuchen did not dare to be careless. Demon Dao martial art. 9 out of 10 are very vicious. This blood kill palm. It is estimated that it is a poisonous palm, cannot be taken. Footwork flash. Li Fuchen figure suddenly disappeared. Under the joint attack of the duo, Li Fuchen found it hard to retaliate. He had to rely on the 9 revolution sword style and the shadowless leg to contend with them. Xue Feng's situation was similar to Li Fuchen's. In fact, he was in a worse state than Li Fuchen. Before the 6th and 5th branch members arrived, he was already surrounded by 3 peak-level Earth Realm martial artists. Now he was surrounded by 2 peak-level Earth Realm martial artists and 3 9th-level Earth Realm martial artists. Just as everyone was losing ground and was in a bitter battle, the deacon's strongest support arrived. Who dares to act so presumptuously in this old man's patrol area? A firm voice was like the rumbling of thunder, causing everyone's blood to boil. Only to see 5 figures breaking through the sky and descending. The leader had a chi presence that surged like the sea, covering the sky and earth. He was obviously a high-leveled Heaven Realm martial artist. The patrol elder is here. Haha, brothers kill. Below, the Azure Water sect was overjoyed. The Azure Water region was vast. Just relying on the Divine Wind Hall and the Iron Blood Hall wasn't enough to maintain the situation. Hence, the upper echelons of the sect set up 8 patrol areas in the Azure Water region. They were the East, Southeast, South, Southwest, West, Northwest, North and Northeast patrol areas. Each patrol area had a high-leveled Heaven Realm martial artist and 4 low and mid-leveled Heaven Realm martial artists overseeing it. These patrol elders would often patrol their own areas And if there was any situation, they would be able to provide reinforcements. Not good, it's the patrol elder. Why am I so unlucky to bump into him? The Devil's Hand Guild leader was shocked. If the 10 branches of the Divine Wind Hall were hunting dogs, then the patrol elder was a goshawk. He was even more terrifying than the hunting dogs, and was the nightmare of the demon Dao. Retreat quickly. The Devil's Hand Guild leader couldn't be bothered with the others. After yelling out, he immediately retreated with extreme speed. Wang Gan escaped from death. His body was covered in blood, and his heart was filled with joy. It seemed like the heavens still favored him, and allowed him to hold on until now. It was a pity that the 2 vice branch leaders were dead. Trying to leave? Did you get this old man's permission? The leader of the patrol elders drew his artifact sword, and with a single slash, the sky was filled with thunder sword rain. Crackle! The insufferably arrogant Devil's Hand Guild leader was instantly drowned in the rain of swords, and was dead beyond death. The other 7 Heaven Realm martial artists from the Devil's Hand Guild wanted to escape too. But how could they escape? They were all killed like vegetables being chopped up. With the support of the Heaven Realm martial artists, the situation on the ground was instantly reversed. The originally aggressive Devil's Hand Guild members were now wailing like ghosts and howling like wolves. They wished their parents had given them a few more legs. The ruler of the Azure Water region is ultimately the Azure Water sect. These demon Dao organizations can only be arrogant for a moment. Seeing the Devil's Hand Guild members dying one by one, Li Fuchen let out a breath of relief. The Azure Water sect's ability was unfathomable, and no one could fully grasp it. The Divine Wind Hall and the Patrol region was just the tip of the iceberg. If the Azure Water sect burst out with their full strength, even 1,000 Devil's Hand Guild members would be slaughtered. In less than 1 hour, the entire Devil's Hand Guild would be annihilated. Those that could escape were just some small cats and dogs that weren't worth mentioning. Greetings to Elder Lin. The 7 branch leaders came in front of the patrol elder and bowed with cupped hands. Elder Lin scanned the battlefield and inquired, "How are the casualties?" Wang Qian said in a sorrowful voice, "My 7th branch was almost completely wiped out. Even the 2 branch vice hall masters are dead. Even the true inheritors suffered heavy casualties. As for how many of them survived, I'm not sure." When he heard that the 2 branch vice leaders had perished in battle, Elder Lin's expression didn't change. But when he heard that direct disciples had suffered heavy casualties, Elder Lin was infuriated. "Damn it, a bunch of rats. We have to sweep the Azure Water region once and exterminate all these demon Dao organizations." Every few years or 10 years or so, the Azure Billow territory would wipe out a demon Dao organization. But these demon Dao organizations were hidden deeply and couldn't be eliminated. It seemed as though there was a faction supporting them from behind the scenes. Other than that, every sweep would result in countless casualties. Some of the demon Dao organizations were forced to a dead end and would willfully release poison and murder in the surrounding cities. Sometimes, the entire population of a city would be massacred. But with so many direct disciples dead, no matter how troublesome it was, they had to sweep through them. After all, direct disciples were the future pillars of the Azure Water sect. If they didn't pay attention to them, these demon Dao organizations would continue to be lawless. Chapter 192. After some calculations, out of the 14 direct disciples from the 7th branch, only 3 survived. They were Emotionless Sword Xuefeng, Li Fuchen, and Xiang Tianxiang. Xiang Tianxiang's luck was great. The first Heaven Realm demon Dao martial artist was chasing after Emotionless Sword Xuefeng. The second Heaven Realm demon Dao martial artist was chasing after Li Fuchen. Xiang Tianxiang escaped far away and didn't encounter any danger. I wonder what the sect's reaction will be? With the death of 11 direct disciples, even Li Fuchen felt the severity of the situation. A mere Devil's Hand Guild was able to kill 11 of the Azure Water sect's direct disciples. If the top 10 demon Dao organizations were to erupt at the same time, what would happen? Even though the possibility was minute, but as long as there was a possibility, it was a huge threat. With the 7th branch destroyed, Li Fuchen, and the remaining members of the 7th branch were temporarily residing in the 6th branch. A few days later, the news reached the Azure Water sect. The upper echelons of the Azure Water sect were enraged. Within the Azure Water Grand Hall, the sect patriarch, the sect protectors, and the inner sect elders who were ranked highly were all present. Damn those demon Dao organizations. This time, we must uproot them. Of course we have to uproot them. It should have been 12 years since the last purge. I wonder how much information the secret faction has. I don't think so. These demon Dao organizations are all very crafty. They would change their location every few years. Some of them even have multiple layers. It's hard to differentiate between real and fake. It doesn't matter how much information they have. This time, it is time to purge the demon Dao organizations. I have always felt that the original strategy wasn't reliable. It is easier said than done to grasp all the information of the demon Dao organizations and wipe them out in one fell swoop. We should purge them once every few years and force them to leave the Azure Water region. TSK, force them to leave the Azure Water region? Is that possible? When a martial artist cultivates, what do they rely on? Resources. In other regions, they either join other demon Dao organizations, or they can only live with their tails between their legs, struggling at death's door. But in the Zhonglan region, even though we have the Zhonglan sect, resources are easy to come by. From time to time, we can use commoners or martial artists to practice demon Dao martial arts, improving at a rapid pace. A Qi realm martial artist who cultivates demon Dao martial arts will be able to enter the origin realm within a few years, and the earth realm within 10 to 20 years. If they are talented, they may be able to reach the heaven realm within 30 to 40 years. In order to maintain such a rapid cultivation speed, you need your own territory. The inner sect elder who spoke had eyes full of wisdom and had a thorough analysis of the demon Dao organizations. Elder Gu is right. Demon Dao martial arts can improve at a godly speed, although it is easy to go berserk during the cultivation process, and the higher the cultivation, the higher the chance of going berserk. But such an astonishing speed of improvement still attracted countless people, and in an unfamiliar territory, they have no way to recruit members. Unless it is a last resort, I don't think they will leave the Azure Water region. An inner sect elder supported. Listening to the inner sect elders expressing their opinions, the white-clothed middle-aged man waved his hand. It is useless to argue about this now. Wait for the secret faction leader to come in and see what she has to say. Sect Patriarch, the secret faction leader has arrived. Outside the door the guard's voice echoed. Summon her in. The white-clothed middle-aged man said. The secret faction leader was an expressionless middle-aged woman with sharp eyes. Her cultivation was extremely high, and had reached the 9th level of the heaven realm. Sima Lu greets Sect Patriarch. The middle-aged woman bowed and cupped her fist. Sima Lu, tell me about the information that the secret faction has on the nests of the demon Dao organizations. The white-clothed middle-aged man said. Somalia said. After 12 years of hard work, the secret hall has already grasped the information of 15 demonic path organizations. 6 of them are the top 10 demonic path organizations. They are the Poisonous Fly Society, Dead Man Valley, and the 5 Poison Society. Oh, they have information on the nest of the 5 Poison Guild? The white-clothed middle-aged man's eyes lit up. 5 Poison is the top 3 demon Dao organizations in Azure Billow territory. In its organization, there are dozens of Heavenly Dipper Realm martial artists. There are 5 leaders. They are 5 Heavenly Dipper Realm 9th layer demon Dao martial artists. They are known as 5 Poison Elders. They are Blue Scorpion Elder, Golden Toad Elder, Red Chain Elder, 1,000 Feet Elder, Gecko Elder. They actually have so much information. It seems like the original plan is still feasible. Hearing that Sima Lu had information on the 15 demon Dao organizations, everyone was shocked. Taking a deep breath, the white-clothed middle-aged man spoke in an unquestionable tone. It is enough to have information on the nests of the 15 demon Dao organizations. Even if we can't wipe out all the demon Dao organizations in the Azure Water region, we will at least wipe out most of them. There is no time to lose. In order to prevent the information from leaking out, The operation shall begin now. Someone invite all the Supreme Elders over. There is no need to invite them. I am here. A gray-haired elder instantly appeared in the grand hall. His chi presence was prowess without any anger. In the grand hall, only the white-clothed middle-aged man could be on par with him. Elder Xie, you came at the right time. This time, we might need your help to eliminate the 5 poison guild. He didn't intend to let all the Supreme Elders participate in the operation. He just wanted to ask which Supreme Elder was willing to join. Since Elder Xie was here, there was naturally no need to inform the other Supreme Elders. A bag of old bones, just the right time to exercise. Elder Xie nodded. A short moment later, more than 200 inner sect elders made their move. In the skies above the Azure Water sect, the densely packed figures covered the sky. Even if they didn't intentionally release their chi presence, their horrific chi presence caused the air to stagnate. Swish, 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 all the inner sect elders were split into 15 groups and flew out instantly. Among them, no one could see Elder Xie's figure, as though he was invisible. On the first day, 4 Demon Dao organizations were eliminated. On the second day, 8 Demon Dao organizations were eliminated. What's more, if he dared to appear and cause trouble, the Azure Water sect would still be able to find him. This world was huge. There were all sorts of martial arts and secret techniques. Some sects had secret techniques that specialized in tracking. As long as they intercepted a trace of your chi presence, they would be able to chase you to the ends of the world. The news of the destruction of the 15 Demon Dao organizations didn't spread out. The only ones who knew of this inside information were the upper echelons of the Azure Water sect, and the remaining Demon Dao organizations. Seeing that the Azure Billow sect was infuriated, the remaining Demon Dao organizations were very obedient, and didn't dare to come out to cause trouble. They knew that the Azure Billow sect didn't make a move. Once they made a move, they would be ruthless. In the next few years, it was best to restrain themselves. After staying at the 6th branch for a week, Li Fuchen set off for the Azure Water sect. He had a faint premonition that for a long period of time, the Azure Water region would be very safe. And in a safe era, the Divine Wind Hall and Iron Blood Hall were no different from decorations. Staying here would only be a waste of time. He needed to go back and attempt the Direct Inheritance Tower before heading out to temper himself. That's right, he was preparing to head out to temper himself. Cultivating step by step wasn't the life he wanted. He couldn't possibly cultivate until he reached the Heaven Realm in the Azure Water sect. That kind of life was too boring and dry. The Direct Inheritance Tower was harder to pass with each floor. As of now, among the direct disciples, only 3 had passed the 3rd floor of the Direct Inheritance Tower. Emotionless Sword Shuefeng wasn't one of them. Li Fuchen naturally didn't have the ability to pass the 3rd floor. His goal was to pass the 2nd floor. Arriving at the Direct Inheritance Tower, Li Fuchen saw emotionless Sword Shuefeng. After not seeing him for a few days, Shuefeng's cultivation was actually at the 6th level of the Earth Realm. He should be here to attempt the 3rd floor, right? Li Fuchen thought to himself. Shuefeng noticed Li Fuchen too. He had a good impression of Li Fuchen, and in his heart, he had already treated Li Fuchen as one of them. Withdrawing his gaze, Shuefeng entered the Direct Inheritance Tower. A moment later, the lantern on the 3rd floor of the Direct Inheritance Tower lit up. Past, Li Fuchen's eyes lit up. The 1st floor of the Direct Inheritance Tower was filled with Class 3 mid-tier demonic beasts. The 2nd floor was filled with Class 3 high-tier demonic beasts, and the 3rd floor was filled with Class 3 high-tier demonic beasts. But the 2nd floor was filled with weak Class 3 high-tier demonic beasts, while the 3rd floor was filled with extremely powerful Class 3 high-tier demonic beasts. Walking out of the Direct Inheritance Tower, Shuefeng's eyes seemed to be a little gentler. Sword Maniac was obsessed with sword arts. Apart from going into seclusion, he would be cultivating, and had no intention of going out to temper himself. But apart from Sword Maniac, the rest of them had basically gone out to temper themselves. As for Li Fuchen, he was going out to temper himself. He had already planned that once he passed the 3rd floor of the Direct Inheritance Tower, he would head out to temper himself. If you wish to head out to temper yourself, it is best to go to the 100 Battle region. That is a region that is dozens of folds bigger than the Azure Water region. There are countless opportunities and dangers within. It is the best place to temper yourself. While brushing past Li Fuchen, Xuefeng transmitted a message into Li Fuchen's ears. Li Fuchen let out a faint smile. His training location was indeed the 100 Battle region. This was a region without an owner. There were plenty of factions and martial artists within. It was rumored that there was even a hidden tomb of an absolute master. As such, it naturally attracted more martial artists to head there. With more people, there would be more disputes. It was unknown how many martial artists had died in the 100 Battle region and left behind unique martial arts manuals. It could be said that the 100 Battle region was the easiest place to obtain martial arts manuals. Other than that, the 100 Battle region had countless danger zones. It was rumored that it was once the battlefield of absolute masters. But after the absolute masters vanished, the traces they left behind became dangerous zones. As for why Xuefeng knew that he was heading out to temper himself, Li Fuchen didn't think too much about it. Prodigies were always alone, but prodigies always understood each other's thoughts. Chapter 194. Progressed to the 2nd level of the Earth Realm. Comprehended 3 Mystic Class Mid-Tier Sword Intense. Li Fuchen passed the 2nd floor of the Direct Inheritance Tower without much difficulty. Passing the 2nd floor of the Direct Inheritance Tower allowed one to redeem a direct inheritance. This time, Li Fuchen redeemed a 3-star secret technique. 4-star secret techniques could only be redeemed after passing the 4th floor. As for 5-star secret techniques, they could only be redeemed after passing the 7th floor. To Li Fuchen, it was too far away. This 3-star secret art was called the Primary Clear Hand. It could convert the true qi flowing through the hand into primary clear true qi. The explosive power of the true qi was even greater than the Mystical Dragon secret art. The Mystical Dragon secret art could double the explosive power of true qi, but the Primary Clear Hand could double the explosive power of true qi. But the Mystical Dragon secret technique was an all-round enhancement, while the Primary Clear Hand could only enhance the hand. In terms of preciousness, the Mystical Dragon secret technique was naturally superior. Other than the 3-star secret technique, Li Fuchen redeemed another Mystic Class, High-Tier Sword Art. In the Azure Water Sect, Mystic Class, high-tier martial arts weren't considered a true inheritance. Only Mystic Class, Peak-tier martial arts were considered true inheritances. Of course, not everyone could redeem a Mystic Class, high-tier martial art. Except for direct disciples and inner sect elders, the rest of the upper echelons would need to contribute to the Azure Water Sect in order to redeem a Mystic Class, high-tier martial art. The Mystic Class, high-tier sword art that Li Fuchen redeemed was called the Blaze Devil Sword Art. This was an extremely fearsome sword art. When cultivated to the extremity, it had the power to repel even gods and ghosts. Li Fuchen didn't expect to comprehend the Blaze Devil Sword intent in a short period of time. It wasn't realistic. Even with his pale blue soul spirit, it was impossible. His perception was sufficient, but his cultivation level was too far off. Even so, Li Fuchen still redeemed it. He didn't know when he would be able to return from this training trip. Perhaps during this period of training, he might be able to comprehend the Blaze Devil Sword intent. Not in a hurry to train, Li Fuchen calmed himself down and concentrated on studying the Primary Clear Hand. As his understanding of the Primary Clear Hand deepened, Li Fuchen realized that the Primary Clear Hand wasn't inferior to the Mystical Dragon secret technique. Even though it wasn't as all-round as the Mystical Dragon secret technique, it could still double the burst strength of the hand. In addition, it could also strengthen the hand. Once cultivated to the completion rank, the hand wouldn't be inferior to a yellow class, peak-tier weapon. The primary clear hand had a total of 2 ranks. At the first rank, the palm would turn pale pink. When he reached the second level, the color of his palm turned light yellow. Only by cultivating to the second level of perfection would the color of the palm return to normal. Looking at the pink and tender palm, Li Fuchen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This pair of palms were too delicate. If one didn't look carefully, one wouldn't even be able to see the pores. However, unlike a woman's hands, this pair of palms were delicate but not weak. They looked like they were carved from jade, and they were filled with power. Puff! Without injecting any qi, Li Fuchen stuck his right hand into a yellow-class mid-tier ore. Puff puff puff. Both of his hands stabbed the ore repeatedly, turning it into a hornet's nest. This is equivalent to a body refining technique for the hand. Li Fuchen was in deep thought. After a period of time, Li Fuchen's palm turned pale yellow. The pale yellow palm gave off a cold feeling, giving off a very violent feeling. It was as if the pair of hands had a mind of its own, ready to take someone's life at any moment. Li Fuchen sized up the familiar, yet unfamiliar palm. He realized that after reaching the second rank of the primary clear hand, there were many fine vein patterns on the skin. Upon closer inspection, these vein patterns obviously contain the secrets of the primary clear hand. This secret technique sure is mystical, Li Fuchen lamented, even though the secret technique was also a martial art. But in fact it was very different from a martial art. Martial arts required one to comprehend the intent. But the secret technique seemed to be unearthing the mysteries of heaven and earth. The two paths were completely different. One was to create, the other was to unearth. It is time to go out and temper myself. It wasn't an easy task to cultivate the primary clear hand to the completion rank. Apart from opening up all the meridians in the hands, it also required the refinement of the flesh and blood of the hands, making the flesh and blood tougher and able to withstand more force. Which was why perception was useless now. The process that needed to be done couldn't be skipped. You want to go out and temper yourself? In the direct disciple grand hall, Zhao Wujin was surprised. Li Fuchen nodded. Yes. Isn't it a little too early? You are only at the second level of the earth realm. It wouldn't be too late to go out after you break through to the 6th level of the earth realm. I believe it wouldn't take you more than a few years. Zhao Wujin advised. Tempering oneself was too dangerous. If 10 direct disciples went out to temper themselves, there would always be 1 or 2 who would die outside. To temper oneself, one didn't just need a certain level of ability, but also luck. If one's luck wasn't good, they might just offend a heaven realm martial artist. Li Fuchen replied, I want to grow faster. The azure water region is no longer able to satisfy me. Grow faster. Zhao Wujin shook his head with a bitter smile. If he was already dead, how could there be any growth? The so-called growth was built on the foundation of being alive. In short, he didn't understand the thoughts of these gold-class direct disciples. These gold-class direct disciples were all unconventional. Once they set their mind on something, even 10 horses wouldn't be able to pull them back. Only Sword Maniac was slightly better. But he knew that Sword Maniac was a special case. He was obsessed with sword arts, and didn't care about anything else. Zhao Wujin seemed to have forgotten that he was once a gold-class direct disciple, even though he wasn't one of the elites. Letting out a sigh, Zhao Wujin said, I know you have made up your mind, so I won't try to persuade you anymore. These are 3 devil break arrows, and a crossbow that I personally forged. It is for you to protect yourself. If you meet an opponent you can't defeat, a single devil break arrow might be able to turn the situation around. Devil break arrow. Li Fuchen curiously received the 3 arrows that were a foot long and as thick as a chopstick. The arrows were forged with a mystic class, mid-tier metal black gold iron. At the arrowhead, there was a black crystal that looked extremely lethal. Zhao Wujin explained, the body of the arrow isn't anything special. It is just an ordinary black gold iron. But the crystal on the arrowhead is a rare devil break crystal. It specializes in breaking qi. You can try its power. Hearing Zhao Wujin's explanation, Li Fuchen's true inferno qi emerged from his body and formed a qi protection. Holding the devil break arrow in his right hand, Li Fuchen infused his qi into the qi protection and thrust it at it. Pfff. With ease, Li Fuchen's arrow pierced through the qi protection. What a powerful killing power. Li Fuchen took in a deep cold breath. If anyone used this devil break arrow against him, a single devil break arrow would be enough to claim his life. Of course, the prerequisite was to hit the target. Thank you, Grand Elder. Li Fuchen expressed his gratitude. Zhao Wujin said, "It won't be too late to thank me after you return." 3 devil break arrows were ultimately just a small trick. If he met an opponent he couldn't defeat, it was still unknown if the devil break arrows would be effective. Leaving the direct disciple Grand Hall, Li Fuchen headed to the resource Grand Hall and redeemed 2 million contribution points worth of elixirs and other items. The next day, Li Fuchen rode on a Class 2 demonic blood horse and galloped out of the Azure Water Sect. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support. And don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.